down to. I really want to show the prediction graphic now, only to just contradict everything that you just said.
Let's not do that.
There's like 4,500 people in the main
the
stream.
prediction graphic, so it's not happening. Okay, it just might get called out and get put.
It's hard. I love Potter and I love KRU. It's
Yo, what's good?
It is a tough one.
What's
If
good, y'all?
anything, Loud's loving KRU today. They're definitely going to be cheering for KRU to win so that they have a chance next week against EG.
Loud are going to be huffing all the croupium all throughout the day here today. Now, of course, EG are going to need to work together if they want to make playoffs, right? And look, we tested their communication skills with a simple game. It's a drawing game. What could possibly
I
go
am
wrong?
a father that was beaten down mentally all morning.
Hey everyone, it's Icy here.
This is
from
my
Village
escape.
Pieces.
This is my
Today,
safe
Me and my
space.
team are going to be playing quick on the draw. I will be given 1 minute to draw my prompt, and after that, my teammate will be guessing what I drew.
What does that mean?
We repeat the process, and at the end, Coach Potter will be guessing what all we drew.
So she's gonna see this? Oh god.
So let's do it. This is so bad. This is so bad. My prompt was Wingman stealing Boba from Tactibear, and I really don't know how
What
I
the
did. I do not
fuck?
think my teammates will get this, so we'll see how this goes.
No, there's no way, bro.
I don't know what that means. That's why I'm focused on the big picture. All right, yeah, you're up next. I think the picture shows Wingman running with bomb, but a soda instead.
A soda?
So Nature told me that Icy's drawing was a wingman basically planting soda. At least in my opinion, that doesn't make sense because all the stuff I've seen with wingman, including the plushie I have, is with Boba. But I don't think Nick has ever touched Boba before. So
That's crazy.
we're gonna do that. I'm gonna draw Boba instead.
That's crazy.
How do I draw a wingman? Yo, this guy is not turning out good, I'll be honest with you. Okay, so this is my fantastic drawing, and as you can see here, a very butchered wingman. But as you can see, he's absolutely running, demonstrated by these three.
Yeah,
lines
actually
right
was
here.
cooking.
And
What
you
the
can tell
fuck?
This is a wingman kind of. As you can see, he is
And he
tossing
looks and
this,
sounds like a professor,
boba. You can
too.
tell the boba by the
He's
very
even using the
curled above
pen
the
like a
straw at the
professor.
top.
He's teaching.
Although I could have done a little bit better job with the cup, but albeit it should be good enough. That's all I'm saying.
Accountability? We love to
I
hear
don't know
it.
if Superman will understand what this is, but I hope he gets it. Yo, this is cooked.
You got the wrong team to do this.
What?
You got the wrong. He just got.
Okay, is this Valorant related?
Bro did a
My guess is
360.
Wingman is drinking boba. I see,
Okay.
these are the boba pearls here. I drink boba a lot myself, so I know what these are. I hope they're not ice cubes. That's all I can get out of this picture. Good luck.
Oh my god, this is gonna be so bad. Wingman drinking. I think I'm already done. Like I Picasso this.
This is some high level stuff you guys are about to see. The prompt was Wingman drinking boba. I worked at a boba shop before, so I know what I'm doing. So
Damn, I
Superman's
didn't know
guess
that.
prompt was Wingman drinking boba. So this is my drawing.
God didn't give me one free boba.
I don't know
What the
exactly how
hell?
to draw Wingman.
Is that a
Even though
ghost?
I've thrown him so much, I've seen him so many times.
Is that a
So
pumpkin?
I just drew the best I could. He's not even drinking the boba. He just has the boba. I wanted to do like an EG gun buddy, but I kind of forgot how to draw the logo too. Yeah, this is self-explanatory right there. That's my Picasso. All right, Coach Potter, I think I did a pretty good job with the prompt that I was given. If you don't nail this, Coach, I feel like this is pretty spot on until what I was given, Coach. So there you go.
But this is definitely Wingman, his little buddy with a cup of boba, right? Buddy, boba, EG bag. What's the prompt? I don't know what the prompt is. What could this possibly be? This is Riot's new Uber delivery system. I think the prompt is Buddy delivering boba tea to the players. Based on these drawings, Buddy stealing boba from Tactibear. Okay, where is Tactibear? Oh, that's Tactibear. I see it. Guys, my players are true artists. Such artists. I think this first one is the most, as soon as I saw this one, I realized right away. Derek, this is shameless. Prime sub, come on.
Damn. That was a pretty good bit. It could have been better if EG did it
now
better.
we know evil geniuses.
Wait, I like where this is going.
Everyday Picassos, all right? Just
I love these things.
They actually forgot the Tacti Bear.
These are my
from the
one of my
first drawing.
favorite
They
toys
did.
as a
Now
kid.
you have to be observant trying to play against KRU in a series. Oh boy.
All right, we don't have a lot of time here, so let's do this, all right? Because look, guys, VCT Americas has had some incredible
I'd be in
rookies,
Cracker Barrel.
debuting here in
I'll be grabbing
2025.
shit with.
So we figured what better way to
What
do
the
it
hell? He's using it like a cane.
Twist. Oh yeah, we're doing some rookie rankings, but we're gonna make it complicated for no freaking reason. We're gonna have to place the players with these grabby things right here, the grabbers, and you've got 3 minutes to do
The
so.
grabber's
Why? We set
almost
a
as
timer,
tall.
God
Grab
knows
those,
why.
not grab my grabber.
All right, go.
Wait, okay, anyone, go, anyone.
No, wait. I want Vic.
You want Vic? Okay, we're starting with Vic. Why Vic? Because he's going to number 1?
Because he's the goat.
Wrong with that.
Whoa,
Give me one.
that's
Okay,
kinda
Luke Show.
crazy.
Luke Show. Where
Luke
are you?
Show,
There
not
you
number
are.
1.
Okay. Oh God.
Vic has
hurry
me
up.
out of his mind though.
They're
Dude,
really stuck.
We have 3 minutes.
Cortezia has to be up there too though.
Okay,
So Luke Show
Cortezia.
is
I'm
definitely going second.
No, she's
Hold
gonna
on,
put
so I have Luke
Verno
Show
third
as
over
second.
Cortezia.
Because he only just joined Loud now, and he's been
Yeah,
so
she's
good
thinking about
and
it.
a
She's
key
thinking about
piece
it.
to Loud's success, quote unquote, on how they could look into next split.
So Verno and
MIBR, Verno.
Dude, no, hold on.
The goat. Nothing else to say.
Wait,
Dude,
Nothing
you
else.
have Mr. Potato, Cortezia.
Mr. Potato is
This
crazy.
guy has been so good since week number, even like
Wait a
the
minute,
first
so
game
He's
of
a knower.
kickoff.
Fans a knower.
You're moving
What about
Vic
my number
down?
1?
Your number 1, Vic. Love the guy. I love Cloud9. We talked about Luscious hair yesterday,
just
but he's
removing
going to
it?
have to go down to number 3 over here.
What?
Guys, come on, Cortezia. He's been
Five other
killing
spots.
it for MIBR.
Yo,
He's been killing it for
that's not
MIBR.
how it's supposed
There's
to
no way Vans is just shutting down a
LC?
woman like
LC,
this.
I just want to say.
Can we
LC,
can we say things to him like you guys would say to me?
Here.
Yeah.
Regular.
He basically saw
He's so good. He's so
Dryad's
One,
opinion and
but
he's like,
regular four.
no, we're not
going
gonna go with that actually. No.
Over LZ, I'm down for that. So
We need to
Luis
guilt
stays
him
at
for
4.
this.
Verno, love the
We
guy.
definitely
He's
need to be
found some
guilting
new
Vans for
success
this.
with MIBR, but probably not at the top.
Okay,
So
so
I'm going to go
fifth.
here.
I think this is a crime. I don't
This
wanna
I
put
finally
that at
agree.
number 6.
Oh dear God.
Oh,
Oh God. Oh Lord.
Go.
All right. Oh God.
Oh.
Guys, we got it.
No, no.
Okay, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Mash it.
No, that stays. That
Oh
stays.
my God, just hit
Wait,
Finish
our
it,
producer
finish
gonna
it.
hit it. They're
Dude,
gonna hit it
I cannot
oh
pay
my
for
God,
this.
I broke the screen.
I cannot pay for this.
Did I do this?
Wait, hold on. We got 4 more
Keep
to
going.
do. We got
Keep
4 more
going.
to do.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
Dude,
Hey,
what are we
by the way,
doing? What are we
Vans,
doing?
They are
this is
scrambling.
No, dude.
You know, Canadian economy is
I'll
doing
pay
pretty well right
Bobas and
now, so,
Poutines.
you know.
You can't forget this guy either. So again, both rookies for MIBR have been killing it.
Yeah,
Now,
yeah.
I don't know how this is gonna go because I'm grabbing it by the tape.
Yeah, how is this gonna work? He grabbed it the wrong side, bro.
Yo, don't.
7. Dude.
Bro.
Thank you.
Wait, it's not my fault.
So, Shenam and Cortezia looking amazing with MIBR. They should be in the top 10 for sure. Xander, I agree. Dude.
Yeah, he's number
guys-
7
This
for sure.
segment is
What
very
about
half
this is so
baked,
tough.
no?
We got
This is
20
so tough.
seconds.
We got 20 seconds.
We got Ostia or Prize.
Okay, rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Okay, so it's
Brock.
Brock.
There you go.
Brock.
All right.
No.
Shannon, please.
It's glued. Dude,
This is the best
I got it. No.
Oh, this
What
is
has
content.
happened?
I don't care if anyone else is
No,
enjoying
we're doing it.
I'm
We're doing it. We
enjoying
did it.
Wait, how is
Yeah, you know what?
Dude, I actually don't think PXS should be number 10. How should he be number 10? How is that possible?
Let's see, this looks all good, no?
Hey, guys.
played well.
This is actually a good top
But
10.
unfortunately,
Okay.
Vansili broke the screen, so it's coming out of his salary, folks. We'll figure that one out later. In any case, we got a great day of matches ahead of us. VCT America starts right now. Get off me. Get off me. Get off me.
Why is the screen like that? I think production just trolling. Oh, you saw that sinking? Dude. My dad My dad reflexes are actually fucking crazy. Just never underestimate a rival.
Time on this. They're gonna have to fight this. Derek can fight ahead of it. Tekken's gotta stick it all the way. The kills go through. The defuse does not.
Okay, I think KRU is, in my opinion, probably the hardest opponent, just because, like, from the outside perspective, they're a super team.
Creo que estamos mostrando un poco de qué puede ser CRU. Pero
Sure
creo
Crew
que
can be,
aún
but I think that
falta
we
para
have to demonstrate the
demostrar la
best
mejor,
version
que
that we can
podemos
achieve.
We just have to
Yeah,
work
that's-
towards like committing to the first thing that we did very well. And,
I think
like,
EG
getting
is
that full
fucked today,
control.
chat.
If we win this,
Respectfully,
we're
of
super
course,
solid.
Kara.
So I'm pretty confident, like in our side of the
Rooting
bracket,
for
still
y'all,
to make
but
playoffs.
I don't see how it's possible.
All right, well, let's go ahead and bring out your two teams. First squad making the way to the stage. Welcome, Crew Visa.
I could have come on today with my Crew jersey. I thought about it. I literally thought about coming on with the Crew jersey, but I was like, no. They're playing EG, and for the sake of chat sanity and Kiera's sanity, I will not do it. But, man, Crew look really good this year. They look real good.
The executions going into sites on the attacks as well. How they play the pulse plan. They can play onside, offside. Always good for trades. But you also have somebody like Mazino that clutches all the time. Shy that clutches all the time.
I remember misusing Witchware.
They have everything from A to Z to be a complete team.
Fucking 20 years ago, actually. Okay, it's crazy.
This is a massive game for them. Win this, you qualify for the playoffs here. But of
Okay,
course,
y'all throwing
on
shots
the
at
other
me?
side, their
I'm fucking
opponents
shooting back
are
today.
doing the same thing, because if they manage to win this,
The
their
streamer ain't
playoff
sitting down
lives
taking it.
stay alive. Let's go ahead and bring out to the stage Evil Geniuses. And of
Well,
course,
I'm gonna
for EG,
automatically
they get
correct
this
every
win
fuck
here,
up.
They get themselves a playoff spot, a big game for them, Vansili. So you know that the pressure is on.
100%. And again, I want to watch this game and hopefully they come out victorious. But if they win or lose, or winning and losing, or losing as a team. And you know what? They won my heart. They continue to win my heart after that
Come on,
segment that we just
EG.
saw. Ye has
Give
an
us
amazing
something.
personality and is so thoughtful through the process of drawing things. And now it just makes me think how much he calculates his moves inside the server.
But they all forgot Tactibear.
That's a detail. That's a detail, right? You told me to brush off that topic.
I think-
brushed off that topic.
I do think Potter's going to have to be cooking today, right? Because she definitely feels the heat of the community at this point, right? I think after the champs run, she deserved all of the credit in the world. And I even think the energy she brought the year after the champs run was respectable as fuck, dude. They actually had a really good team, and they almost made playoffs despite having big roster turnover with, like, leaderships completely changed, like, from IGL perspective. So I don't know. She's had to definitely deal with some fucking punches, and I don't know. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get, like, highly motivated again. I know there's no way she's not going to be, like, grinding for this win today, though. Like, this is, like, I feel like should be, like, an S tier Potter day. The question is whether the players can do it. And I don't think the player, like, I don't know. I think based on everything we've seen on EG and Crew, it's like, fuck, dude. Even if it is an insane Potter game plan, I don't know if they can do it. We'll see, though.
Even more on Crew, given the sheer firepower that team possesses.
For sure, Crew has only played this map of Lotus one time, and it was against Sentinels. But that was the day that a lot of people have been saying that was where they looked the strongest. It was very, very cool to see Kesnet on this Euro, what he's able to do on this map, because before we were used to seeing very early on the Jet, then obviously the Race, and now moving into the Euro, it feels like it sets him up for success. Kesnet is a player that in previous years, he was really struggling with the operator, and now with this Euro, he's able to kind of mix it up a little bit. He's getting better at it, and I think he has a really, really strong chance.
That's the thing. The look from Crew is totally different this time around, looking in 2025, because in the past you're thinking of, okay, double duelist, double dive. Let's just try to have Kesnet on a Jet or on a Raze, trying to get as many kills as possible, trying to off as much as possible. But now his role is just really to try to create a lot
the
more
Kesnet
space
Yoru,
for his
he's
team,
looked
because
really
you
fucking good
have
on
now
it.
somebody like
I'm gonna
Shy
pull
and
up his
Adversity that can
stats.
help from behind as well.
I'm
Mazino's
surprised,
going,
low-key.
using
Like,
great utility to help
I
out
didn't
on the
think
team too. So
Kesnet would be
I think this
playing
is
Yoru
actually
this
looking
well.
quite good to see now Kesnet on this Yoru, and been very strong on this agent.
And of course, with these the agent select coming in here, you got Icy on that Raze here.
Hey,
We've
yay,
seen so many
Clove.
different looks with the duelist Dryad. This obviously nothing
Here's
too
Kesnet
great here.
stats for the year,
Yeah,
chat.
keeping the same composition
You can see
here
his
on
Jet,
VG that we
pretty
saw last
insane.
time, when they were
His
playing
Raze hasn't been
GG, so
great,
that
but I
should be
think
the
this
same here
is...
since
Oh,
Tunisia,
this
so I
is just
feel
the
like this
Fracture
could be
game
the
where they
start
got like
of this map of
16-2.
Ooh, all
Or I'm
right,
sorry,
well, you heard Dryad, you
13-2.
heard the analyst here. Let's go ahead and get ready with
But
our
his Yoru's
first
been
matchup
very
of the
good.
day.
Very,
Dryad
very
Games
good.
Arena, let's go ahead and send it over to your casters. You got Brent and Josh on the call.
Thank you very much, gang. Yeah, let's get into it here. For map number 1, EG versus
No, we gotta get one up.
You know, the devs has already set this one up as well. There's expectations, I think, from KRU to really be performing quite well. They want a perfect run throughout the groups, but for EG, this is a bit odd. I mean, a win here, it locks them into playoffs. The reason I said that's a bit odd is because they're sitting at 1 and 2, Josh.
Yeah.
That's what makes it unusual. Normally, we wouldn't be saying this about a team, but going 2 and 2 with how they performed as well, their win against 2G as well,
the win against
puts them ahead in a head-to-head.
Yeah, ends up being really important, capitalizing with that victory early on in stage 1
Okay.
before 2G really got their legs.
5 minutes. Pred is up.
Here we are. Time for the Samsung match start. You can load up fast with Samsung SSDs, and we're going to be eyes onto EG early on. Now, there's a bit of a trap play here.
Yeah.
A classic one towards B.
Okay.
And Ye's staring down the barrel of that. For the rest of the EG composition, it's an unusual look towards Lotus. We've seen them run this before. Feels like a bit of a death ball comp, but it's
Oh no! Oh
not got the
no!
reach. It's not got the omen.
Why is that down? Why is that
A little
on
bit
down
slower,
there?
you could argue, than those kind of compositions that you'll see from Furia, for example.
And the store might be getting opened up here. And there it is, yeah.
Damn, Nature immediately traded the.
Before eventually the trade comes through, so
got to accelerate on the A side.
Yeah, they're not moving though.
Shy.
And Shy is lurking off to the side.
Big kill. That's a really big kill. They should be speeding up really fast now.
But time to convert it one step further. You have the player advantage. Players though looking for a bit of a peek and a play to be made. Icy is just about dodged that fault line, tucked to the side. Salvo's up top and over.
I don't know why the spike hasn't progressed to the site yet.
Chunks out of them. KRU is still playing this one steadily, slowly. Mel's is worried about a lurk this entire time, so he hasn't been able to regroup in for this retake.
These are the spots where you expect KRU's individual form to apply a lot of pressure to EG, but they got to hold strong. They got to convert these player advantage situations.
Oh, what a timing just about missed, but okay.
2v2.
Controlling with a bit of the pistol spamming away. Mel's is going to be meeting his match. 2 EG players. He's down to Mazzino on 17 HP. It's very tough. And EG are going to be able to secure.
Well played pistol. Good to see Icy starting hot.
For Lotus, it's a map as well that KRU's map pick, and KRU have looked fantastic at it as well. So any sort of advantages you can get early on for this EG squad is going to be good.
I'm on source. I don't know.
This play, a bit of a strange one from Adverso. I think he thought that EG were on a much faster timing, and EG were really slow, really cautious, working their way through tree. Even after picking Shy. Adverso got thrown off, swung through the smoke, and Icy was ready to collect.
Come on, EG, give us a fucking game today.
Maybe that's a win condition.
This is KRU's pick, guys.
Just baiting KRU.
Alright, send in the Clove for some man fights. Shy might get a little bit aggro off of his own flash. Could just be for info though.
But I'm sure we're going to be talking about confidence a lot, because KRU,
they're going through this.
Got it in the buckets.
I'll be seeing an example of it, but the nade was ready for this one. Still, it's going to be layering down with all sorts of damage and supplementary fire just from nature onto the side. So, despite losing Icy.
Yeah, on the rotate back, caught Adverso from P.
He's been marked up though, they're fully aware, and that's where the Caesar's coming through. Nature doing a lot to contain.
Very clean on this round, and once more, kind of baiting KRU into taking some fights where EG were favored.
Okay. Come on, EG.
They've got 3 rifles, the Guardian and the double Bulldog, that they've managed to save into this round. They're allowed 2 deaths. And now very cautiously again, making their way in and cleaning up Shy.
Yeah.
So all of the resistance gone so far, and EG's composition it does have the options to play a little slowly. In fact, it kind of wants to play at a slightly slower tempo.
Yeah, so we were walking around this morning. Actually, no, we went to the mall real quick because wanted to pick up some stuff from 85. Bro, this balloon was hitting me in the face the whole time. And I look and I'm like, dude, this is so annoying. And then I turn around, I'm like, why are you recording me? And the whole time I'm telling Gemma, don't let go. I'm not going to get it. Don't let go. And she let go, and I caught it with my chin.
Salvo is going to be a little bit late.
Bro, my dad reflexes are crazy sometimes. Sometimes they'll like drop a cup off of the table. I'll be looking this way, and I'll one hand the cup with my other hand as it's fucking spilling. It's like hidden powers have been unlocked in key moments. I don't even know how I do it sometimes. It's not like I can't replicate it.
This angle is dirty by Adverso as well. Slightest off angle. It's almost anticipated though. Slight peek from Ye.
It's like gamer reflex plus dad reflex. The shit that I've pulled off, bro. Honestly, it's better than any clip in the game. I swear.
It dropped down to 50 HP. Slow play by EG. Still have 50 seconds to work with and play with.
Weird flex. I'm the GOAT. I'm the GOAT. What can I say? This is my strong suit.
In that direction, but a refight is called by EG, sending it up through rubble.
Could rotate into the side by Messina right there, by the way.
Crew side of things.
EG have got themselves some decent space, but the time on the clock is going to be their biggest issue.
30 seconds, and the fault line is going to be slowing them down even more here. Messina just trying to buy time.
30 seconds left.
We're getting these rotations of
Good
Crew
rotate by
back in. That
Crew.
door's going to be closing at a moment's notice. You have 25 seconds to work with EG.
No.
Time is ticking. And two players are
Bait
trying to
set
hold
up
this
here.
one down.
Kesna first contact. Messina second.
So far,
Oh no, Messina first.
Messina already ripping it off.
Damn.
Trade in sight.
Why is it so dry for me?
14 seconds time ticking and getting away from you. Listen, it's an
Oh.
hourglass that's running dry. No, watch fly onto the side of the smoke, but snap at a wrist. Superman time
What?
missed it.
He
Missed
jumped?
it. Just didn't know where the spike was, and there it is. Round for Crew. Talked about the danger of it getting away from you.
And what's painful about that is, EG, if they had just been slightly more aggressive, a moment, a fraction, a second quicker, that actually was a winnable spot.
Yeah.
And Crew are doing so much more in these rounds on defense. They're pushing over towards rubble. They're pivoting over towards
What
B.
was that
They're
hit from? Why'd they just
constantly moving
stop
around the
for
map
so
trying to anticipate
long?
the fast reaction from EG. And yet EG are just crawling along. I mean, we've got the tortoise and the hare situation
It
out
really
here.
is.
Doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be bad for EG because they're playing slowly, but it's not a great sign. Usually, the teams that are making more decisions in the round, making faster paced decisions.
I've been seeing this off angle a lot, like by door.
Elza is just soaking up all this util. EG finally choosing to step past this line of smokes that's coming their way. Not just conceding the space of it towards C-mount. Ult earns.
Bro pretended like he knew that spam. I believed for a second when he looked over there. I was like, oh my god, is he going to do it? Wasn't even fucking close.
A nice anticipation on that timing. Superman was just thinking about going forwards there with his Viper wall. And as the wall goes up, Zeno stuns him off.
Fucking,
So EG,
you too?
they've only got mount control currently.
Spike is still down in spawn.
As an Omen main, I always notice when Omens drop smokes like slightly off the ground and they're looking for like a quick foot kill. Like a
Flash gets a connection. Crew are aware.
it's just, it's so free. I don't know why every Omen doesn't do it. I think it's because they didn't start as Omen mains.
He couldn't hear anything. Didn't even
And their
realize
coach
most of the
doesn't
salvos
know.
were coming in. I'm not too sure how that happened. And Superman,
Shanzo does it all the time now after I told him about it.
Through mid, yeah, with the plant now as well. Not through that smoke, just doubling up through into waterfall. One left to stand, not for much longer. EG. What a
EG
round.
looked really good,
Where did
dude.
that one come from?
Reset, dude. Oh my
I don't
god.
know how Mel's has fallen that easily.
Wait.
But you can see there a little bit of the nerfed Vice setup. They got back through those thorns a little quicker than they
Whoa.
otherwise would have done.
Yeah,
That's
just,
nice,
off the back
dude.
of a C's as well,
Yeah,
I
he
think.
couldn't hear it.
Was it?
Might just been the sound
extremely
cues.
low.
He had the indicators. He just didn't realize he was getting hit by it.
I mean, that's brutal. But EG playing tight together, swinging off each other, doubling up as they clear through waterfall.
That's
Good
clean.
discipline. And Crew
Dude, Shanzo didn't know how to play
really good
Omen
round.
when he
Now,
first
if
started
there was
on the
ever
teams.
a round for EG to be playing cautiously, slowly, it
I
would
didn't
be
mean
this one. You
anything
see
even
Nature
by
there
that.
throws the paranoia
He didn't know how to throw
bait out
one-ways.
the trap play. They have a strong suspicion that this one is here. But Mazzino has a lot of patience with the fault
He
line,
played
so
like
that's not the
Astra.
sprinkler trap just
He
yet.
played like
And they've always got the opportunity of using salvos and refighting over
some
towards Rumble.
random.
Man, that's an opener. Okay.
He was like flexing around.
Yeah, it's a good kill. Melza dropped.
He's going to be scratching his head about a couple of these deaths.
And Crew are left, I think, questioning in terms of, wait a second, where are these EG guys playing? Said earlier the tortoise and the hare, but okay.
Tap on the door, run away. They are really cautious that Crew are going to be running a trap play, but they haven't triggered it yet. Here it comes.
Nice shots.
Well, ready for it. It's the firing line, all lined up towards that blue room, and bodies
do look
are
good.
up, painting it a shade of red.
And I'm impressed. I like the way that EG is playing around here. The quality
Yeah.
is really nice.
They're
They
playing together.
anticipated a trap play towards B, and then they used 2 waves of trying to trigger out the trap play on Rubble too. They're also winning individual fights. I mean, listen, I don't want to jinx it, but I don't think Shai's going to win the 1v5 ace here to be able to win the round. EG should have this one in the bag.
Very good.
And they're starting to build up towards some ultimates here too. This is definitely an attack.
This should be an Adam timeout right here.
For EG. This next round is going to be monumental.
They have double initiator ults.
Wow. And Icy up
Crew
to
don't
his
look
Raze
very
ult.
locked in right now, though.
And yeah, it was a half buy from KRU. Okay. I'm still going to lay it down a little bit.
Okay, I
of a
think
for EG because, like you said,
this is like an oddly flat start for KRU.
It's a nice shot.
Yeah, brutal. That's 2 rounds in a row now that Melzer, like I said, is going to be scratching his head and wondering, wait, how am I dying in these spots?
And Nature just used this. Always going to be building up soon enough to another one.
Superman has yet to die, by the way. He's 8-0, despite the fact that we've only played 5 rounds. So he's on the Viper, controlling that A rubble line.
Oh yeah,
he's
Peng
playing
is
it patiently, safely.
Peng has improved a
He's
shit
also
ton,
just getting
man.
his team into good spots.
It's crazy good.
So big credit to that one. I think KRU are going to find it difficult to punish him because he's just playing a very risk-averse kind of
Was I
strategy.
surprised how quickly
It does feel
Peng's
like the
like,
whole game
no.
plan for EG is to bait KRU into fights.
He was a CS pro.
At that as well. I mean, it's quite apparent. You just look at the scoreboard. I mean, Kesnet, we just saw him on our screens. He's sitting at 0-5 currently. Right at the bottom, it's unusual.
I think
KRU. I mean, you think about a cornerstone.
When it comes to that type of stuff, like
it's quite standard. They make good macro calls overall.
his CS experience helped him a lot on Omen. He played it aggressive like a duelist.
I think when you watch their defensive rotations, though, they're really used to playing against faster
But
players.
yeah,
They are, definitely.
They can't figure out this.
he knew
tempo.
when and where to smoke. He knew
Maybe that's
like how to play Omen, because it's similar to like opping in CS where you have to have escape plans. You can't just have like a Yoru TP or a Jet dash. You actually have to think it through. So yeah, I think he was always going to be really good on that agent. All right, quad A fight here.
Could be sending it all in over
Superman should read this. Here's the TP.
China needs to be very much careful of this.
No missiles used.
Drone's going to be fading. Flash in your face to multiple
Drone out
players.
front B.
And that's good just to hold off EG.
So they
and
get
the rotates.
the early line on Melzer. They drone out front B.
Thorns, one at least, is going to end up getting broken by that.
Yeah, that's the purpose of that salvo. We're seeing one of that rolling under committed as well.
EG bait this out.
Why, that's a great seize.
Amazing
Completely stunted
seize.
any attempt of trying to push this one forwards, and
Oh,
push
wow.
the drift. I mean, he's just being tethered, caught to the corner, still getting the information necessary here, but he offloaded.
Holy shit, he got
Where
that.
the hell has Icy found that
What?
one from? Kesnet.
I didn't think he was going to get that.
Whether or not his team can do
What?
anything with it, that is the question. Flash through into the side, and Derek's already cleaned up these stragglers.
Oh,
Superman,
no.
what a dodge. Quick snap back.
They've just done it again. They've baited KRU into taking a bad fight on EG's terms. And this one coming in after the tactical timeout. KRU left in a 2v5 trying to hold on. EG haven't had to actually run around yet. They've just
Good
held
awareness
their
to get
ground.
that kill. And then again here by
Great shelter
Superman.
too, I think,
What the
alongside
hell?
Kesnet and Adverso. So yeah, the seize was
They got a kill in every lane just
30
now.
seconds left. Shai's going to be forced all the way up towards the top there, just from the salvos.
But there's just nothing doing.
No.
I mean, EG in spots like this could just group up, play the numbers.
Yeah,
It
EG's
doesn't
playing
matter
this
if
map
on
really
paper
well.
The KRU players have slightly better firepower. They're not winning 1v5
They're
situations
outplaying
on
KRU
either side of the map.
In the duels and macro.
No, they're not. But they're also they're not
You know,
taking
the
raw
Professor
fighters on them. I
Xavier.
suppose Melzer's fight over towards A lobby was a bit of a raw 1v1. But the whole brawl that happened over towards Mound was actually just mistimed and miscoordinated by KRU.
Yeah.
And again, an unnecessary fight. They're taking it early, wanting to get ahead of what EG are doing, not realizing that EG are just chilling for the first minute.
Super slow.
I think they've got
me see this
entirely
one
the
more
wrong
time.
read on the tempo of this game, and it is biting them. And wow, what a start for EG. They could not have asked for a better beginning here on Lotus. Their opponent's map pick, a map where they looked peak last time we saw them in the victory against Sentinels.
Oh, honestly, it was phenomenal. The way they were working the map, but I think that's what we've been alluding to this entire time
Wow, I
about this.
see.
pace
That ult
KRU
was
trying to
that.
play
Oh
out,
my
how slowly
God,
EG are
Derek.
absorbing it all. It's a lovely dodge as well.
Bro.
Firepower coming out from some of these guys.
EG is shooting it back.
Yeah, that was snappy.
But yeah, KRU were just finding it very difficult. When people don't opt into the fast fights,
Yeah, so look at this.
Gonna be always,
So EG understand this is a possibility. They're like faking mound pressure for a while. They Teo drone in. They like prowler and shit.
big fight to be taken again.
That was like 125.
Reveals. Jump spot. Don't think you're going to be going for a second go.
Like they did a really good job baiting all that shit out.
Fault line.
And they are so aware of these kind of like little trap plays.
I wish I had more time to talk about this
We don't have
because
much weaponry
they
to
did a
work
really
with
good job
now.
right there.
Kesnet with a hero Vandal. The fight's not coming towards him right now.
The drone's going to be spotting out too there over towards the rubble. Again, Stealth showing up through mid. Superman, it's just on an absolute tear. Tahita, he can't be denied right now. Kesnet finally joining the fight and the action, but
Kesnet 0-6.
Out into the open, has to tuck to the side here, and there's no setup for this one. Just trying to take raw gun duels, maybe feeling the pressure to perform.
And Kesnet, he's miles out. He's miles out of there. He's the one with the hero Vandal, but also his form today hasn't been looking great. He's one death away from taking his cocktail shaken, not stirred. He's 0-6 and 0.
It's not ideal. It's not ideal. Refighting with a util, but
I was just thinking it, bro. I had it waiting. I had it waiting. You dude.
Themselves, there's 30 seconds left of a stack.
Shit.
Over towards A. Here's where you're going to get a bit of a move on. Oh, that one's going all the way to Narnia.
Come on, Kesnet. Come on, Kesnet. Yeah.
Rifles in hand. I mean, listen, EG just winning these gunfights out still. Back at a sight. Danger player potentially, but only the classic. What can you really do? And it's not being cleared. Round to the corner.
Sideshow is on the same wave.
Okay, this is getting messy. You can't be dropping rounds like this. Two players in through tree. There it is.
All good. I was all ready to praise EG because their teamwork, their spacing, it's slow, it's meticulous. They're taking angles, posting up on them together. Anytime a crew player tries to face, they're into multiple people. And then we saw a little bit of a slip up towards the end of the round, but maybe a bit worried.
One enemy remaining.
But yeah, we've got Superman is
I'm talking about
Unk.
Superman is 12 and
Excuse
0
me?
right now.
Who's he calling Unk?
Who's Unk?
Kesnet 0, 0 and 7.
Is it Superman? Who's Unk?
The one's been dealt with here. Kesnet's out. It's a prowler in his face, and he's forced back from the fight again.
That's fucked, bro.
There's his first kill.
He's going to be going down.
Yeah, he could choose to actually invest the ultimate here, but has decided not to. So EG don't even want to accelerate.
We memed on him when he came
Taking
alive.
a 5v5 exit.
We memed a kill out
They're
of
just
him.
happy to play the 4v5 instead. Save that ult for a better round. And Crew, up a player, a clean 5v4 scenario. They've got to be able to convert rounds like this. Melzer posted up on top of rubble.
Portal closed.
EG holding on to C
Dude,
Mound.
EG is so aware
Like they
of a
wanna go
trap
for
play
a rubble
door. The way they
rotate.
play by mound, like they're always behind it.
At least push Melzer off his angle, sir. Hoping that it's going to leave them lacking some information.
But any time that they go for that kind of play, Mazzino's got the fault line that just comes straight into a lobby. So they haven't actually been able to take that space. Regrouping, going for a C hit. Does Shy get the jump on this one? He's got the Vice ultimate if he can find the timing for it.
28 seconds, you're going into the setups, and Armageddon is going to be laid down on either side here with a nade rebounding, and that sees! Narrowly avoided, Shy. Sidesteps most of it. Danger averted, but still that horn towards your back. It's an overload of util. Kitchen sink being thrown at you, but time is of the essence, and it's on the side of Crew right now. You just need to hold and buy your time.
Aware of that
Stand
drop.
your ground down, still a plant. Needs to be defended. EG players need to get in.
Ooh, good swing.
That's so important, that deny onto Adverso.
It's a round winner.
3v2.
Space as well to layer down this pit. To blight onto the C site. Get a move on though with the fault line, and Superman
Did he
still
win?
holding it down. Highlights.
Melzer, you gonna win this 1-3?
Finding
Me?
the adversaries. Melzer left to do it in a 1v3 with a pit in your face.
L, sir.
Realization sinking
No,
in. You're
I
gonna
will
get this
not.
one up. And it was the best chance in a long while for Crew.
Certainly was.
Melzer, you gonna win?
He
Me?
couldn't really capitalize
sir.
on all of that utility that was flying into the face of Shy, but Shy also panicked, didn't know where they were coming from, could only get one out of that situation. If Adverso, as soon as Adverso realized that there was one player planting and one player inside the Viper's pit animation, he knew it was his timing.
Go
to
be
win the
right.
round, but he couldn't quite get it. Icy had a sick deny. This kill is everything.
It
here.
is.
But they've also just been holding each other's
You need
backs.
more Red Bulls, bro. You need another one?
That's
Yeah, bro, you need like a massage? Like,
what the
When
hell?
is Superman going to die?
Dude, 14-0.
When will they kill him?
It's 14-0.
What the fuck? That's actually kind of
He can't be
insane.
stopped right now. He's winning every single fight.
But he's
The
also
team's
just
offering to
taking-
run waters for him.
Yeah.
Point line salvos. I mean, Crew going for the same game plan just to control A rubble early on, but hasn't been doing them a lot of good.
Shy takes a little bit of chip damage, just going for a jump peek. They're losing mount control.
Shadows traveling.
And then the round slips away from them as Crew either get baited into taking some kind of aggressive fight or just get executed on towards the end. And their site anchors haven't been able to do anything.
Toxins going up.
Very clear, seeing this lineup. It's going to be landing towards the back of Rubble. Either that or on towards the top. Melzer. There he is. He's vulnerable up in a nade. Oh, what is that?
Wow,
He's been having a
bro.
nightmare of a game, Melzer. And it's picture perfect here, but it's
Oh my God.
Sets up Icy for success.
I feel like that's kind of a blunder though.
Everything just
Like good
looks
util,
like it's working.
good util from EG, but also like bad plays from Crew. They look kind of out of it. They're not reacting quick enough.
And an entirety of the A site open to them.
I mean, you don't normally see that.
Individual 1v1 now. Icy. He's got it locked down for the off angle. Doesn't anticipate that though. It's perfectly timed by Shy.
Spike planted.
Runs that kill for him and out into the open again. Not unexpected. Yay, finally offloading and not dead yet. Gonna be looking for a kill now, and everybody just running all the way out of there. Stunned up. Mizzino claims.
2v2.
Yeah, he's live.
Heaven push right here.
Buys time.
Up through the top.
Oh, first death.
Finally falls, and you're giving away these ones now. Leaves it down to Nature in a 1v2. Steel Garden narrowly avoided slightest of gaps, but it makes it more predictable. So Crew gonna know roughly where he is to play in. There it is. Aftershock, lay it down. 3 more pullers to finish it off. Second round finally there for Crew.
Damn, man.
That was on a halfway round. Mistakes from EG, really.
Yeah, I think EG
But
kind of
also
sold this
excellent
one.
individual
3 on
play from
5.
Mizzino.
3 on 5.
The kill onto Superman in particular, being aware that Superman could have taken all of that space in the midst of Ye's ultimate, and finally dealing the first death to this unkillable
Holy fuck.
guy who's just been... I mean, that kill, again, huge one.
I mean, good
Huge
timing on the util, I'll
Not
say
just
that.
because Superman was 14-0 prior to it.
Yay, where you want to
Finally
go?
found his kryptonite, and he's taken a first
I
round. Is that going to halt some
see.
of the momentum for EG? Crew need
Let's go see.
a way back into this half.
Because they're told on
All
his
the time,
side,
Shy, I'll do it all.
Drone's not going to be tagging. Bit of bullets going their way.
Oh my god, how did he not get one of them?
That gate crash.
The spam battle goes the way of Crew, actually. Icy took about 100 damage there. And if he was hoping to try to play for his showstopper in this round, it's going to be much easier for him to get spammed to death.
Oh, well, Keston's gone down anyway. Nature. Just taking turns, really. Him and Superman just to try and pop off here, but the door's open wide and no one's really looking for it! What is that?
Wow,
The EG
man.
players are on fire today.
Yeah, dude, they are just
They
punishing
don't miss it.
all these little, like, mini aggressive plays
Mizzino's
Crew
thinking
keeps
about
making. They
winning
just
a
get sat
point shot.
every time.
Into Mound
Desperation.
in a 3v5.
It's desperation.
EG is so ready for it.
Yeah,
They
the whole
know-
There's no
Look at
way
this.
he's
Look at
gonna
the
pop
season
this shit.
eight.
They're ready for it.
Propped up, waiting for some sort of response.
And Melzer feels forced to try to make a play on the other side of things. He's against Superman.
He just his aim in time there. He's given the right timing, honestly, just by Superman
Another
peeking out the
3 on 5.
shoulder, but gets
One of the
kill.
first times that Melzer's actually been able to find some impact
30
holding down the
seconds
opposite
left.
side of the map.
Doesn't
He's
wanna
going to
give
get
this one up.
tested again.
Yeah, certainly. Fowler. Oh, he lays on the smoke, but you're going to be teeping out into the open, surely. Yeah, not long for the world.
Melzer's
You've got to
kind of
accelerate.
fucking up,
They've only
no?
got 20 seconds left. They've got to get
He's
the
not
point
judging
down.
these timings right.
Trying to hold angles for each other, knowing that Crew are going to try
Gotta
to
move
make
on.
the play.
Mazzino has ult. Gotta move on. You
Gotta
have
go
to plan
faster.
this.
You gotta
Hello.
go faster
You
than
have
this.
to plan
9.
this. Nature, hold on. 7 seconds. Pushed off. 6 seconds. Finally back onto this one once
Aftershock.
more. Stun. Aftershock. Might be resulting into a bit of a kill. Sidestep
out.
for now. Surviving at a
One,
moment's
two.
notice. Pulling the util out of him. And Derek just handles Mazzino.
Pretty sure if he'd used the aftershock there before the stun, changed up the order of that, might have been Curtains. EG almost losing another round to the clock. But an almost impossible situation for Shy once more. Round 10. And it feels like saving the gun here is probably the better play. And that's devastating.
Yeah. Ice is going to want to go hunting here. One away from the ult. Searching out for where Shy could be hiding. You can hear it. Rumble of the footsteps finally.
I was curious to see like how his aim would look here
Shy a
because
little bit better.
he's been off and on so far this map, and I think Shy has
Should be safe.
been very, very good this
Well
year
said.
for Crew. Like super fucking good.
It's so rare that we see a map like this where multiple of the EG players are hitting. But they
Shy has
really
like
are
some of the
today.
lowest
Look at
time to
that
kill,
nature
I feel
that
like, when I
beats
watch
Kesnet.
him.
And this
Oh.
shot is brilliant from Derek. You
Bro,
watch
Derek
some of
is
the shots
really
Derek is
punishing
hitting
these
there, you think
pushes.
He's the one up towards the top of the scoreboard. He's not at
Oh
all. He's
my
7
God.
6 right now.
Yeah.
But everyone on EG has turned
He
up.
got that A kill early on.
14-2.
After
Nature
Icy's
12-4.
showstopper.
Icy's been pretty good at the entry too.
Yeah, let's Okay, I have it on my second monitor right here. Watch it. So this was that early round where they baited that shit out that I was trying to point out earlier. Watch how well played this round is from EG's perspective, given the fact that they're up against these ults. So they drone from deep. They're waiting by mound. They take a peek on this line. They're double peeking it. They're not giving anything up for free. The Teo drone comes out front B. He breaks it. He's aware it could be an A push. Derek's going back for the front B push. They're not going past mound. They're waiting. They activate the salvos at Ben to break a piece of util. They hear this door and they immediately step back. They're like, oh, fuck. Get out of here. Get out of here. Right away, Icy is going to counter ult this shit. Let's see. He waits for the Yoru ult. I actually think KRU fucked this up so bad, but I do think EG did a really good job baiting it out. Derek fucking pops this guy, and then Superman kills this guy. Like, I actually think this is pretty decent from KRU, how they're aggressing all the lanes, but man, they got sat. And that's tragic when that happens to you. Makes you not want to push anymore.
These big execs at the end of rounds. KRU are playing more for map control than information to try to flood defender. I think they just got the wrong read today. And it's led to them negatively spiraling. And it could lead to a real loss of confidence too.
There.
If my pick'ems went through, I had NRG today.
They haven't stepped past, essentially, with the barriers dropped.
That would have been fun.
Now making their moves over towards it, but
that would have
this
been
entire
fun.
time we're holding down for the B main punish. Trap play off of Kesner's contact.
And it's this period in the rounds where KRU would like to gain information, just in case EG go into an exec, but EG are always holding for like an extra 20 seconds.
Open, trying to go for the refight now. And what is the protocol in line for EG to try and find their way through this one? It's all KRU dishing out the damage here. Still, not enough with the guns and not enough with the armor. The Melzer was seeking to assist, but I think just
Superman from B.
There
we go. That's a big kill.
It up to the extremities.
It's not a comfortable fight, is it, from KRU in that kind of situation? Even when they got two, Kesnet got stuck on the other side of the wall.
25 seconds left. Armageddon doesn't exactly clear most of heaven. Icy even committing his own ult to try and get themselves into this one, but Shy spotted and deleted.
Wow. Icy's ults.
Left onto Melzer. Round
Damn.
11. Doesn't even have a gun to save. 3 and 8,
Damn.
27 HP. And you've got to imagine the mood in the KRU camp is miserable right now. Because every idea they've had...
The Kroomers are not Krooming right now. I can say that right now. The Kroomers,
even though they were slightly further forwards this
they're not showing up today. KRUpium all-time low.
What the hell has happened to this EG team in a break? In this 1 week that they've had since their last game.
I think they've just got a sick read on how KRU want to play.
KRU maxing. Yeah, we're KRU minning currently. This is KRU minning.
Yeah. We'll have to see once the sides swap, because then KRU will be in charge of the tempo much more. The attacking team on Lotus defines a lot of the pace.
I was not prepared for a duelist diff on my boy Kesnet today.
Serious risks.
Damn, another mound pick.
Challenging a rubble. Mound control. They're trying to fight over everything at once. Look at where these KRU players are, man. And it's a deep push, triple face. At least a double, I should say. Tripping me out with the clone. Looking like they wanted to try and punish Superman, but they don't step past it again.
You're really worried about EG just kind of contacting up against you. Here comes the ult for information from Kesnet.
Dimensional Drift is going to be telling them all stuff that they probably already know at this point here. Nightfall scatters forwards. See if Melzer can hold it down here in KRU mid. Superman takes the challenge.
He's been so
wins
good.
the fight. Kesnet from behind. That's a 140 jobber, just cleaned up in the end.
And those are two duels that again
That's
go the way of EG. 4 fights and they're winning them.
Nice shot.
Nature taking up first point. Mazina with a full
Wasn't a
one has
headshot,
slowed
but
them
still.
down to a degree, but there's that stun and there's that return again. Just sweeps in Superman to
KRU
save
look
the
desperate,
day.
man. It's just a bunch of dry fights.
Taking a fight together. EG are 10-2 on KRU's map pick.
And
What is
Superman's
going on?
2 kills in that round are like a microcosm of what he's been able to do the entire game.
Yeah.
17 and 3, almost untouchable. Deletes Adverso, comes back in, combines with the rest of the team to get another one. off the back of what would have been a great stun from Derek, even had a chance to connect. Complete dominance today from EG. They believe they can do it, and I think other people watching are going to start to have that same belief now.
Oh, yeah. Going to be heading into the next half, of course, as well, and we'll see if EG can close it out. They have 3 chances to do so, but many, many rounds. Or more than 3, I should say. They only need 3 rounds,
dude.
buddy.
Oof, stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay
I don't know what
phone,
any of the signs
and
mean.
you'll get iPhone 16 on us.
I
That's
just
a value
know
of up to $1,600 only on Verizon.
I'm a Gemini. That's it. That's all I know. That's all I got, chat. And Mercury is in Gatorade. Those are the 2 things I know. $17-3 on the half. 100% cast on Derek. Dude, EG are destroying them. What the fuck, man? I was just hyping up Kesnitz Yoru. 2-12. She. Could it be? Could it be EG? Could we have a 3-way 1-3 tie? Oh my god, we could.
EG, and if that's going to tell you anything towards the tail end of that,
Or I guess 1-4. It would end up being 1-4.
3 chances?
Yep. More than 3 chances.
EG already has one. I always forget EG has a win. Fuck, dude. I always forget.
Everybody was expecting
If
a one-sided series here.
lose this, though,
Everybody knew when you tuned in the
it could be
it's going to
chaos.
be, you know, 10-2, something like that. A crew, yeah.
Well, wait a minute.
I think they got
EG lose
Am I
this.
incorrect?
Yeah,
A refresh on that one, production.
This has been a mad game.
We could be in
real
for a
wild
treat.
beginning. Now, is there a chance
Loud
that
beats
Crew could actually
EG
make a
last
comeback
week.
on
We're
the
in a
attack half?
3-way
Yeah,
1.
I think there is.
1-3,
If they can get their
1-4
feet underneath
tie.
them with a pistol, there could be
It
fake
could
or not,
happen.
some kind of wild comeback because
2
so many
game
of
going
Crew's
to
problems, I think,
Toronto.
are based on how EG were playing the attack side.
That would be
You're selling me
wild.
a bridge.
That
I'm
would be
selling you it,
wild
and
if they
it might
come in
just
and
crumble right beneath
steal
your
one
feet
of the
if EG win the
slots.
pistol. And then whatever, we'll just move straight onto Pearl.
We'll see with a pistol, though. That's where it all has to begin. When you see that door in red, warning signs start blaring potentially here. And Kesnit has creeped all the way up. That's a great opener. Gate crash all the way back. First kill.
He's online. That's not what you want to see if EG are looking to close this out. Because Kesnit barely been online all day.
Prowler. Never knew her. Fucking.
That was a very clean
waiting for that Prowler for days, some would say.
He might hit the James Bond and the pie as part of this comeback.
That would be insane.
That would be crazy.
never
The
seen that
James
before.
Bond pie.
Not from Kesnit. Literally not from Kesnit.
So flash through to try and get yourself in. And just, yeah, the rumble of the footsteps. Stampede in through the back of the pit. That's Ye going to be overran. And, well, that paranoia, a few stray shots, backing away.
But look how much Crew are now in control of the tempo as soon as the sides have swapped. It's all them.
Yeah, it is. Full control, two-player advantage as well. It's going to be the flash and a peek, and Kesnit dodges the pie watch and more. He's going for absolutely everything.
Bro said, fuck that pie.
You've sold me that bridge.
Yep.
Seems like it may have been potentially a good investment. I'm waiting to see, honestly.
I know.
I need a few more rounds, but...
But this is why it is mad to try to sell you a comeback at a 10-2 half, and I wouldn't normally do it. I have more respect for you than that. But this game...
This is EG.
From
I don't have that respect for EG, is what he's saying. But
how aggressive they are, there is a serious
look,
chance
it's
that
not
they run
you.
this back on the attack side.
It's also not me. It's kind of them, is what he's saying. Bro, that's crazy.
Some kind of momentum here.
That's bro literally said it all without saying anything.
Start hitting shots.
Yeah, and
They're
just
headed
start to
to
feel
Pearl.
better headed towards Pearl. Absolutely.
You take it. Certainly gonna be
All right,
taking
slide
it.
the Vice Flash in, B for the info early. Wall off long, just hold front B.
Straight from the pistol, you see that Kesnit is a player with a huge amount of experience because he's had an awful, awful defense side. And he's just shaking it off immediately. The way that he took the fights and the confidence that he had to get that 4K on the pistol was lovely.
Not worried. C's held here, waiting for it. That's a big connection, big nade, but they can tuck themselves around to the corner, and Icy delivers
Crazy
it.
good
That's a death
C's,
blow.
bro. That could have been a nuts combo.
Gonna be taken out here. Nature needs to be careful. He's not going to be caught out into the open.
Nature.
Scurrying towards the back of the side as that door opens up as well. So
you'd think he would stay by tree.
warning.
Imagine Leaf and Nature on the same team.
A lot of EG players here, but I wouldn't expect them to be playing a Flood retake.
Well,
Then
he's
again,
been cut off, and he hasn't gone for the plan. He's worried about being pushed potentially.
Nature's dived in.
He has. Maybe they've heard this one. Crew need a game plan to try and clear these players out through backside. But they are rooted in spot for now. EG just trying to play it a bit more disciplined, waiting for the salvos here, and it needs to be that peek and round to the side with the pistols in hand. Classics.
Dude, this is weird.
Multitudes of players. Weaken up.
Oh my god, dude! Superman got all three.
He can't be stopped today. Take a look. The
How?
superhero that EG needs.
Yeah, you could just feel how weird that
And
was.
so much chip damage done over the course of that. The health was so
Dude.
minimal on Shy and Adverso towards the end.
Let's go!
And you can see what that means for them because they have just halted the momentum instantly.
She said, "What the fuck?" She said, "What the fuck?"
Mazzino has decided to force. They are force buying, and look at the buy for Crew. I mean, of course they're force buying. They're down 3-11. But it's not pretty.
Now down to scraps.
And Icy is on the rotate with the outlaw.
Now, Spike is in the hands of Shy, who's just sitting into B main alone here. There's a dimensional drift that was earned to prior. Kisnet.
Ooh, wait, good
The
timing
door
by
was
the.
looking for players. He's just missed the timing, I think. Superman's
Yeah,
avoided most
yeah,
of it. They see
yeah,
two
yeah.
towards the
Superman
back now.
avoided
The doors
this,
opened
dude.
up.
They don't know he's
decide to
inside, I
towards
don't
B.
think.
This is a deep TP. That's Melzer all the way in, through and out into Link. No real control over this one as well, and Crew is still just trying to walk players in.
They're walking into C.
They talk of timing, and well, it's just about missed that. Handled in time, and there's the follow-up. Two players dropped. Now Crew have to try and hold on to this one with just 3 remaining.
Just walking into C. Call them
B
fucking window shoppers.
Genuinely is.
Bro, that's actually a bar, no?
Crew anchoring onto the one side of the smoke, clearing, partitioning up to the side. This is EG with all the discipline.
Just walking into C.
Just sail away. Up to 12 now for EG.
And the game is over. 9 opportunities to close out for EG. Crushing Crew's economy. This is remarkable because, yeah, I thought there was a chance that EG might take the foot off the gas. Just
We're living evil. We are living evil right now.
The Crew actually. Look at the confidence that EG are coming back in with here. Derek swings in, gets 3. Nature's got an
Somewhere in the world, Alex Garfield is
You
smiling.
might just see the Crew players
Somewhere.
melted before they can even get a foothold on Lotus. This was their map pick. They're down 3-12 to a team that needs a win to be able to make it to playoffs. Crew, what do they have at 99.69%
21-4 on the
chance of making it?
Vipers.
Oh, there it is. It's a hail of bullets.
Sorry.
As you said, Josh, listen, the percentages are sky high for Crew to just make it all the way.
shit.
I see. Out to the open. That's a crazy fast timing to be taken here. Mazzino, he is setting that pace all the way forwards here. Nature!
Oh my god, he got another. He got another.
In the middle of that, and yay! He's instantly there onto the scene of the crime. Might even look to try and peek past this one as well. As that curtain's going to be dropping. Mazzino's handed it, but again,
Good
Superman
trade.
from the side.
22-4 now.
Just impeccable in terms of that timing and Shy. It's a 1v2. Spike's in your hands, but avenues covered. Smoke into your face. Finds the first. Garrick's going to be dropped into a 1v1. Superman. He has been lights out. Plant down though. Shy. Got to do this to survive and buy a bit more time. Steady with a Guardian. Just taps away.
He repositioned really quick. Superman didn't even expect that
for
shit.
Shy. He's been in a lot of 1vx scenarios today. Wins one to keep the dream alive, but it is a fading dream. A wisp of an idea at this point. 8 chances for EG to close things. This round, they kind of lost the discipline that EG have been playing with all day. There was a lot of confidence, but it was a bit of overconfidence.
Shy is
They were just
so good in the
They
clutch.
thought, all right, this is it. We can just close it out right here.
Honestly, when we're watching Shy in the fights, he looks good. I think Mizzino also is looking pretty good.
Make sure that they can
The other three don't look like themselves
Singapore
though,
players
today.
just waiting to try and gear up, posture up, and take control and take away the map. Showstopper rebound,
Shut down,
barely
man.
alive, but he's got to do it all in a spot he's going to be familiar with. But now being surrounded, it's a net that is tightening all the way around him, constricting, and Shy, your options running dry. Need a miracle with the way that EG are playing. Oh, Dawn's not broken, not deaded, but I see.
Nice.
Just topples him
Holy
anyway.
fuck.
13-4 for our opening map of this Crew EG
That
game.
was
Going the way
maybe
of
the
EG.
best map we've seen EG play all
I've
year.
never really seen anything like this, to be honest, in terms of expectations.
Maybe?
You've seen almost
Yeah.
prime form. I'm talking Superman LCQ, Derek LCQ, Prime Yeaster. You've seen everybody just fry
Yeah.
today.
That's the best
Nature
map we've seen
born
all
miracles,
year. It
man.
has
This
to
is a
be.
team with just fire in the belly
This is
right
their
now,
history.
and they want to make it to playoffs.
So their
Superman
competition
in
would be
particular
here.
deserves so much credit because he was everywhere.
Yeah.
He was doing such a great job in the slow.
They looked
pace
good
from
here. I think
EG
Icy looked
baited
insane
Crew
in some
into
of
a
these.
nightmare scenario. This is a team Crew that are fighting for #1
And
seed
that
heading
was kind
into
of
playoffs,
fluky.
which would allow them a bye.
That was
They would
close
be one
too.
win away
They won
from Toronto.
both pistols and a
If they could
bonus.
get past Evil
Yeah, that was their
Geniuses
best
and
map they
100
played
Thieves
yet.
cleanly. And
For
this
sure.
map, what are we talking about cleanly? What are we talking about? It wasn't even close.
No. Shaky for Crew.
There was a moment where I slightly believed in Crew coming back, but the score was 10-2. I mean,
late.
what was I thinking?
Too late.
This
At
was
that point here, for Crew,
very
the firepower's not
surprising.
there. That is really just a cornerstone of so many of the fundamentals of what makes Crew a deadly team.
Yeah.
Stepping away, of course,
They-
up next GB and the
It was like a fuck around, find out type of
down
game
map
for
number
Crew.
one.
Like they were
Setting us up
taking all these fights and
map
just
number two as
losing.
well. We'll see which direction the series ultimately ends in.
See if the full stats came through. Something weird is going on with the stats. Off game from Kesnet. He avoided Pi, but yeah, these three really have to pick it up. I think they've all been very good on the run. So I'm not gonna lie, like they kind of all need to have impact. Shy and Mizzino looked pretty good, but the others really need to come online. Let's see what they do down here. And some of these maps. I don't remember like why this was so bad. They looked really flat here too, chat. And this is what the outcome was. So it's not over yet. We've seen this out of Crew. We literally saw it a couple weeks ago.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Looks like they get a lot of more production typically out of Melser. Honestly, it's the eye test tells me it's been coming from everywhere. Yeah, like I don't think anyone's been playing bad for them. That's the thing. It's like this player that kind of goes missing kind of switches for them. Yeah, there was a stretch where I didn't even think Kesnet was playing well early on. Like it's okay for their IGL to have a dud, but it kind of means that Melser can't be doing what he was doing there. I felt like he was the cause of a lot of the openings EG got. That's good in this map despite two of them playing rough. But in that, Kesnet was like hard carry. So maybe what they're missing is truly just like one of these three to just really come online. And we might get that on map 2, truthfully. So we're going Pearl now. EG played that last week, right? Yeah. We don't get this, right? We're not getting this again, right? Right? Right?
Superman's gonna be on his flank. He gets his kill. Gotta stick it all the way. The kills go through. Super will keep EG in it.
I am joined by Potter ahead of map 2. That was electric. I mean, all I need to ask you is what has gotten into the team today?
I don't have a clear answer for you besides Chick-fil-A, I guess. Sunday at today's close, we had a different pre-game ritual. No, but in all seriousness, we put in a lot of work. We even have another surprise.
Bro, yeah, it's Sunday.
Check
Chick-fil-A's fucking closed. Fake news.
Putting in a lot of effort on maintaining our composure on the stage. So I'm so glad we came out explosive.
Love the insight. Thanks for the little nugget there. Good luck in map 2.
The little nugget. No, he didn't.
Yeah, and I guess so with the results of map number 1 for
dear.
EG. EG is kind of making
Oh,
all
dear.
of us bite our words under prediction of none of us predicting EG to take this series. So hopefully I'm going to be able to present a telestrator segment that demonstrates how good EG has been and that Coach Potter could forgive me. But we're going to preface things with a timeout from KRU. Dan Dryden mentioned just before the game here that Adam loves to call these big timeouts when they have.
I think this is yeah, this is the round I broke down where
so
they
let's focus coming out of the round number 5
baited out the
KRU.
breach.
We're moving
breach
into round
ult.
number 6 here.
One sec,
So
I'll
you
break
have
back while he's
now
going over this.
a breach ult and an
a good
Armageddon
round.
for Adverso and for Mazzino, but they are also one away from a Euro ult from Kesnet. So what are they trying to do out of this? They want to make sure that they could try to trap EG. So you focus a lot of players over on this A side first and try to take the orb control onto Yoru. So you'll notice right after that, as you have a lot of information being drawn out towards this side over A, Superman hears all of this, and there's no new pressure coming through. So he's going to call the audible for EG to say, look, you guys could start focusing on this C side over here, and KRU is also all ready to move in towards these two areas to start fighting and try to trap against EG. And we've also mentioned at the beginning of this game, we wanted EG to be more reactive, to be playing as a team, to swing as a team. What happens now? Drone comes out, being called up by Superman. He says, okay, they're going to lean towards the C side. They're probably going to try to trap us. Ye, meanwhile, when all of this action is happening, he's already grabbed the orb for the Clo Vault here as well, right? So now they're trying to make sure that they force out these ultimates out of KRU Visa so that when it comes to with the Euro and the Rolling Thunder, you have a beautiful seize that gets thrown at the end at the same time. A close smoke comes towards the front. What does that do? It allows Icy to come out with a with the ult, from the Showstopper to shoot it behind the smoke. But because Ye already ran through and also has the Clove ult, he's going to be able to scan to find the information for the team, for EG to work together and dismantle this trap play that KRU Visa was trying to do. So overall, we get a little bit of everything. KRU still has great preparation going into this game, but so does EG. And we mentioned it before, if EG is able to work together as a group to execute the game plan that Potter has brought up, this will look very good and probably continue to look very good here on the second map of Pearl. And before we get into that, let's head on over to Rivington, who had a conversation with Coach Adam.
I'm joined by Adam for a moment right before map 2. Looking at how well EG was playing there, it seemed like KRU had a little trouble getting going. What are you looking to fix there and heading into map 2?
I think that we were not used to that slow way to attack also. I think that was something that punished us, like we weren't ready for that. But I think that the team let the map go. This is not our first time that we lose a map, and it will be the last. So we just breathe in and start again from scratch to second map, and I'm sure that we are going to play Pearl and Split.
All right, good luck.
I think it's actually super interesting that Adam is bringing this up because this is a problem that KRU has had in the past as well. I remember a lot of other teams, when they face KRU Visa, what they talked about is, hey, sometimes we just wait 20 seconds. We know that KRU Visa is going to push on the defensive side and we're going to take them down. That was a problem that they had today, and it was something that they were trying to adapt. We saw, I mean, as you just talked about, there was the call out, there was a timeout to see what they could do differently, but in many different ideas where they were trying to pinch into the side, it just doesn't work out.
Yeah, it's tough. You're starting to see a team that looks so dominant throughout this split so far, and once finally you try to execute a plan that's been working throughout the whole split and being shut down round after round by EG, you saw the vibes from those players leaning back, hand in hands, not really talking to each other, hyping up. This is not the same crews as we saw week after week. So hopefully going into this one here, they have an opportunity to reset with the conversation with Coach Adam to also hopefully upset EG on Pearl. But EG has a new plan apparently.
Yeah, and look, it just feels like there's a reinvigorated evil geniuses that have taken that stage. They're just one map away from qualifying for the playoffs, which would be a massive achievement for this team. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if evil geniuses can do the deed, or if we'll get map 3 thanks to KRU.
Chat, what did Coach Adam just say? I'm gonna have to go find it. What did he say?
Welcome back, everybody. Yeah, I mean, a lot of insight to be gathered, I think, from just that entire death segment, to be honest. Especially with a coaching interview and talking about what went wrong. Like Coach Adam kind of detailing, you know, for KRU, okay, we've lost maps before, we're going to lose maps in the future. Time to look forward to the second map, okay, we've lost maps before, they've definitely been fronting some teams on it before. So it's a good opportunity.
Yeah, is that what he said? He took my advice and he lost. Fuck.
EG picked it, right?
Yeah, they
so
know something is going on here.
Exactly. What is the plan for EG? What is
all right, the shy chamber again.
What moves are they going to be making?
Dude, he destroyed on chamber last time. He was fucking chamber maxing so hard. Like, max value out of the chamber.
After losing on Ascent in a bit of unexpected fashion. And here we see a similar composition to something that EG have run before. If I'm not mistaken, Yay and Icy swapped.
Yeah, they swapped. Okay, okay.
A return
yes.
Yay back onto the Jet, away from running the Phoenix and the Yoru and the stuff that he's been playing more of that kind of flash duelist.
The Swedish Jet.
But a lot of emphasis is going to be on that duelist duo to really be on fire. And the only slight concern I have is that Yay was actually one of the only players that wasn't frying in map 1. So he's going to have to hit some nice form, recover the memories of back when he was a dominant Jet player in kind of 2021, so it's a long, long time ago.
A while ago.
But if we get Masters Berlin level Yay out on the server, then who knows, we might have another dominant map. But this series could still go anywhere from this point. It's hard to believe that we're going to see exactly the same again.
KRU themselves tripled up towards Kesnet, pure disrespect. Up towards B long, there's no pushback, he's making a lot of noise. I think the goal of what KRU's opener, it looks like they wanted to feign like they're doing a big high-pressure play up B long and force a reaction into Art potentially.
Yeah, and then they've got a trap in Art. They've got Chamber taking contact, so Shy takes contact, and then they have a flash for Mazzino to peek. Mel's is also there to provide some support.
There it is.
But the Vice Flash here off the Chamber contact.
Yeah, Shy catches it. There's a flash and a peek. Well, he's going to be all the way back here, but a bit of spam through the box as well as a half clearance inside.
Oh my
it's all
God.
managed in time. EG very
Holy
aware.
fuck,
They're
so
super
aware
of these trap plays. Everything that KRU has tried has failed. EG are always one step ahead.
Oh my God, well played by EG
and
right
always
there.
got multiple players too. They're never just experimenting and teasing into these spots with one
Holy
or two.
fuck, that was impressive
Always a
actually.
full pack of bodies ready to trade out.
Because an Adverso going to be making a good go at this one. Maybe a 2v5, but as a pistol running, got nothing to lose still.
Dude.
Better than your life.
I ain't gonna lie, y'all. All I can think right now is EG is doing NRG dirty right now. Because if we get a side-by-side and EG looks this improved, there's only one thing to think.
Yeah, EG playing with a ton of discipline, picking the timing off the back of the Vice Flash and sending it.
Bro, NRG are sweating right now.
Open up. Talk about Yay.
Because there's
here on the Jet.
There's always a minimum amount of negativity that needs to be in esports. And let me tell you, if EG win this game, there's a lot of negativity left in the day. There's a lot left over that needs to be used before the day is over.
Really good awareness.
It might go on to MIBR if NRG beat them. But if NRG lose, I'm afraid there's a minimum negativity we got to get out of our souls here in esports. From what I've experienced over these years,
Steal up the orbs.
And I do think we've
this typically plays out
on the attack side of this map
100% of the time at like international tournaments when there's like 2 NA teams, and the first one like does something insane, like upsets, the favorite will always lose after. Like, always happens. Like when Trace was going on a run, and then I was watching EDG, I'm like, bro, EDG's gonna fucking lose this group match.
Players are all over the place here. Sidestep, Mazzino attempted to make a go of this one. Now they've dropped a gun all the way to the top section. No defense in sight from EG. They don't want to try and push back.
The repeat there.
Rough year to be NRG now.
A moment of a player overheating a little bit on EG.
I can relate.
Handed Crew a gun, and the bodies quickly swarming the position over towards A here. Spike's only just making his way over towards it, and Crew been handed a bit of a gift in terms of this timing to be taken. There's a dart, a flash forwards. No one to follow this one up.
Thorn's broken in secret. EG should be aware, and they are. Salvos.
Spike planted.
Pushes Crew back and allows EG to settle back into more defensive positions.
White face. Melzer does not go down there. The bullet's just drifting past him.
Yeah.
We'll see if there's a star available.
That's not where I go.
Escape this one from coming through. Quick tap from reverse, so they already know that they need to try and
Oh,
force
got one. He got one. He got one. Okay.
Off, so steady hand, holding back that util. Superman is going for a big wraparound play.
Oh, lots of tough
tap.
gun.
Finally, the pull's being forced out of them.
But there is no smoke for Melzer. He doesn't have a star available.
Oh, he's gonna get the smoke. Melzer's gonna get the
Melzer now
smoke.
sticking here, but you've got two players holding this over the shoulder and already.
Not controller
This
smoke.
is Kruber. Massive chance to try and win this one out. Players are going to be falling, but onto the side of EG as well. Need to try and clean this one.
Oh my god.
The wraparound on the flank. Superman, it finally pays.
Thank God it was a good plan.
And he swings around, but at three.
Thank God he just kills everyone, doesn't die
Got
ever.
a bit hectic.
Yeah, not the cleanest
Everyone
round of
died,
all
though.
for EG, but I think they'll be happy that they just take the victory in the end. This first kill, great from Icy. The refight back in, not a big fan. And then a couple of missed shots.
What do you guys think is
Mostly from
harder
Ye.
for
Well, that might be unfair because we were on
Superman
his POV more than other people, but you're expecting him to be able to get the cleanup there with the Outlaw, to be honest.
Not even close. Was it? Hey, was not even close.
stop a train to spin the earth backwards, like, you know how he spun it the other way, or to carry EG?
Okay. Bad weaponry for EG.
Honestly,
Bonus. They're buying up, you know, stingers, sheriffs, marshals, this kind of stuff, just to see if they can get any damage to the crew economy. But really, this is an opportunity for Crew to get underneath him. And again, Crew, complete control of A main at the start of the round. Get used to this. It's a weird way that we see EG take control of the map on Pearl.
I cracked
Most of the
myself
teams
up.
Focus on A main really heavily at the start of a lot of these defaults. They don't go exploring through mid in the first 20 minutes. But Potter's got a different idea for this map.
Dimensional drift.
I was never into Superman as a superhero, though. He was just too OP. How could you get into that shit?
He's always using his ultimates.
Okay, does have a gate crash.
Way before EG have figured out what they want to do in the round, though. Right? It's another example of Crew being a bit too quick.
It's fucking busted, dude.
I'm anticipating that EG are going to be playing this one super slowly again.
45 seconds. Also with the rifle, it's going to be feeling a bit braver than that, to be honest, up against
Holy
quick
shit,
dash
bro.
back as well, but now the pressure mounting out through arc.
What a swing, bro.
Easy peek and a swing, and Derek's instantly straight back.
Oh, holy.
30 seconds remaining, EG.
30 seconds left.
You cannot let your options dwindle like this. Like
That was
we've
some
seen
NA
before.
rank shit right
Going in
there.
through mid, a bit of exploration. You've got 20 seconds left now at this point, and a kill to be found and claimed.
Oh.
Mazzino wins out that fight. This one is a bizarre one. Crudo, they still have
It was
players.
a split second
Force out
chance.
towards the back here. The dart is going to be managed to stun in through the back of the side as well.
Oh, wait.
One out here, the swinging round and wide is 9 seconds.
Yaster.
left. And Ye is just laying claim.
Dude.
Siege onto the A site.
EG are coming up so big in these fights.
Up to Mazzino now. Up to Mazzino.
What a round for EG to pull out with such minimal weaponry. The swings that they're taking. Ye is playing with Melzer in A main, jiggle peeking him and then wide swinging him with a Marshall. And then the double face was ridiculous from Art over towards A. All of that just setting EG up into position.
Icy, I hit the biggest pop-in swing of my career right there.
Bro was on skates, bro. He was literally fucking sliding out
It
there.
also shows that Crew unable to
Yo.
positions those players when Ye was playing around and Nature was wide.
I love that out of nature. We're not even talking about shooting, bro. We're just talking about swinging. That was the biggest swing of his career.
Slow as you go.
Ooh, 145.
145. Mazzino does the damage, backs away.
My ult's ready.
Man, opening up a round with that kind of swing
Easier if they
is
choose
so
to commit into the
insane.
B side, which the players are steadily moving over towards. So EG
All right, your ult
gearing up.
online. We're going to be seeing that here for sure.
KRU though. They've got 3 players here. But it's about patience for KRU, isn't it? All right, here as the ultimate comes through. You should be fairly aware.
Bro,
Peeking out into the line of sight.
our goat is back.
Here. There's a wall, fated out. Drone has to be dealt with here, and he's already spotted a few of these players out. Icy finally going to be letting loose in through the back here, but the smoke's propped up.
Shy sees the player, runs away. Shocker.
All the way through towards the top. Does he want to try and blindly fire off into this one?
Living up to his name
Derek's
and
going to be
shit.
sticking that one. The plan goes down, an extension into the round itself. KRU, what a shot by Mazzino now. Yeah, he was dropped down earlier, prior, just from that damage that he did. Thorns broken. EG
Flash for Hall. They're aware. Swinging after. Oh, that was nice.
KRU just trying to barrel over.
Oh my god, Bro's moving.
Out with just the raw bodies. The guns are not in hand, dropping down. Mazzino again. This is a 1v1 that he's earned himself into. Rifle picked up already. Salvos have to be used here. Denying him that chance to try and get half onto the defuse, but it's not a good plan for Derek. He's going to have to swing wide out into the open. Sidestep with a movement again.
Oh, no, no, no. EG just fried him in the fights, guys.
There was danger, for sure. KRU, they're still gonna push you in these kind of rounds, but with the opener...
They're there. Words don't hurt.
Closer from Derek.
Come on now.
EG managed to navigate those choppy waters.
Sticks and stones, right?
Great lead again.
Something like that?
It's incredibly impressive that they have the belief.
There, it's crazy.
Like this.
Yeah.
Shows you that to be an elite competitor, you need a short memory, to be honest.
Yeah.
You just need to reset and treat every game as if it's winnable, because, my God, EG are out here, and they are playing some great Valorant, honestly. The player that we were looking at to have a big performance is Ye. He's 6-2 on the scoreboard right now. He's handling his situation
Coach Adam.
nicely. Had a massive round
in his
3
element.
over the board.
The TO.
He's going to pick up the operator here.
TO is his element.
The way that EG have been playing, heavy kind of.
We're going deep here on this.
30, 40 seconds
We're going deep in this fun.
That they're going to be hyper aware of him being posted up in some kind of like A main, B main kind of position.
Now, I will say, one of the questions I kind of asked at the beginning was, why did EG pick Pearl? Why has they selected this as the staging ground? Have they seen something that KRU are doing? And as part of their game plans, their mid-defaults, the Salvos are going in common positions for the chamber TP. So Shy is being forced into really uncomfortable spots.
And I mean, this chamber TP back here is really deep. Allows for a ton of room all the way through this connector before you ever reach the trip.
We saw this a lot last week out of Shy. He starts early on with the trip here, and then he'll move it here.
Yeah, look at where he's having to put his TP.
TP in heaven.
And I don't know if it even stretches far enough. He might just be forced into... What?
I wasn't ready for that!
Yeah!
That's sick!
Was not ready for that!
That is sick! Again, that is like...
Icy in the sky, hailing down fucking blades. You definitely drop a hail fucking bar.
Blade Storm. Seeing something from Paper X going for that kind of stuff. Now Ye bringing it out with EG. That's the creativity
That was Ye though. Well, fuck. We switched roles. We got shit.
Shy.
We got shit. Never mind. That's our goat. Of course it's our goat.
Essentially at this point.
Makes sense.
Risky from nature, risky from Superman. There is a lot of danger in this round still.
Look at the player positions from EG. I mean, they've got all the
Dude, these rolls are way better for EG, by the way. This is what everyone that was spectating last week was like, why is Ye on Yoru? Why is Icy on Yoru? Icy plays Yoru.
Key piece to try and push this one back with only 35
like
seconds
he's
left,
really good with the util.
Like EG will probably send most players up through lane.
30 seconds
Slow going though.
This is way more comfy for them, I feel like.
Important here. There's 25 seconds, so they're not even ready to split. Superman could just go down here.
To wall, Superman. He's just white facing straight into it. Now listen, Derek's off to the
Good
side.
stun. Great stun. Holy shit, Derek.
Big
one.
Just toying with him.
Oh my god!
Lands it.
Bro's just running around. Holy.
Desperate times, desperate measures, and it does not work out.
KRU cannot kill these motherfuckers.
That's exactly the kind of round that I wanted KRU to play, where they are super patient, they hold their ground. I mean, obviously, they lost.
Dude, they're actually different today.
Start, so that's a nightmare scenario.
He's
for
so
them.
upset, man. He had head in hands too before that.
But they have the patience. They get Kesnit in the right spot. Kesnit gets a 2K.
He's getting frustrated.
There's barely any time on the clock. Nature has to backpedal.
Holy
straight
fuck,
left
man.
and right, and finally hits shot with 8 seconds left.
How are EG
on the
doing
clock
this shit?
to be able to get the plant down? So even when they're stretched, even when they're pressed, EG are coming up with the goods.
Honestly, kind of golf claps moment. Yeah, like I'm
Just have full
blown away.
control
I didn't
A-Lane
expect this
every
at
single
all.
round. Free ult every round. EG don't care.
No.
They are waiting. They know that it's a bit of an eco for crew. They know that Shy is going to be looking for a peak with his chamber operator somewhere. So first 20 seconds of the round, we do not touch our keyboards. Just waiting for them to make a play.
Chat, free ult orb every round. Who is it? Which player? It could be anyone.
Face got to respect this one.
I think chat.
Could be facing that high low potentially. There's some salvos.
Chat is
All
the
in the
free
same
ult orb.
spot here, Brent, from Mazzino. And they're
You
pinging
and-
it out. They know that it's here inside the smoke.
Of course you would say
It's
that.
a little
Of
bit
course.
difficult to bait unless Icy
clone.
goes for the clone.
Yeah, clone goes a long way.
And they've been doing this a lot, where they drone out the opposite side of mid to the one that they're actually in. So they're just trying to pull a couple of rotates over towards the B side of the map, but they didn't break the trip. They spotted the trip, though.
Well selective. It's going to be a 3-2-1. Just try and skipping half all the way over. The three of them. Flash. Thank them to most of them.
4 players ready to defend here
They've
from
got
crew.
it in through the back of the side. Here's a steel garden as well on top of it.
Shorty's
Cloud
out.
forwards as the approach and the TP in by Icy as well. But really, you're just working with shotguns and you need those players with the rifles to really step up. Crew finally putting a stop to this.
3-5.
5 over the time, ticking away. Crew are looking to try and get that first round onto the board already. 10 seconds remaining as well. That pressure, it's not being released whatsoever. Crew.
All right.
They don't let EG relax.
EG don't have
Finally get their
all the
players
money
into
in
the
the
right
world,
spot.
but they have enough for a buy here.
The trip from Shy, holding the chamber ultimate down B long. He got them so much information to be able to stay confident on A. The crew players are in the right place at the right time with the clock
Pressure
coming to it.
released. The crewers are out.
It's so antithetical to the way that crew want to play Valorant, I think, to play these rounds out super slowly like this and have the patience. But there you see an example of, I feel like, how you have to play against EG.
Oh, he took back the... Oh, no, he didn't. Okay. So Ashe has 4 stars down initially. Smoke, potential
Yeah,
grab
not
well.
really
They
challenging
dart.
it.
If that dart pings or is
All the way up.
broken, they can activate the grab well. This will then be
Gonna all the
recalled.
Shy posted operator.
Yeah, it's this control from Shy
Or
that was
TP's
really a
away.
problem in this previous round, because the
Actually
trip
keeps
over
it
towards
there.
Connector, and then the
So he
sight line
plays
down here
off of his own
means that the rest of the
star.
crew don't really
He
have to
takes
worry
that
about
off angle and he leaves that star there in case he needs to get out.
They have to be concerned
That's smart.
about mid, they have to be concerned about A, but they've got a ton of A
No
control.
point in recalling it.
Who's next?
Yeah, he's just off to the side here with
Oh,
Dimensional
fuck.
Drift. Pops off,
See ya.
that's Icy's looking for a bit of information here with a
Ooh,
dash.
he's staying.
Back and away to safety. 2 players looking to see if they can put a stop to this one, but they're spotted out now by Icy. And what's the game plan here towards the back of the side? He's going to be
Oh my
just
God.
unleashing it. Steel Garden as well into the players' face. They can't quite hop over to this one. This is Kesnit seeking to see if he can return that favor again with a Dimensional Drift. Yeah, it's fading. He has to take the gate crash all the way back here. Thorns drop down and lay it down. Crew
planting for art.
And they evacuate
Good
out most
plan.
of the site here and give them access to that plan, but that's 100 Sphere. It's delayed at first. so
Mazino's flash
no
is still up for
connections,
art for like a
no
late
tags.
swing.
Shy of the mark there, and Icy cemented.
They didn't clear this.
Deep forward spot, and they might just think it's cleared in a moment's notice. Off to the side as well, just slightly
Nice
there with
fucking
it.
correction
Okay,
right there,
Shy
boys.
does land that shot.
Cosmic
Returns it,
Divide.
drops him. Cosmic Divide gives that space for Crew to try and get themselves in. Preemptive.
Derek has
Salvos.
missiles.
All that Utah's going to have to be used to clear it all the way out. Don't think that's where the intended placement of
It's a
that
good
flash
time
was.
for this flash,
Well, no
I
matter
think.
though, but what is the game plan now for EG? How do they even stop this one with the wall into their face? It's a bit of spam. Oh my. Spray and pray, but half already earned into this one.
good.
And just hopping into the smoke. It's Derek who lands that final one. 6-1.
Good plant position from EG. Really good usage of the pull and the salvos to
Yeah.
bait out all of that time that Melza had the Cosmic Divide active.
EG are just outplaying crew on like all these
And
rounds.
Verso sending in his Silver Ultimate doesn't clear Secret properly.
Let's go! Yo, I can't lie, I whipped. I cannot lie, I whipped that round. I cannot lie.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They played the game plan properly.
Fucking caught,
They had
bro.
all of that post-plant utility to buy the time while Melza's ult was active, and then they swing back through together, and the plant position lets them play it from both sides. Here's a fight in the mid. Crew on the eco, Anticipated again.
Yeah,
He's been
that
going
slow play
the jet.
finally being rewarded at the beginning of these rounds by EG. It's Crew who are feeling like they have to make the first move. Risks on the eco to potentially get over the hurdle. That second round, it's eluding them.
And the way that EG default.
Crew don't look like themselves today.
If Crew fight mid,
They look how they looked in that first map against Loud.
You kind of know which angles people are going to be posted up on B main and A main. You're luring them into the extremities of the map.
I mean, Shy is so deep that his trip has gone down in through B link. So it's a multitudes of map controllers going to be missing. In fact, Shy didn't even place it down. Stand corrected. Isn't it finally going to be shoring up the gaps in potentially?
That's a good point. EG don't look like themselves.
Gone down here. Gatecrash is going to be TP in the air all the way past him here, but Shy really could do some damage again. Not clearing. Called down a little bit too late there. Icy. He's removed one of the thorns in their side. Reverso getting a bit of a run and a jog on all the way up towards the top there, just peeking out. Icy. How long do you overstay this one? Because you don't want to be giving away too much more in terms of guns as a sidestep and a deep fight. Good decision making by EG. So Plat not quite for heaven control, spawn side maybe, but as long as they've doubled up here and Shy realizes he's got quite a bit of space to clone into the face and peeking right behind.
Holy shit, bro.
Nature.
Nature's getting a lot of important late round kills.
Some of these spots, they get tough for EG, and then they make the right decision. As you said, Icy and Nature pushing forwards into spawn. It's another great shot from Kesney. You know, he's finding his value in this map. A very different feel compared to Lotus. But Melzer and Adverso just couldn't hold on.
Dude.
I respect what they're going for as well with the bad weapons, just going for like a mad jump peek.
Yeah.
Trying to throw up the crosshair placement.
The Crew guys do look frustrated. You got time out here?
And taking control of that area of the map.
Second timeout.
Really early on.
They're getting
very
rinsed.
early. Who had an EG 2-0 out here?
Oh, wait a second. Why is...
Did we get a chance to look at the predictions graphic at the beginning of the day?
I don't know. I mean,
why is he doing this to him?
Now?
I know that Dryad didn't want it to be shown because she told Potter that she believed in EG, or was rooting at least for EG. But I think she went for Crew.
I mean, how could you not go for Crew the way that they've been playing recently?
I know. They look like the Crew looked like not a lock for top seed, but an extremely strong chance for top seed after they beat Sentinels. And yes, they had a little bit of slip up against 2G. Their form didn't look amazing in that game, but you're expecting them to rebound and have a great performance out here. It has been utterly different. Utterly. I think you've had underperformances from a couple of the Crew players. I've not been a big fan of what I've seen from Adverso or Melzer today. And I know
I'm stoked for our second matchup, by the way. This one's kind of delivering because EG is overperforming. I wish Crew would play to their level. We would have had a crazy best of 3 if Crew just showed up. Because EG came to play today.
That has taken all of the sting and the punch out of Crew. And now Ye picks up an attack side operator. You know it's going to be a slow round. You know he's going to want Crew to peek into him.
All right,
so I mean, sit back, relax, grab a snack for the first 40 seconds.
I didn't know that Trip had range like that.
Going anywhere.
So he has a TP to heaven, or spawn, I guess, spawn. This is a crazy setup, bro. The Yoru has contact over here, and then can TP to dugout.
Flying forwards.
That's a really cool TP setup. And then over here they have wall, flash high. They have thorns, grabwell, like ridiculously good setup.
You feel like you need info at some point.
Flash. Oh, just barely out of dodge there with a rendezvous. You're right, Crew feeling that squeeze, feeling like they need to make the plays.
Here.
Dart's going to be broken. On that clearance, did they realize that Icy slipped up all the way in through? It's being watched by Shy. Derek, drone forwards, but it doesn't stretch far enough.
I mean, Ye has just spent an entire minute clearing out.
They broke the setup though, guys.
Over towards A main.
Like,
and it looks like they're eventually going to be
everyone's in the deep lines now. EG's done all the hard work.
Actually been broken at pillar, but it's so deep.
These double thorns could be a bit of a
be
problem
by
now.
the time you even get to that.
Yeah, they're
all
both
over the line, the wall's going to be triggered. Thorns down now. A bit more delay. Crew able to just again provide bodies, a bit of support now. Bring the town bow, get the iron golems involved at this point, but Icy is all the way in. And that's going to be it down towards the back here, but Crew is still going to be shredding them. Bullets and rifles in hand here, sidestepping. Melzer is playing with him, toying with the fight here, and Derek just can't quite land that shot indeed. He's very much isolated, doesn't really have any support from the rest of his team, but he's able to find a bit of a backup. To get back to R, to play it forwards here. There's a player advantage for Crew. Get themselves Deep onto the site. Verso sticking.
No one's even guarding him?
He's going to pain with his life. It's ult. Expended Armageddon. Off to the side here, but the timing taken. That's a lot of damage done indeed, but a shorty. Too far in terms of the range as well. Swing from the side as well. Damage done. Might make a difference. Superman. Superman! Time!
Oh, he's got it.
It's there.
Oh, that is close,
Yeah,
though.
Crew
There was 4 seconds left, maybe
They have,
even
like, 2
less
seconds,
on
right?
Derek's salvos.
Yeah.
If he'd been able to escape at Art, that round is locked up. But Crew increased the pressure, ran him down, and made sure that he was in a spot where he wasn't able to use that post-plant utility safely. Even a round like this, though, gets so winnable. Icy and Ye whiffing a little bit. But you can see that EG have a great understanding of how they want to play post-plant positions. It was only a couple of seconds made the difference. But EG have finally been knocked down onto, I mean, probably their first eco round of the series at this point.
Crazy, that is wild.
Tactical timeout. Potter slamming the desk. It is unacceptable that we are only winning 13-4 and 7-2. She'll just have some slight adjustments, I would imagine, to what's been going on here.
Yeah, possibly if you're playing slow, attack side op as well. Might need to get a bit more of a move on, I think, in terms of deciding.
Crew
I
do
think
not look cohesive today.
Though, right? Because the slow tempo has been
Some of those other days, they were like
it's been baiting Crew
perfectly synergized. Like you would never see people peeking a guy, sticking a spike,
I haven't seen
and no one's around to like peek off of contact
there
or
is a chamber trip providing value for
you know,
Crew,
like you're
and
peeking
we're not
into a
getting
high-low.
And that means that Crew are now being able to stack bodies on the sides that we're ending on. Even when we're going across that vice wall really late into the round, very late round
What is
indicators.
that?
So, a couple of options for that. You might want to try to explore deeper on the default to see if you can find the trip. You might want to try to speed up the executes a little more so that you're getting deep into Crew's face before those rotates can come through. Or you just might want to try to pick up an ult orb, have Icy run in somewhere with a dimensional drift and Bucky 3 people to death.
Yeah, that's always an option.
Yeah, the Isolate worked really well, the Thorns.
Up towards B.
Yeah, they've got a smoke here for Icy to pick up orb. Does he get
Work their way
punished?
up. They got a little bit of high-low going on as well.
Got it.
Through the smoke, stray shots of Kesnit.
The Bucky POV.
Oh, here it is. I thought that EG might choose to send it.
Your wall.
I think they still will.
Do they give him like an Astrowall corner
At
maybe?
some point here, I would imagine. Icy maybe looking like he wants to go through double doors to get as much information as possible.
Interesting that he put the clone down.
But I mean, you take a look at the positioning of
So
Superman
we're
and Derek
faking.
Here. Crew don't 100% know it, but this one is definitely ending B still. That recon dart is good from Adverso. It's going to keep 3 bodies on this
Clearing
side.
A, man.
Okay, the ult is going to be used to try and clear the way through.
Yeah, but the gate crash is coming back to B.
Yeah, faking that presence again, but yeah, you haven't really removed any of the thorns prior. There's only 38 seconds left. Cosmic Divided even being committed here. There's a flash into the face as well. No connection, and even a return. That's it. Swinging in through the back. This is all Crew now. In control. One's not broken in time here, but might not be too much of a problem to pull. It's being denied. EG, hold on, Nature.
3 on 2.
He's finding some ground here, but no coverage in for the back there. But okay, Nature's already found himself the 3-piece, but
got
left into that
an ace.
1v2. He'd have to ace to finish this one off. Kesnit round to the side.
Wait.
He's found that first kill. Okay, still Garden. It's available. 8 seconds left and remaining. Plant down, but you're sticking your body out just a little bit too wide there. Smells a no. He's going to know now. Up towards heaven. This is it. An ace potentially to seal this one up. And playing time, backs out wide. He just wants to fight. He wants to end this round here. And now.
Oh my god, bro. This guy's the GOAT right
Ridiculously good
now.
round from Nature. How is he finding
What a
these
round by
moments?
Nature.
I mean, he was the one that saved them in a very similar situation on B a few rounds prior. 4 rounds earlier.
Kesnit kind of tossed with that peak right
Pulls out a
there.
kill with 8 seconds left on the clock. Somehow gets it from the depths.
He's got a minus.
Wow.
Covers it. He does today. But also, everybody does today on EG. It's not just one person. You think about this team this year, last year. Ever since they went on that ridiculous run towards champions, this
That's his
new
second
version of
ace
the
in
team
official.
has not been
Holy
able
fuck,
to
what a
get
big
all
time
the
to get
pistons
it.
firing at the same time.
I feel like that one actually is going
They
to keep
have.
Crew down. Like, that was a really big time to have a big round. Kind of shuts down the potential Crew comeback.
Kesnit. Again, Gambit and a gamble here from KRU. They're all onto the weaker weaponry. The exception of Mazzino. Facing this with a lot of the players now. EG are not going to be rushing into anything. We know this at this point. 2 more rounds left into the half. Game plan doesn't really need to be adjusted.
It's pretty similar to the pistol round where KRU have got a trap play set up over here, and it does feel like EG are hyper aware.
Oh, timing.
Again.
I'm going for something here. Yeah, they're being met with a multitude of players. This
Getting even numbers isn't
Acceleration
terrible
has got
right
to be the
there.
name of the game here for Ye. Got to take the space.
Forward. He's out, so he's missed it in terms of that timing and the steel guard.
No way they expect this.
Regardless,
No
Mazzino
way. Yeah. Now Derek has
doing
timing.
a lot in this spot.
Oh, wait, Kaz hold.
Squaring up to take that fight. Superman and Derek, they've won their ones, and all the way wrapping around, this is Shy.
They both won the ones?
Plan's going to be down. One thing that Shy has got going for him is that EG don't know where he is, lurking round to these corners, tour de force.
But we can see from the minimap, he's not going to get a free kill here. And he's up against a pool
EG just keep winning these crazy late round fights.
It's a nightmare. It's the worst 2 players to try to clutch against.
Genuinely is. Shy.
That's a good spot.
Uncomfortable. Has to tap. Needs to get at least 1 layer of this down and out. Doesn't clear it all the way.
Dude.
A few bullets
Well
sprayed and
played.
fired away. Here's the salvo, second wave of things. Shy's trying to play this one as best as he possibly can, and he's already removed and eliminated at least one of the elements. That's a stun, and time ticking away from him. The stall is just too much. Circle already shrinking. This is a round 1 out by Superman.
Oh, and he's going to get taken out as well. Can't even save the Vandal. Betrayed by his own Chamber Slow on the floor. Are we really going to see 10-2 halves?
It's
dominantly from
what are
EG
we
on the attack
witnessing?
side?
It's crazy.
It really is.
Genuinely. And I was saying, listen, last 2 days, Josh, we've been going into these casts and been saying, okay, all of these Americas games, they feel like they're one-sided on paper. There's going to be one of them where the upset occurs. There's always one.
There's always
maybe
one.
2. And I didn't say it at the start of this game. Maybe I should have.
Because I think on paper this looked like the most one-sided game of the week.
Yeah.
And actually, in reality, it was the most one-sided game of the week. At least if EG are able to close out here.
Dimensional drift forwards. This is Kesnet. Spots it.
Imagine he
player
just
at least.
stayed there and Kaz didn't.
Again, this is an early dimensional drift if you're looking for information with how slow the EG are playing, but
so early.
It's slapdash from KRU. They pushed up Shy.
Kaznet has not gotten very good ult value.
Extremely aggressive position.
I feel like
Hoping to catch Superman as he
that
goes
is
for
a
that
lot of what
restoration.
we've
They
seen
go to
so
the people
far.
on the extremities are just
He just kind of like scout shit out.
That's kind of the way that Derek
And
Gabe are
EG
playing
just
this, you know?
pauses.
No salvos being
They
used
just
here,
wait.
No drone being used here. Just
EG has handled all these Yoru ults
peeking around
so
the
well.
angles, slicing
All
the pie
series.
up, trying to get to the point where you're meeting the vice wall. This time, did they bait it just then in art?
Yeah, they did. Jump spot.
Yeah, so now Mazzino without that wall to be able to rely on.
More moves being made.
Well,
by
yeah,
EG
ICs
to
have been pretty
clear
bad
up the
this map
remnants of this
too.
util.
But
this
the
round,
difference is,
Shy's
I guess,
positioning is going to be everything. This is such
last
a
map,
weird
obviously,
spot.
You don't
and then this
You're
map,
not
there's
droning
2
this out.
duelists on their team.
25
So
seconds left. You're going to be heading over
Kesnet's
towards
single
Reese. The
duelist
spike is
double
not gonna be
sentry
dropped down
comp
on
needs to be
himself.
putting up rounds.
Oh,
Oh my
it's
god.
What level of awareness is that
What?
from Superman?
How is he aware of that? What?
Sniffed out Shy spot as well, and that really could have just been it. Spike dropped down into the middle of nowhere if he managed to claim that 2-piece. KRU still really trying to pile onto the bodies because there's only 13 seconds remaining for this one, and a Hunter's Fury could be exactly what they ordered, what they need to try and deny this one as that attack Derek is forced wide and out to the side. At 6 seconds left, there needs to be that reclamation. Here it is. Push it off to the side.
Pro shot at his
in
team.
order. And the VIP protected. That's a spike planted, and EG not in the mood to be dropping rounds even when the time and situation gets dire.
EG back-to-back 10-2 starts.
Playing the clock
Just like we
masterfully.
expected.
With the pace that they've been playing at, torturously slow.
What?
KRU felt like they're on the stretching rack all day.
Insane they win
Both
every
down the
gunfight.
socket,
It
but when the
honestly
time
feels
gets low
like it.
this, so many teams trip over themselves.
KRU in the fights is normally fucking insane too. And we were literally saying EG were getting aim diff last week against Sen. They were getting literally skill diffed. How the hell is this happening?
Momentarily, stick around.
What the fuck, dude?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Where did it come from just now? Let's see. Wow, that's just like That just spread across everyone. It didn't come from anyone specifically. I mean, Nature had an ace, ended with 13. Ye's the lowest at 9. Everyone's positive. Fuck, dude. Crew are just getting diffed. Holy fuck. The Ye 4-0 First Bloods is massive, though, yeah. Holy fuck, dude. Before this series, if someone told you, yeah, Ye's going to play Clove on Lotus, he's going to go 7 and 10. Yeah, 64 damage around. Yeah, 2 and 2 First Bloods. You'd be like, oh, yeah, this is going exactly like what I thought. Crew's going to own them, right? No, EG's going to win 13-4, actually. Incorrect. It's like, what?
10-2. Again, we've seen this one before.
The players from EG are frying today.
EG leading heavily. It's an absurd circumstance that we've found ourselves in, really, just watching this game take place.
Yeah.
We keep saying it, Josh, but really, you've got to iterate it. Got to hammer it home.
No, they couldn't have found a better time to come online. EG's win earlier on in Stage 1 against 2G was, you know, a solid victory, a good win to put in the column, but it didn't turn any heads. No. And I think EG's play all year hasn't really turned any heads. They've been living off kind of the legacy of what they've done in 2023.
Adverso looks over at Kesnet.
Massive.
It's 3:30 right now. What time does the dispensary close on Sunday? 5? Oh, we're good. We're good. We're good.
That's a clean sweep.
Assuming that they close out here.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But there is a dispensary right down the street. This is LA. There is. There is one right down the street.
We'll play grouped up here. Now Derek is alone off to the site. We'll see what kind of support is going to be available for him with the throwing out a spot onto 2 of the players.
1 week off? Yeah, that's true. 1 week off.
Guess they're going to be avoiding that. Very cautious here by Crew.
EG is dispensing this fucking...
Still expended and a reclear. Chord 4.
Loss.
They want to get active. That's a flash that does connect. Gonna land this kill. You gotta lay claim to it. Adverso finally dropped into the moment, but here is the follow-up Crew. A quick to respond in kind. Yay! From the side, Melzer. He's right there. Ghost into his face. 45 health left for Shy, and they're making rapid moves once more. Crew trying to dominate, take control towards the back of the site here, and they've just missed Nature.
Yeah. What a
Nature is literally...
as well, so he's going to be safe for the time.
Oh my god.
Just unfortunate. Can't call it much else.
The timing is crazy for EG.
Yeah. They realize.
Got a weird timing.
There.
Still, slip the net towards it. It's planning for backside, so that's going to steadily, slowly realize it. That is a hell of a peak and a hell of a pick to find into the 1v1 here. Superman has got to do it all against Mazzino, and Mazzino hopes and dreams laying down onto this one as damage done.
Man,
surely the advantage lays in Mazzino's hands. He eventually gets it done.
He was playing so cringe.
Classic right click, the superior tool for the job in that situation. But it's not a clean pistol round like we saw from Lotus.
Opposite a clean, man.
Very similar story though, isn't it? Entirely similar. A 10-2 half, Crew come out with the pistol round. I reminded you of what happened in our previous episode. That was EG coming out and then doing so much chip damage over the course of this eco that they ended up coming away with a victory and going up 11-3. So keep your eyes peeled. If the script writer's got a different idea. Yay with a Marshall.
Okay.
Could be a bit of danger. Recall smoke into the recon dart.
Crew making a bit of noise here with the dart as well to clear up close. They're trying to...
Chat, can we get a picture of Ye and Narrate together?
Fact, Derek's making moves all the way back over on top of it.
And every time they say Ye with the Marshall...
He slipped into this one.
Never mind.
Into the smoke. He can't move a muscle, though. If he does, he's going to give away the job here. And he's just pushing all the way forward. That's a risky play to make. Damage done to Kesnet, but he's still alive. And that's the important factor.
Mazzino's taking a bunch of space on the other side of the map. He's the player that only had a ghost, so he's allowed to go and walk around. It's not too much of a problem if he ends up getting taken out, but he's doing a great job of exploring and vacuuming up all of this space. He's going to hear a couple of rotations in spawn as well.
Carrying away. Spotted the one. Knows that yeah, he's going to be dead.
I was hoping he would let that guy go.
Superman from behind, okay.
3 on 4, wait, that's our chance.
Area, but they know it's going to be landing over towards A. KRU. Got the guns.
Oh my god, that's a lot.
Yay. Smokes in your face, going for a quick little peek here with the damage done.
30 seconds.
Does he dare? He blindly fires.
Oh my god.
Finally take the shot here. Classic! It's doing work somehow. Still Adverso will go down. Kesnet will go down. But there's a cleanup. Melter just
He was using the broken feature, the one where you can
Melter
click and spam it and no
with
scope.
over 100 health. Yeah, with a Marshall could have gone
I was feeling it.
dumb crazy in that spot.
Dumb crazy.
10-4 though. This time, KRU actually managed to convert the pistol. And so they've got more of a chance of building up some level of momentum on their attack side. You can see the pace completely changes once KRU are on attack. Way faster, way more mid-round pivots from one side to the other, ping-ponging around the place.
All right. Jet Teo A, hiding the Yoru sign.
For the bonus. 2 Guardians, 2 Vandals, plenty of opportunity.
Ton of danger.
Oh, I think that... Did he dink him or
could
just
make a bit of a statement here? They'd love to be honest, to get their minds back into the series.
Nothing there.
All the way forwards though. My wall's going to be broken.
Okay, Nature has a thorn in pocket. So you can throw that shit down right now. Probably will.
Oh
my god.
Repeat this one forwards.
Oh, good TP.
Safety. Gets this one. Gets out. Dimensional drift as well, but Nature's in through the back as well. And they're looking for a refight play. It's a flash through and around to clone into your face as well.
Nice re-clear.
This time there, but still, EG has control of it. And Thorns are going to be broken. Spike is planted in the midst of all of this one here. And KRU can vacate. Back to long, back to the safety where they can try and play for the long-range battle with their guns and the util in hand. A bit of spam goes a long way.
The VCT America special. No pings though this time.
He was up and over towards the top here, just trying to body block and dodge this one, but the spam as well. Yeah, he's going to be dropped there in through the smoke. That's Derek. Good adjustment. Quick up with it. Still smokes to try and drop this one, and players still finding their marks, and the target's down. Superman! Superman!
He's got it!
Superman! Sticks it all the way!
Wow. They actually got it.
Nothing that KRU could do. No Teho in that composition, no salvos. And even with the Cosmic Divide to set up
I can't
really
believe
nice
EG just got that.
A corner that can be accessed from so far away. All the bullets just whiz past.
Yeah. It's the danger trying to play those angles.
And the post plant just looked so much better from EG with their version of the composition. It was always a nightmare to get past Derek and Superman. They could delay for so
Kesnet
long.
ults B here.
Kesnet's forward now. Got the ult in hand as well, looking to see if he can
Early
clear out
thorns.
most of this space.
I mean, they are just sending it big. The last 3 rounds in a row have been
Yeah, KRU look tilted,
running
man. They're just
fast into
sending
the
it.
B side.
Over and over again, and Kesnet is getting brave at these peaks, maybe feeling like he has to do a little bit more. I'm going to give him much in the form of confidence, but the Steel Guardian at least is going to be delaying, and KRU actually going for a little fight in the
That's all good. We got NRG in the next game. We don't need the warm-up, right?
Still, they get their clearance.
KRU, end this shit quick. We don't need the
From that
warm-up.
spot here, just making sure that they dominate, but the guns are back into the hands of these players, and Yay looking to do work with it all the way forwards and out, up and over with a dash and around, but Superman, here he is!
Wow.
Just absolutely dominating.
What a series from this guy. Superman's so underrated, man. I think I said that last time I was watching it. Holy fuck.
Just doesn't intend to miss today, apparently. Glasses off, get the cape out, go flying.
Damn.
He's on fire. 20 kills again in this map after playing 16 rounds.
Nice peaks.
Where is the second kill in that? Gets a wallbang kill, allegedly, onto Shy.
Oh my god, he just cooked them.
Yeah, I mean, they're just not in a habit of losing right now.
No, but he's also caught a perfect timing. In the midst of all of the Chaos crew turning around to deal with Yay, and Superman...
Chad might be feeling pretty evil right now.
Platter. This could be a 13-4, 13-4, one of the most dominant series that I can remember in Americas recently. And an enormous upset.
Insanity
for
EG. And now they want to take the fight straight to
Oh, how the fuck did if Kesnet doesn't hit that, those guys are fucked.
The lurks occurring from Mazzino. He's going to be hearing it. The footsteps tip-tapping through Spawn. He's going to be calling us out to their team.
Change up from KRU as well. They went for an A-leaning default. Pick up, yeah, you're going for that exploration through water. I mean, Nature cannot go for that.
No. They give it away, won't they?
He's stuck. I think the 13-4 might just be over here. EG look to try to change something up there with a bit of an aggressive fight.
Derek, hold up, that's a two-piece instant there.
Wait a
Nature,
second.
wrapping from behind.
Nature
Oh, it's a
wins
1v2.
these today.
There's no shot.
There's no chance. EG, Nature, he's been on fire all day.
Nature's been on fire all day is not what you say in LA, though.
Timing's off the dart. Needs to
But it is a
actually
banger.
The double face is there, so KRU not willing to lose that easy.
And they get their 5th round, which is not something that we've been able to say so far today whatsoever. They knock EG down onto an eco as well, but there are still 7 more chances for EG to close this out in a clean 2-0.
Yeah.
And the players are still firing. They are still shooting. It's not like the form of EG has tailed off throughout this series. If anything, the confidence has just grown.
I don't know what this means for KRU. I was so high on them.
Wild that they also haven't really needed Ye to come online. He's got a Blade Storm in this
This is a
round.
worrisome day to be a KRU
Fun little
fan.
way to close the series out.
I mean, I'm seeing Icy with an ult, Derek with an ult. EG start getting some picks. Why not? Let loose.
And if Mazzino goes to try to break this Vice setup,
narrow miss.
Gives Ye an opportunity, but Ye not quite sharp with it.
Derek potentially feeling that heat now, has to drop down with a stun. Causing the KRU players to scatter. They're not really in the habit of wanting to lean in, go into these hits where potentially the eco stack could be.
But KRU have been ending in roughly the same spots that they've been making noise. So EG,
Oh, timing.
hope that it ends A.
Catching that one. Do they clear Nature off into the corner here with the salvos? That's meant to try and supplement, potentially push a player into Nature, but he's not going to be denied into this corner here. The question is, does he get cleared in time? Surely he does. It's a common enough position, and yeah, Lotus right onto it. Shy onto the corner, and
When do I believe,
Missed
like,
the timing onto Mazzino here.
yeah, might not make a huge difference though.
12-9?
With Kesnet.
12-9 on my
This
believe.
KRU steadily making progress over towards the A site. This angle is a bit devious though, onto Icy's. Off to the side already. Overstays his welcome though, just gets the one. Derek in through the back on top of it. I'm going to see it. Fights to be taken. Rifles into their hands, finally. Cleaning up the last straggler that is EG.
Will Ye have an op here? I don't know if he can avoid it, actually.
Last time we saw them with a rifle round, they decided to take the fight to KRU. Just looking for a mix-up. Not something, though, that's been working for EG today.
Yep.
Instead, it's been reacting to the noise around the map and just trying to flood in.
Shot has never led me astray.
Too many defensive rounds on Lotus, and they don't need many defense rounds here either.
Caught. Should only watch for 10 minutes.
Ye picks up an operator. Might take contact against Kesnet here.
Potentially on the pixel angle. What a shot!
Oh, that's outrageous.
Oh my! Okay, Kesnet. And here's an ult earned up. The back of that one and the orb on top of it as an Armageddon to try and slow down his approach once more. Derek, you can see it, blue outline tickling around to the side here, and he's hoping that there's some help here, but how does Shy go down to it? It's salvos. Just being set up. Let's see replay that one at some point potentially here, but a TPD.
He couldn't come out?
Back, just try and get the hell out of there with a Hunter's Fury. Icy.
Oh, this
He's
is
dropping
bad.
the Mazzino all the way
3v3.
through here, just raw spam and firepower. It's brute force is what it feels like.
I don't know why Adverso didn't ult,
but
he wanted to come out of your ult.
These bait and switch setups, 2 players spotted. If KRU don't slow this one down.
But if they do slow it down, they're going to run into a salvo in
And
10
here
seconds.
it is, Superman, swinging from the side, fights to be taken.
Ah, no.
Barely
They were like hesitant with the double peek.
What a round from Kesnet. The pre-fire to open onto Ye, shuts down the operator. And then, as they continue to try to brute force their way through the choke point, he gets 2 to close things out. Not a round where Shy should have been dying into the Teho utility, I don't think. It was still a large spot of safety that the rest of his team was playing inside of. But all right, things get scrappy, things get chaotic. KRU stay alive. 5 chances now. And EG on a bad buy again.
Scanning ahead.
So it feels like they have a lot of opportunities to close this game out, but the actual amount of rifle rounds they're going to have, if they keep losing, what, 3
This
more?
would be the most
Maybe
EG thing
less.
ever.
Okay, I mean, I for the same playbook once more.
This time it works though. And he didn't even have to invest the ultimate.
Oh my
so Icy
God.
now has a dimensional drift where he could try to do the same
Sure
thing.
who did.
That's so cheeky.
He's been going for that kind of play pretty frequently.
Yeah.
Didn't find too much value out of it, but what a round to pull it
That's
out.
fucking diabolical.
Icy scene. considering the ult here, but
Honestly,
some presence.
if he goes for the ult, now could be the perfect timing because he just sent the gate crash over towards A as well. Mazzino, he's walking in.
Oh, he's
surely
already
getting
through.
caught.
The shot's gone wide.
Oh my god. They're gonna lose
Finds
this
it.
round.
Pops ahead of Mazzino. Dimensional Drift of Icy as well, looking to clear through most of the site, just realizing actually, hold on, it was just Mazzino into the fight. That's a rifle picked up.
It's a 5v3 to close things out and deliver EG a 2-0 to get into
30
playoffs.
seconds left.
A gift.
Circumstances we weren't expecting at the beginning
They
of
heard
the day.
that. All right. They ping this because they
Here
know
we
it's
have it.
open. They gave it
Making
this a
moves
ping.
now. Crew, Cosmic Divide to give them just a bit of safety, but the Salvo's going to be pushing the back anyway here. Verso needs to find a bit of a spot to try and plant into and stick this one all the way through. There's that extension forwards. Time has been bought, but in a 3v5 steel
wow,
guarded.
that's a really good
Overlapped. The
Visol.
win cons are just dwindling right now for Crew. Small pocket to play in potentially here. Facing the challenge. Derek
Double
gets
Bucky.
the bloody Bucky, and they are swarming EG. It's a 13-7 finish. A flourish towards the end here.
What the hell was this series? Bro, what happened?
They came in today with one goal, to make it into the Stage 1 playoffs. And my God, they were explosive. The openings on both maps were utterly bonkers from EG. Yeah. It's not hurt Crew's chances of making playoffs too badly.
What? I'm like stun locked at the result.
Listen, maybe when we look back at this, if Crew miss out on Toronto, then we could talk about the impact for them.
That was not the Crew I know and love today, but EG looked a lot better. A lot
thinking,
better.
What the hell happened?
Yeah.
They were
Was
owning
it
in the
EG playing well? Was it
gunfights.
Crew playing badly?
They looked more
Can EG keep it
cohesive.
up? Are they going to be able to?
There was
take
no real
this and go on
clown
some kind of
moments. Their
run?
post plants were
'Cause when you
clean.
look at some of the players
It was
on
a
the
really
roster,
good
the
day for
coaching staff,
EG,
for example,
but man,
you're
Crew
thinking
played a
about
horrible
2023
game
in the
here.
middle.
Probably their
Right
worst
there.
series of the
It's
year.
always there, isn't it?
It's always an echo in the back of the mind that Potter might be able to take.
So it's
a bunch
hard
of
to say,
individuals and
like,
craft them into an excellent team, but my God, the form today and the ideas and the plan
hard
to
to
counter Crew.
say what to
it
even
all
think about
came
Crew.
together.
Beautiful work. Peak performance from multiple players, but nothing else but a swift dismissal, really, of Crew. And again, we just weren't expecting it.
No.
But you're seeing that plays being made across the board. I mean, I have to give Nature credit on top of it as well. I mean, all throughout both of those maps, he couldn't lose. Same could be said for Superman.
Yeah, and I think the calling, too, is, I think it deserves so much credit.
Yeah.
Because to be able to navigate a lot of these low-time situations.
So the EU guys can
able to
watch.
have the awareness that no
They got
matter
the second
where
series
Crew tried to
starting
run
on
a trap play,
time
or run
early
any kind of
for the
aggressive
EU
play,
crowd.
EG
That's crazy.
were ready for it. The prep, the ideas, but also the awareness and the discipline in the moment.
Good week of practice, I'm
Always
sure,
have
for
the counter
Potter.
for it.
Yeah.
Great week of practice, probably
It's a
from
casual
Potter.
reminder as well that you can never really count out
Superman
any team in
destroyed
VCT.
today. Over the series
All
is
came together today
insane.
for EG.
Are they
It
gonna be
didn't
able to keep
stop
it up
on
in the next
Lotus.
game against Loud? I mean, that's a low-key hidden banger now.
That's a
You've got
ridiculous
EG
series.
playing against Loud.
Viper
Loud
Astra.
is 0-4, and I'm excited for that game. I really feel like it could be some quality Valorant.
All of EG played well, though. You can see it in the
Caliber that Loud have been playing
stats.
at these days with EG
Nature had
as
good
well.
calls
Obviously, I
and
think
so
pressure
much
kind of
impact in the
some of
late
the,
round.
some of
The
players
ace
in
obviously sticks
Yeah,
out,
maybe
but
the outcome and
there's so many of those
expected
rounds where
It
he's
doesn't
dancing
affect
around
the
B
playoff
site. Even on
outcomes
Lotus.
whatsoever,
But still, should be a good
He's
game.
just
Should be a
always
great
there
game,
in the late
and
round.
We weren't really expecting that before. Still, let's send it down
Derek
to the
hit some
stage. Riverside
bangers
for
to
that
punish
Verizon.
the early
Verizon
pushes.
Post-match interview, excuse me, take it out of paycheck.
Thank you so much, Brent and Sideshow, for a great cast, but it is Evil Geniuses moving into playoffs with that win over Crew, and I have Supermen to talk to flying high throughout the entire day. I got to first ask you about playoffs then. How are you feeling now? You've locked it in. What was the work to get here?
Look what
Honestly,
we have here.
You know, today was not a do or die match for us, but I'm really happy with what we showed today. Going into playoffs, you know, was going to be a better team from what you've seen today, so I'm excited for that.
That was actually my next question. Is this the team you want to see in playoffs, or is there still improvement to get?
Oh, we still have a lot of improvements throughout the season, so I mean, this is just a little, you know, like the 50% potential of this roster.
All right. So I'd say you shocked a few people, obviously, us included, with the win today, but it was
Hold up.
electric with the
I got a
way
little
that you
shopping
did it.
to
Did
do.
you expect Crew to kind of fall that easily?
Honestly, no. They are a super strong team. You know, they are the top dogs of our group, right? So coming in here, we definitely did not underestimate them. We just followed through with our game plan, and came out with a dub.
All right, and I want to ask about some map picks here on this.
Nice, yeah?
Haven all 3 weeks, but now
That's
you
nice.
kind of trend away from Haven. Do you feel like Sen maybe countered the last map, the way they wasn't working, or is it just the idea to go for different maps this week?
Yeah, I think that's about right, no?
You know, spanked us a little in our last match against
I think
them.
that's about right.
You know, we learned from that, right?
So I can
Losing is learning, so
put that
you know,
shit on my
expect us to be
refrigerator,
better
put it on
in
my
playoffs.
desk.
Awesome. And final question for you. You are going crazy today. How are you feeling about your play?
New background
performance
is
here?
up.
Are you feeling like you're one of your best? And what are we going to see more?
Honestly, I've been having slow starts, you know, with the first 3 matches of this season. I'm really happy that I'm able to pick it up for my team, especially. I know what I'm capable of. I just need to show it.
Awesome. Superman, thank you so much for the interview.
Accountability, we love to hear it.
Congratulations on playoffs.
Damn, Superman's been lifting or what?
And we got a lot more to go today. More games to come. It is going to be MIBR versus NRG coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
I think it was a great game by everyone in EG. Actually, it was a glorious day to probably be an EG fan. Like I said, best game for sure they played all year. These are the new standings. Get used to it. Some would say that standings in a group like this, they can't be wrong because every team plays every team. So how could the standings lie to you? When you see a team on the top of the standings, they are indeed the best team. And there's no way to talk me out of it. Stats don't lie. They're facts. They're numbers. Numbers don't lie. They don't have opinions. They're just numbers. Are these numbers in the room with you right now? I didn't think so. These are numbers here. Look at their round diff. I'm looking at it. You know what? It doesn't matter. You know what else I'm looking at? The 3-1. Because the maps matter more than the rounds. And I know that as a Valorant VCT fan, I know the rules of what makes the best team. And it's maps. It's not rounds. It has nothing to do with rounds, actually. Rounds actually don't matter to me right now. These are facts and numbers. And I will take your opinion. Thank you so much. Now, I have children to take care of, so
O próximo jogo contra a NRG acho que vai ser um jogo bom, então acho que vai ser mais jogar em time, ter uma boa trade, ter calls boas e que não vai ser difícil.
14-13, corta eles! cortesia!
Pretty big match for us. I think we're now 1-2. We'll have to beat MIBR and Lev. We're definitely gonna come in with all the fire that we can.
Tom 10 HP in a dream!
Eu acho que, sendo sincero, o único ponto forte deles é quando realmente o Mada tá jogando bem, ele tendo um suporte bom ali e ele tá com a Birindia, acho que vai ser um único problema.
Just in time, he's able to get that one down. And NRG just trying to flood their way straight back into this one. Mada!
I don't think Verno's playing up to his potential, only because I've played with him and I know how good he really is.
Oh, the question is, does Mitch clear it? The answer is no.
It'll probably be against us, where he steps it up, so it'll be a fun game to play against him.
Welcome back, one and all, to VCT Americas and our final match of Week 4. And this one has it all, folks. It's got history, stakes, drama, revenge, Canadians, reclining. It's NRG versus MIBR. Oh boy, it's gonna be a good one. I'm Golden Boy, you got Dryad and Vansili here as we break it all down. And you heard Riv in our Verizon post-match interview just a little while ago mention Evil Geniuses locking in their spot for playoffs. Let's take a look at the standings right now because Dryad...
Oh, we get to see them after all.
Yeah, that's right. You get to see the standings there. Dryad, you famously told Potter that you did not pick Evil Geniuses, and now you have to reckon with your mistakes. How does that make you feel?
I told her I believed in them today because
yeah, but then we saw the predictions. You didn't.
Yes, but predictions was beginning of the week. Okay, it was beginning of the week.
True. It's
I didn't have the chance to change it. I told Potter, and that's what really matters. I just posted some things.
You know what? Same thing for me.
and you know what? Same thing for me.
It's only today that matters. I believed in EG.
All right, well, look, guys, if there's one thing, though, that we have to do is we have to thank the script writers because they gave us everything you could possibly ask for here, people. We got a storyline on top of a storyline. It's the Verno revenge match. Dun, dun, dun. But more importantly, so much has happened, Dryad, since Verno's exit from NRG. He's now here on MIBR. He's been thriving. He's been shining. We've been gifted a storyline.
It's so good. And of course, we had to have this as the last match of the week because Verno, this has been the whole topic of conversation since the beginning of stage 1. When NRG make those changes, they kick Verno out. And FNS on that podcast for NRG mentions, yeah, I'm not really a fan of making changes like this one, but this one wasn't necessary. One, communication was not working out. The team simply was not working out with Verno. And guess what? Verno goes to MIBR and he looks better than ever.
There should be no communication there either because Spanish and Portuguese don't really go well together and they're looking pretty good.
So my guy, he's a human Google Translate.
But that's what we're talking about. You're seeing that on the side of MIBR. There was another storyline on that side where like, oh, well, it's Icebox being able to play with Noswer, everything's going to go well. And then Noswer somehow left the roster and he needed to find somebody else to bring in Verno. Everybody's scratching their heads around that. But Fraud also mentioned, during kickoff, when he picked him up during split 1, he was like, dude, there is a problem with not picking up Verno, and there's a problem to keep him on the bench. I need him in my team. Puts him in there, and MIBR continues to look very good as they're second in their group and had a great fight to almost make it into the first place against G2.
Yeah, which is what a story that this kid has had this season alone. But let's actually check in on how Verno is feeling today as we get ready for the matchup. We got Riv standing by.
Verno, great to have you for a moment before the game today. How are you feeling? What do you think is giving MIBR the upper hand as you go against NRG today?
I think we just have better players, and we have a good plan, good chemistry.
Do you think there's any extra read from coming from NRG? You know what they're going to do, or is it just MIBR's game plan?
Honestly, I'm not really thinking of them, what they're going to do too much. I just care about what we do, because if we play our game, we play well, we'll win, no matter what. So, I mean, in vetoes, I knew what they were going to do in vetoes, but I don't really know what they're going to do in the game because of that.
All right, thanks for the insight. Good luck in the game.
Damn.
Ooh, spicy, spicy.
Yeah, look at that Verno. I don't know, could you qualify it as talking some trash?
We have better players
what do you
and a better game plan.
And he's been saying it not only now, but he's been saying it in some
we
match
got better
point
players
interviews where he's constantly
and better
saying,
strats.
we have really good
but
players.
I'm not going to name any
my
names.
team's really good. We
Yeah.
have really good. So he's saying that constantly. Now he says it again. We have better players.
Better players, better game.
Makes sense. You got Icebox.
Yeah.
You got great rookie players. I mean, look at them. They got Cortez. They do. They're
Two
technically
players better
right
game
now
than
in
Baba
2025
John's
split
is
one.
bang.
They have better players.
Yeah, no, and this team is nasty. Now, of course, MIBR coming off of a hard-fought victory over C9, another team that has been seeing a massive upswing in this season. But it goes to show you, Vansili,
literally
just the endurance that
from
this MIBR
scapegoat
team has been able to build up in a short time.
we
with
could
all
go
these
so many
moving pieces
directions.
coming into
From
it.
scapegoat
It's so
to
Exactly.
you
You
could
went
be
from a
like
learning
with the
experience
goat
and dropping in
Icebox.
kickoff and then
You
coming
could
back and
call
seeing a
Verno the
resurgence of
goat
MIBR, that
in
the
some kind of
rookies are
way.
actually just
You
as,
could drop a
for
crazy
example, Tex
bar
mentioned
mid
before,
cast with
playing as
this.
if they're veterans. So overall, in such a
You could drop
short
a
span to be able to get
crazy
decent
bar with
results,
that.
it allows for you to have such good,
Like
good
scapegoat
matches
to
against some very tough
something.
opponents.
It was a really good
And
matchup for sure against
there's
Cloud9,
8
one of the
ways you
best
could
ones
go
that
with
we
it.
had. But something that we
Oh,
need to mention
man.
is that MIBR, to be fair, they were struggling to close that second and third match. They had a 9-3
Scapegoat to
lead,
side goat.
and they were scrapping,
Side
doing
goat.
Get the curse.
bringing anything that they could to close it out. One goes all the way to OT, the other one is closed 13-11,
Verno's
and
like
that
the-
way they
I
they
actually
close out the
agree.
series.
I
But
actually
that's
agree.
something that
I
they're going to
actually
need to
think
work on today.
Verno,
Yeah, for sure. But
I would
here's
put
some
him
good
behind
news
like
for MIBR
Icebox,
fans out there.
Cortezia,
Look,
and Shen.
winning the game,
Maybe
winning the
not.
match. Oh, that's
Dude,
great. We love
Arzine
winning
has
the
had
match.
some
But all they
insane
gotta do
games.
is win a map. They just win one map, and they're
Honestly,
qualified for
like-
the playoffs, Vansili,
Yeah.
which is probably like the most low
MIBR is
pressure. I mean, it's high
loaded with
pressure, obviously, 'cause you
playmakers.
gotta perform.
Yeah.
But you just gotta win a map.
I mean, if you're thinking out of recency bias to try to win one map of NRG, technically it should be quite easy, right? Because of NRG's matchup against G2 last week didn't look too good.
You got the playbook.
Exactly. You got the playbook, you saw it all, and even when Verno was talking to Rivington in that interview, it was like, hey, I knew where the vetoes were going. So they already know potentially what NRG is going to try to approach the game with, what maps they want to play, and where they could beat them on, and what weaknesses they could find on those maps.
One thing though, you cannot underestimate NRG. We always
That's
remember
true.
them historically, for FNS specifically, having slow starts. And I know we always bring it up, but it's always true. And I feel like it would be so fitting for them to turn it around this map
100%.
and win this match as
Also,
well.
we've been seeing a lot of trap games.
Yeah,
There have been a lot of those happening. We literally just had one.
we just had one.
Exactly. Honestly, and what we mean by trap game, it's like, you see a team, you're like, oh yeah, they're obviously going to win because statistically they're doing better, but then out of nowhere, gotcha, you get trapped, and then you lose the game.
We've gone from kickoff until now week number 4, and then we're still saying, well, NRG could still have what it takes. It's on paper. They could still. I'm sounding like a broken record
Any
every
second
week.
one, any second
And
now.
then
Any second now.
and let's say they get the win versus MIBR today. Hey, told you. Told you.
You know what though? There are some changes, big changes coming in for MIBR, by the way, because we got some news on Cortezia that might shatter the ecosystem of facial hair aficionados. But of course, we have to know whether or not the stash and the turtleneck actually was the difference here, because my guy was channeling his inner Icebox to Triad and apparently popped off when he played last.
He did, and he played amazing. And Cortezia is the only player right now that is playing the Sentinel role, that is lurking and finding timings as much as he constantly, every single round. And it seems like at some point that is going to get countered by other teams, but he's been fine because, okay, there's a plan around how we're going to shut down Cortezia. And it seems like it doesn't matter. Okay, let's send 2 players
Wait a
in.
minute.
Both
Wait a
of
minute.
them get eliminated.
He has his mask on. He has a mask
The
on.
heck?
See?
Wait, why are we? Wait,
Okay, might be feeling a little sicky. Might be feeling a little sicky. That's fine. It's okay.
That's
But
That's why, right?
I heard that. Yeah, I heard there was no mustache underneath there.
Really?
And it is perplexing.
That
It's
changes everything.
Changes the
Let's
game.
change
So now wait, we have
predictions right
ball buff, turtleneck buff, and now mustache buff.
Well, actually, mustache nerf if you
Nerf.
remove it.
But buff
there
if
you go.
it stayed on.
Yeah. And if
I
you're
was still
bald-
kind of right.
Like Sideshow, damn, how does that explain Sideshow? Why is he so bad? In any case, though.
Okay, mask off.
NRG now, of course, has to be worried about Cortezia and this MIBR roster because they are at risk of missing playoffs as we've been breaking down the playoff picture.
Don't you guys
for
feel
all
like
these
Vans has been a little bit
teams.
lippy
Here
that
is how
segment?
it shakes out. And given what we saw from Leviathan in this
Oh,
weekend,
shut his mouth.
this is a tough one. So NRG, they got to really find themselves here today, Dry, and you don't have a lot of time to do it.
Well, I think this is the hardest match they have. I think for Lev, I actually see them pretty
They
close.
can do it, but Lev was looking pretty
Lev
solid.
has been stepping it up week after week. They look amazing on the match that we got to see from them. But again, I think NRG, if they're about to win a match when nobody expecting it, it has to be this MIBR. I do think it's winnable. It's not easy, but it's winnable.
And I like that we're seeing
That's
shots of Modern here
crazy,
too, because
bro.
when they got thrashed last week by G2, he
We
tweeted
go
out,
from
"You
literally
know what?
calling them the
It's just
best
an
team in
off
our
day for me.
region.
Everybody's still bad.
It's
Lol,
a question
we're gonna
if
be
the
able to
game's
win this."
winnable.
So
Is
love
it
that he
even
still
winnable?
exudes that confidence outside
What?
of the loss and is going to continue
What
to
an
bring that
epic
into this game.
fall
So
off
it doesn't
this has
matter again.
been.
I think he has the same
Holy
mentality
shit, dude.
as he did back with Shopify MXS back in Tier 2. It doesn't matter which duelist, which team he plays against. He knows he will perform. And hopefully that's going to be today where we might see a nice little battle between him and Icebox.
Yeah, and hey, man, I'm all about that there. But
Who,
it's not
FNS?
just us who has thoughts on NRG.
FNS
As a matter
versus
of
Icebox?
fact, we actually had an opportunity to catch up with Leaf to get his thoughts on this NRG lineup. You know Leaf from G2. My guy did not mince words. Check it out. Yeah.
That was like the freest game I've ever played. I don't know what they're doing, to be honest.
Jesus Christ.
That was it. Him saying it was the freest game. And look, NRG unfortunately got rolled by G2.
Yes.
What happened, Vasily? What went wrong in that game for them?
I mean, you're playing against G2. G2 always
It's
has a great,
just G2.
yeah,
Wait,
great plan
Tay,
going up against
what?
it. When you're looking at the duels, everything was going in favor of G2.
You
as
can't
well.
say
Again, I
that
feel
in
like
this
it's an
shot
off
and
day,
not
only on skills, but it's
fucking
also
drop
just on
the
strategy.
story.
It was a little bit of an off day as well for someone, Mata, who have been the pieces stepping it up for the setup energy, making it winnable.
What the
making it
hell? We
competitive.
need to know.
If they're having a good game today, I think there's a good chance. Again,
Were you
I'm
here during the
talking too much
Kendrick
about
Drake
NRG,
beef?
Don't look at the predictions, but I
And you didn't
I
snitch?
think they can make it happen.
Do we have time to fly to predictions?
I was on the ground floor of that beef going crazy.
That one up there, just put Dan on the spot again. Oh, man, look, I'm with you guys.
With that said, I got distracted. Eyes were off of the ball for 1 second.
Then I switch my flight and I'll be right back at it by the end of the night. That airplane in the night sky like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Wish right now. Can we pretend that airplanes in the night?
Let's go. That's how it's gonna go down today. It's gonna be a 40 kill banger map 1 for FNS. 40 frags, map 1, 13-11. That puts him on slightly below 2 kills per round.
Making their way out together. It's NRG and MIBR.
Big game coming up for sure, but especially for NRG. I mean, MIBR, it's pretty much looking at all the scenarios and possible scenarios. MIBR pretty much
A fucking 40 kill map would go crazy, bro.
Exactly.
A 40 kill map would be insane today. Could you guys imagine a 40 kill game right now? And then he just like, it would be the greatest timeline ever. He would talk so much shit if he got a 40 kill game
They've had
today.
some great moments, and again, we talked about
It would be the best timeline ever.
With very different roles, right?
I would.
Controller,
I pray for the
always one of
40 kill
best
game.
that we have, and then Mata constantly dropping 30, dropping more than 25 in so many maps, going and running it down with the neon, but sometimes it just doesn't seem to be enough. It's going to be different. I mean, they need to get this win.
This is critical for NRG. They know it. You see it on Sam's face there as things are getting ready, listening to one another and what the game plan is going to be here, right? You got so much experience on that NRG team to take you over the finish line.
Fraud's
but on the
locking
other side,
him in right
I
now.
always,
Holy shit.
always talk about Coach Fraud, a legendary esports player in his own right, but
Yeah,
more
hell yeah.
importantly, a championship winning coach who has the tools necessary. Previous seasons wasn't necessarily the case for MIBR. This is it, Vasily, and they look strong.
I agree. Fraud was basically a champion before a lot of people in the crowd weren't even born yet.
That's true.
So when it comes down to the experience throughout the years of understanding tactical FPS and understanding how they can work a map on default, exactly. Now you add the abilities on top of that. I mean, it's just so easy for Fraud to get cooking with this team.
And he's got the tools to do so. I mean, you literally have the greatest export out of Brazil, Icebox, on your lineup. Without a doubt, you couldn't ask for a better mix-up of players.
I don't
here.
know.
Dryad,
I don't.
Are you feeling like this could... Wait a minute, the match is gone!
Oh wait, he shaved. He shaved.
He's got a little turtleneck thing, McJacob, going on over there. Time to see if facial hair is the difference or not.
Because definitely it wouldn't be the turtleneck.
Because it wouldn't be the I mean, Icebox has proven the turtleneck is actually kind of goated, so...
I think it
we should
varies
all
from
have
player to
turtlenecks.
players, you know?
Okay.
Icebox is going to be a natural
Do you
one.
think you could pop off with a turtleneck on?
I definitely can't pop off with the mustache because it can't grow one.
I like Scapegoat to side goat. I like Scapegoat to side goat because he literally sits next to Icebox.
Icebox, and if necessary, Dryad
Goes crazy actually.
I'm really interested in this Haven map because we haven't seen it for NRG since kickoff when they played it against KRU and lost 13-10. And also when that was happening, Verno was still part of the team. Mata was dropping 30 kills as we just mentioned. So I'm wondering if there are any changes and if things remain about the same. How much info does Verno have on the other side?
Yeah,
lost that shit.
There is a lot of tape though for MIBR on this map for Haven because you mentioned it. It's games that went to distance, 13-11, 11-13, depending on who they play against.
Bro, a lot of tape for MIBR. There's a lot of tape in NRG's fucking game plan. It's just been ripped apart 8 times already.
Side of MIBR. And even when you mentioned
Shit is barely being held together.
Cloud9 last week, last week they almost had a chance for Cloud9 to close this out or even at least push it into overtime. And you needed players like Icebox to just step up and try to get a 2K to secure that win here for this side of MIBR.
It's completely different. They're playing a double duelist here.
Double duelist is interesting.
Mata is going on the Jet before we just talked about how Mata was playing the Neon instead. So something completely new where the initiator that you have that swap between Verno and Brock is going to be with the solo.
Standard compositions there for MIBR. Nothing too crazy, but very curious to see that Mata versus Aspas matchup and how that plays out in those opening duels, right, Vance?
Definitely going to be a good one. And Aspas playing over the Jet instead of a Whaley because he mentioned again with the Sentinels podcast.
I don't love
he
like
that agent yet, so he's going to stick to his tried and true.
Well, let's send.
I mean, you're literally playing against perhaps one of the. I mean, you could certainly say probably like the most impactful Jet opper in America's history.
Why is he winking?
VCT America's history.
No one's going to pie, eat pie.
If you're ever going to have an ISO, it's against this motherfucker.
Well, I mean,
I would want an ISO against Icebox for sure.
I mean, walk with me down this garden path, right? Verno is kicked from NRG for, checks notes, communication issues. Right. Goes and joins a full Brazilian lineup.
Last time they surprised me on Breeze.
Then comes alive, almost enhances this team from what we saw from them at the start of stage 1.
Let's see what they cook.
And by the way, they've had
I'm entertained
of his communication and the energy that he brings
I'm here
to
for
the
it.
team.
I'm here for
like
it.
he's Mahatma Gandhi out there.
Man. Madness. It's going to be a thrill to see him go up against a squad that he looked so promising with the offseason that NRG had with Verno.
Bro, watch Verno just get an ace this
now
pistol.
on an MIBR who looked like one of the best in
Aspas.
Still haven't qualified for playoffs yet, Wyatt, and that is why they're here.
Literally, have you ever seen Aspas entry like this?
Kid FNS is not ready for it. Sheer pace enough to rip the
That
skin.
is not what we want to see out of our goat. He saw Aspas must have seen the fucking edit. Aspas must have seen the edit.
When this retake attempt goes in, Ethan.
They're like, they won't let me entry him if we go C. I need to entry him through B.
But again, Trapwire and Ethan.
That was crazy.
No way around this. Listen, those old knees, Ethan, won't get you there. Has to clear it. Now Corsair knows there's a timer. Jeez, this is the last player I want to be running into with a pistol round.
Ooh, nice shot, Ethan.
Mata's in low as well. Mata's able to emerge here from Garage and finds his third of the round. Verno tucked. Old Nemesis is approaching him. He can sense it. Has to win the fight here against somebody.
Oh, imagine, dude. Imagine. Oh my God, it would have been a fucking dream.
And I'm going to tell you, we're going to need a lot more of that kind of stuff from Ethan as this series progresses, but specifically when he's playing the Yoru right now on Haven. Energy picking into this map, I thought they were going to surely just go back to Mata on the Neon. Last time they played Haven, when he was on that role, he dropped a cool 30 bomb against KRU.
Nice
but they opted into the double
duelists are on point. Let's go.
He's been on point so far, but previously, the other games on Yoru in this stage 1, he's ranking quite low in the hierarchy of Yorus. Low enough that in average damage per round, he's 11 out of 12. He needs to play like EG Ethan. The Ethan that we know is a serious contender on the world stage.
So we could have limboed under that Trapwire, you're saying?
Just barely.
Okay. MIBR not the most successful pistol, and yes, as FNS pointed out, the duelists of NRG are the ones that have the impact on the kill feed. It's Mata here for first contact in a decent spot for it.
Good side side.
A bit wayward, maladroit shots,
well
but solid
played,
back him up.
Mata.
High-low swing. It's more than MIBR were prepared to deal with. And FNS was tucked there anyway.
MIBR won that go for this quick pivot through Garage, but NRG are more than prepared if their intentions of going into this C site are acted upon. The defenders are already set up with the crossfires.
Honestly, with the util, it's a fault line that doesn't connect with Marta, though he's able to take the fight out in the open. Backs up here because Brock and Som at the second wave. Down to young Verno. Som cleans him up very nicely. Now the controllers are getting involved. NRG, it's a great start on a map we've not seen from them here in stage 1 at all.
Wait, a smile from
recover all the
NRG.
intended weapons. There was a lot of shuffling there from NRG for a second, and I thought they were accidentally just going to keep the stinger, but they got all of the best weapons out of what was a very clean round. They understood that MIBR were eventually going to execute into that C split. They shut it down. He's already had 3 players rotated back.
Surely not the bonus,
The
though.
starters you could really ask for the NRG team.
Surely
in
not.
Desperate need
A
of
bonus? 3-0? No.
trouncing that they were the victims of against G2 last week.
I feel like NRG has started slow quite often.
And I expected them to pick Lotus in this series, but maybe that's why. It was such an abysmal showing for them. Marta, though, always the crypt to succeed. That smoked him. Hobby lets him get up there for free.
Does he have intentions of sticking around? He does, because that dark cover was placed in addition to the cloudburst he's doubled up with. Som at the moment in sewer. What a start to the bonus round for NRG. They have a real chance to capture early momentum. C-Long controlled by Finesse as well. This has got MIBR in a tough position as we enter the mid-round.
Another great start for Som. Coming into this game, the highest ACS of any controller player
crazy.
in Americas. The shining light for this NRG star for so many of these games. Remember, they're not out of the contention for playoffs either. It's just a much rockier climb for them.
Look at this energy. They are in no way convinced they need to leave this.
I mean, this is a goated situation.
Finesse. He's got the cam watching in towards the site, just peeking back and forth, making sure that no one is walking up on him in the corner, and hopefully
30
he can
seconds
catch
left.
the right timing.
Kind of
for his
rough,
safety.
though,
Yeah,
for
that
Venus
is
right now.
Time for the leader here to step up and find his one.
Got mine. I got mine. I got mine. I got mine.
He got it.
I got
Not
mine.
reliving that fracture moment there at Tree. That's fine. Okay, MIBR, I get the spike down here. NRG. Again, distributed north and south here, 2 and 2. Shannon's able to catch Som out. That's a huge pick here for this retake scenario. Harder now for NRG to break their way in. Got a bit of this util. Brock still carrying most of those abilities.
It does have that recon going to go through with the flash.
Big flash.
Holy
Cortez
shit.
had no chance to respond. And now MIBR forced into pure post plant here from Long. With the TP across from Shannon, but I think he was heard. Marta gets an easy one. And then Icebox cannot fight his way out of Cubby. Nicely done from NRG with Protocol. Could have been interrupted there as FNS only went 1 for 1. But a nice completion. 3 Vandals maintained.
That was nicely done from Mata, just adding a few additional seconds of wait time to that reflank into C-Long. He got that perfect window where Shannon really believed no one was actually going to be pushing him again from that angle. Good effort from him to get that initial kill, that peak that we had just seen, but not enough. Bonus round converted for NRG, up 3-0. Economy in fantastic standing.
They're in good shape. Let's go. 3-0 start, double duelist.
Looking for. There's some really fun old rivalries in this game as well. As Brock and Verno were the standout initiator players in challenges coming into this year, and often rivals in that sort of MXS Oxygen matchup we got to see play out a fair bit. These guys know each other quite well.
They've gone back and forth plenty of times over the past couple years. Look at this double setup with Mata taking point, taking the contact, and going to dash away. And when the rest of MIBR go in, they will never
4
fix
people
top left.
on left side B.
And that's Link smoked out behind NRG, and it looks like Brock has walked in past it. Although Garage a little lightly held here. No chance for FNS to play off.
These guys have gone FNS's way like every round, by the way. This is so game plan.
FNS wants to reassume this position, but by the time he does, MIBR might be long gone.
So they've gotten the site control for free. A moment, oh my god, awkward fight being taken, but
he hit those last week.
Should make this 5v4 retake
and the week before
easy.
that.
Is going to be on the flank as well. There's no trip to cover it. Cortezia is down.
And there's a boatload of util to play with here.
Still a winnable round for MIBR though.
Som really can cover this side with this controller util.
A lot of flashes.
Man, they are taking their time.
Som's flash cutting through default right now.
Repush didn't actually come, but they've got enough time now to go for the full retake. Finesse adds a second to the tally.
Love that from FNS. He has a crack from backside and is able to find his second kill. Here, even through that dark cover. Takes a step crowd eventually will fall, but honestly, pretty clean behind the ears of NRG been so
Damn.
far. And MIBR down to a half by.
Y'all see that 2K?
4 rounds in the pocket on defense here on Haven. It's a dream start.
That was patient, calculated, lovely stuff from NRG here early on. Their economy beginning to build even further. I mean, at this point, they can't even build much more. They're down. And so now, at any point in the game, too, MIBR.
Icebox drunk or what? I see him CT spawn looking.
My goat! Let's get him!
I don't think he's had any.
Cook this fraud!
Switch my flight and I'll be right back at it by the end of the night. That airplane in the night sky like shooting stars. I can really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Wish right now. Can we pretend that airplane?
Peek into backside and find 2. So it might just be that Icebox is a little bit slower.
That's crazy to come out to this.
In a round like that. Maybe a Guardian.
That's crazy.
FNS being able to peer in and get a bit of an ego boost there, but to find those 2 kills. It's a 4-0 game so far. And honestly, NRG have been pretty slow, right? They had their double stack on their high ground inside the B side, able to fold off and play a full retake on C with really limited issues. They didn't feel the need to get overzealous about controlling the garage space. They weren't taking early fights against this, weird buy with pistols and stingers mixed in. Honestly, just pretty textbook.
NRG, TikTok, actually cooked with that.
NRG could bring an op into the mix at any given point. They have more than enough money to do it. Actually, right now, they're bringing in Odin in the hands of Brock. This is one of the maps where you can fall victim to some obnoxious spam angles when you're on attack. When you're trying to get into sewer. When you're trying
Venus's
to get
game plan for today?
But NRG, regardless, NRG, they've done
Put a fucking fog light on the roof. So that way when Osbus does his sleep, he can't focus. There's a fucking bright-ass light on the ceiling today.
4 players in the vicinity if this hit comes in.
FNS knows he has to clear the stealth drone there and can't quite see it. But he found it. Cybercade's going to slow MIBR up here.
His trip. Bro is cooking with this high trip.
Direction,
trying to catch him in Osbos.
Hasn't really been that player that we've seen so far this stage. He's been quiet, 0-4. Not the headshot dispenser we're used to seeing. And would you like an invitation to the Broctagon, Cortesia?
Let's go, bro.
By the way, Ethan just got his second gate crash, thrown all the way back into A site now, and the rest of NRG, they are just still stacked up exactly.
Mada's playing really well today, by the way. It's a good sign for NRG.
Feels like they've had advanced notice on all of this so far this game. Passive angle for FNS, but a Cloudburst is going to allow MIBR to cross to the side. Ethan, though, he sees it all. Fights for disruption here. Maybe emerge at the back of the side from that dimensional drift now. Here's Icebox. Just ceases to exist. Clone out here. Isaiah just takes the clone and flashed as a result. What are we watching here? NRG came to play, folks. Inferno
fighting back.
Has to against his old team, but it's going to be a tough climb from here. On the side they are. Artisan's able to find Brock. It is the Blade Storm that claims the breach, and now it's up to Verno. 1 versus 2. Dealing with the Jet Ult. He's gotten himself 1 and some util, perhaps. Som knows he's got to lead the spike.
Does get it to half at the very least.
And there's still time. Som can get this done. He goes for a full stick in, but Verno knows it.
That's a crazy round from the kid, bro.
Gets the old team.
That's a crazy round.
No better way for MIBR to get on
He gave himself a little pocket in his ult. Holy fuck, he played that well.
Collecting all of that information.
Wow. Watch this.
That round, allowing NRG to be stacked up at the right sites. Comes in, collects 2.
Bro, that was a nice round.
Enough. What a clutch to get MIBR rolling.
Such a subdued celebration there for Verno. He's got to know.
Very well played round by Verno. Got huge value out of his ult.
Already a bit of a deficit to make up on this attack side for MIBR.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, we're running headlong into each other now, apparently. Mata traded out, given Artisan takes a ton of damage. It's Verno that found the wallbang kill, and someone's to commit to this. NRG are hungry for the fight.
Venom TP'd behind.
Verno always seems to be there, the Wyatt always.
What?
The confidence.
He hit him with the 1.
Push quickly onto the side. He doesn't want to get caught outside of it, but
He's 11-4. This kid's feeling it, dude. Holy shit.
Creeping up, 2 players. Good, and it's Cortesia getting into the game.
Bro, you peeking into Cortesia and Verno right now? No. Bro, these guys are shooters. Holy fuck.
Ready to take that duel as soon as
he's settled in now.
Serious confidence exuding.
This 1 tap he gets guy in the window. Oh, they're not gonna show the 1 tap.
stepping up back-to-back rounds. 4K into 3K. They still haven't been able to put a lid on this NRG economy. It got so out of control from winning the bonus round that they can just keep buying and buying and buying. It's still such an uphill climb for MIBR. They've gotten up those first steps.
I can't believe they didn't show the one tap.
with his first kill off the map. Up until this point, actually beating out Icebox in terms of ACS on this team. Had quite a game in comparison so far. Here's a Rolling Thunder hitting on towards this ace site now. It's still thinking of unseat things a little bit for Braum, but the backup's there. Artazine and Verno once again are in position.
Here.
And it's someone who could only guess as to where MIBR are set up, and he does not find purchase.
Oh, had a chance for the trip going off, but the player wasn't illuminated just
Verno
yet.
one-off ult again.
3 on 4 NRG with Mata on this flank. He could try to draft over this if he intends on doing so, or do they?
I think they're just done.
Opt for the save.
Dude.
Yeah, these last couple of rounds have been pretty just draining on that economy that NRG built up, going 4-0 initially.
Actually, though, Verno single-handedly brought MIBR into this game and gave us a map.
Horizon as well.
It's fucking insane.
Ultimate for Verno. It feels like it was only a couple rounds.
Holy fuck, that's
then he got 7 or 8
fucking
kills.
straight cinema.
It's not
I'm not gonna lie,
exaggeration
this is a movie right now.
Off.
My broadcast talent side is just
really
loving this
get the
shit.
snowball going. If they can get an orb into his hands on this next round, Mata just wants to deal some damage. He does have a fair amount of money still. I mean, I think honestly, NRG
Like the narrative is just so good.
A little bit, but they're going to play it quite safe in this instance.
Good tuck here for Ethan.
Damn.
Yeah, just couldn't get
Oh,
out
he
in time.
caught that. I actually didn't think they caught Ethan in the sequence. I thought it was someone else.
Did he have a gate crash set up there?
Yeah, he did. He was trying to get out. Yeah, he just didn't. Yeah, could have been a teleport off in time. He was mid-air hitting the button, but just wasn't out in time.
This goes here.
It could have been a big difference maker in such a round.
You see Sovas a lot with like. Normally this is an ISO though. You see this comp a lot, but the Jet's an ISO. They opted to do a Jet, I guess. I mean, Mata is the opper, so.
Actually pressure that side of the map. They're putting
it's a very good op.
Oh, no. Well, I mean, Icebox, he tried to go in fast. He wanted to get the dash up draft to gain space.
Icebox had an off game. 2-7.
Okay, here's some TP onto the top box here inside his own smoke. Now chooses to emerge, but they were waiting for
shot Mata.
Sharp as attack. Was able to deal with both Artazine and Icebox. We still have the issue though of the defuse that has to occur. 3 up here for MIBR. And Verno is ranging far and wide. He's found Ethan. And now he shore things
he's
up.
got ult and missiles.
Chenom's anchored here. And he's had a slow start too, but that was so crucial.
Now it's all on
Mata has 3 on the round, but that's all he got. Don't even touch these other 2.
He knows that he has no chance but to save the weapon.
Corsia hears it. Verno's going already. This might get missiled out.
Finding both kills in lovely fashion.
Verno's gonna hard peek this or missile it out. One of the 2. He missiled it.
Back into the game, putting NRG in an uncomfortable position.
Bro,
Mata
what are we doing? What are we doing?
He will barely survive.
And just like that, the game is even. 4 rounds in a row for MIBR, answering a red-hot start from NRG. Now, at this point, you've got to be calling a timeout, right? There's an opportunity here to confer. Get your boy
I don't know. The caster said he survived. Like, I don't know why they did that.
Last couple of rounds we've seen MIBR maintain that same meticulousness early in these rounds. And his openers have been pretty superb.
At that time, they just sent that early utility and slammed B. They just had a great post-plant setup, and you really have to give credit to Shannon Backside, who has been silent up until that moment, but that 2-piece was lovely. The second kill onto Finesse, just skating around. Backside gong, just little sidestep to the right, swings back in for that clean second duel. That was well played.
We need another one of those Phoenix
2Ks. At some point, NRG are going to try to bring in the op. It hasn't happened yet.
Damn, 4-round stretches.
And that is something that I feel they can get a lot of value with this comp. It's sort of akin to what we've been seeing Cloud9 do with the op on Pearl when they've been running that Jet Yoru, how you can control the map so easily with one of your duelists having that weapon stacking up elsewhere. And to be fair, they've been getting away with it a bit because Ethan has been able to get free space and A long on the majority of these rounds, but you can really further extend that when you have the operator.
It's the worst?
Good enough cash.
Wow. I mean, like I said, you guys know I don't really watch a lot of APAC during the season, and neither with VCT China, but
Ethan has the
EMEA this year for production and observing has been really good. I've been really enjoying the EMEA product, dude. It's been great.
The lasers being shot at them by the Sova.
They do a really good job. Like when the actual game isn't on, they do a really good job.
Popped out, got a kill instantly. So he's more than happy to get active. This time, of course, he'll be tucked close A, take first contact, look to try and gate crash out, gets the kill.
Good kill,
That
Ethan.
is exactly perfect. That's what you're looking for from your Yoru in those early defensive exchanges. He also had regen shield, so that's back to 25, and Mata does the same. The duelists are getting busy.
They've both just been taking advantage of the fact that they have the get out of jail free cards, playing in off angles, taking those early duels, willing to
They could walk in here, but they don't trust it.
It's just exactly what they want to do.
They
with
probably
this
think
comp,
someone's pushed short right now. They're going to have to reverse clear
starting
it.
off hot in the server. That is crucially important.
Here's that Hunter's Fury now. Brock just want to make it impossible for MIBR to have a plan. Look at this! MIBR have taken 3 kills and just playing away from any opportunity to trade. Not one of those kills is tradable.
Out of the timeout, Mike really
That's
gave them the
crazy Hunter's Fury.
1v1 strat.
30
Great call,
seconds left.
great call by the coach. It worked.
I mean, in
both
fairness,
of them winning their duels, Ethan and Mata, now just closing the vice grip on MIBR, who really have no hope of getting this spike down.
On cooldown.
they've been just picked apart this round, and they've barely seen where their assailants are.
Yeah, NRG, they'll allow them to get the spike down, and then simply kill everyone after. Well, okay, hold on. I was heavy sweating for a second.
Bro, I really fucked with how those two just approached that. Dude, if Verno gets that first kill, which honestly he very well could have. Like, no one heaven can peek him because he missiled. He filtered the fight there with that spawn missile. Ooh, they gave themselves a chance.
Forward at the start of these rounds without being punished for it.
That was such like a, yeah, that was a straight aura 2-on-5 right there.
MIBR could start trying to play around the timing of that expiring. It's only, what, 30 seconds?
Like it's...
God, bro, I'm nice right now.
Yeah, he is nice right now.
15 and 3?
Yep, 15 and 3.
I mean, the Haven just seems to be his map, if we're being honest. That being said, he's had a lot of maps where Mata's look pretty insane.
I have a confession. I don't believe those positive vibes I just heard. Those were fraudulent vibes.
Now it's conditioned. You have to use a piece of util on that spot every other attack round.
NRG have already rotated.
That sounded like,
yeah,
oh,
you're
15 and 3, and we're still barely winning.
It's dangerous to anchor against the Armageddon though, Wyatt. It could be risky. Icebox has already gotten himself into hell. Mata's going to have to move here, and he just inches back away from it. So Armageddon doesn't really get any value. Paverno knows a little special delivery in this corner could definitely have stunning impact. And NRG pulling away.
Oh, fuck.
Like really
those fraudulent vibes are about to be really hard tested.
And the dash through the cloudburst from Icebox
Pressure tested right now.
Standard stuff to get into the A site when you have the jet breach. NRG seems to just be fully caught and blinded up. I think forced out of the way maybe by the fault line. We'll have to see on the replay, but it was nothing out of the ordinary.
And this is what it's like to play on
Verno
the
looks
side as a
locked
defender.
the fuck in. I mean, he always does when I'm looking at him, but
also being down by 2 players.
His aim in the server is like,
nicely hit there for MIBR.
he has no nerves
looking
today.
For a little bit of pace from them at the start of the round to get an edge.
Yeah, I think they're finding a lot of success, just straight up accelerating and hitting sites, trying to re-clear things in the mid-round and play too slowly, contacting around the map into a double duelist when your only tool for reconnaissance is the stealth drone. That's just not enough. But yeah, it's just the salvos into the flash. Yeah, salvos into the flash, dash out the cloudburst. Standard stuff to get into A. NRG was really caught off by it, even though they had the read. They had the right amount of players stacked there to try and nullify that hit.
It's simple, but it's not necessarily easy. Not against a team like NRG who've turned up today. 5 defense side rounds on the board. Mata firing just like his last outing on this map where he dropped 30. I must wait a moment. Was kickoff for those keeping track at home.
Argote is running.
Going to clear out front site, so Icebox can try and gain some space. Look at this again, NRG. They have rotated so fast. They have 3 players back site.
They've got to back Icebox up. He gets paranoid here, Wyatt. It's all about backing the duelist here. Ethan's dimensional drift is going to allow him to wrap very, very far behind the setup for MIBR. They've got to be aware of it.
Oh my god,
Icebox
bro.
now looks for a timing, makes a swing on FNS count. There's an out drone coming in over the top right now, and Ethan also is starting to pressure from C long.
Oh my god!
Hatches, and Kodose has gone down. It's a blade storm now being drawn forth from.
Oh, they got that one. That was a big one. 1-on-2. He has ult. Don't let him grab spike.
And a dream. He's got to be ready for a swing on his left, and
Caught.
it comes on in. Marta secures a 6 for NRG.
I mean, NRG, they realize that they are just, if they make noise somewhere, they're hitting that site, and they are flooding in straight away to fight together. Juxtaposed to the last round, they all got backside, but this time they actually won out the duels. And it helps too when you have Ethan just sprinting behind MIBR in the dimensional drift, getting that flank off.
Cortesia's off to a really slow start.
There were players from MIBR
It's been so impactful.
Garage door watching that flank angle, but of course he defeats it
16-3,
entirely by being invisible.
Storm.
It's been a very straight up, honest half of Valorant.
Yeah.
Okay,
Just
you know what?
hit the sights and run
Artisan 1-up breach
After that
ult.
last series, I could use a cleanse. Absolutely banged out by Shannon there.
Rare that that's been the case. He's usually been the one finding those first bloods up until that point.
And that plan of get a safe defense side kill and fall back now is starting to crumble here for NRG.
It looks like they want to try and re-clear mid, get some information. Rocket's a one way to play off of short, and Cortesia takes his time, getting down lower, gets the neural theft. All that information into the tripwire. This is dangerous right now.
The anti-jet trips are up, but Artazine gets hammered hit with the paranoia and couldn't do anything about it. Marta's low, but FNS is here. He's hit by the paranoia as well. Icebox saw everything behind the boxes, but doubles back. Marta on the corner, sees his elbow and burns
my
out
god.
there with the salvos. Straightforward stuff here for MIBR. No nonsense Valorant, and it's an even game after
great
12
bounce
rounds.
back that half
That
by
was a meat and
MIBR.
potatoes half of honest to God Valorant gameplay. Mata and Ethan stepping up. I mean, look at this. It is just two of the best that we have
dude, no.
in America's challengers that have been called up. Two rookies.
Chat, YouTube is calling me an NRG hater. That is actual fake news. I picked NRG in this matchup. I am actually an NRG apologist. I always have these motherfuckers at the start of every year as like #1 on my power rankings, and they disappoint me time and time again.
First map of this last series of the week after the break.
I'm out here running defense for these fucking fools. Like,
it?
I'm fucking defending them week after week.
Go! Silly dog. I'm gonna trade you for a cat.
But I do get a good dig in. I do got a good meme or two, you know? I do like to kick when they're down, you know?
Zero is here. 100%
My CS side comes out. What can I
monk
say?
Fruit extract.
Fell for the reach. God. Actually, God. You got me. You got me. You caught me. That's like the bait. I gotta be Team Verno. I am Team Verno, but I also have to be Team Mata and Brock. Like, they're my boys. And also, like, I have known, you know, the others from Counter-Strike for a long fucking time. Like, a long time. So, I am rooting for NRG here. I think the community is being really harsh on them. All memes aside. Why eye roll? It's more funny if
We're deadlocked after a lively first heart of Haven action.
I'm fairly certain,
NRG
Chad.
and MIBR. Marta leading the way for NRG and Verno against
I'm fairly certain that no matter what the outcome is, we're going to be watching this Lev NRG game wondering who's making playoffs. Like, even if NRG win this, they'll be 2-2. But then when they play each other, they could end 2-3. Lev could end 2-3, but they would have the head-to-head, so they would be ahead. I think no matter what,
map.
Lev and NRG is cinema.
Look down mid. Icebox
Oh no.
claims that second to get his team the man advantage.
Bro, he did not want to leave. His teammates were like, yo, get out. Nice work, though. 2 NRG players handled.
Lev NRG is going to be
enough.
a fucking banger that last week. I can't wait.
Back out with the insertion of Marta, just in case it was a re-peak.
And wait, I think it might even be on 420.
Back to C?
God bless, it's on 420.
It's a nice and slow play for that.
It's going to be the greatest Easter ever.
Just grouped up, stacked towards A with Cortezia on the passive. Look B.
All right. Can we see this potential Rookie of the Year candidate thwart this NRG pivot to the B side of the map? He scared him off. They headed him garage instead.
When you have that Tahoe breach, you have a lot more util for a retake like this on a pistol round than you normally would with other comps. They have great tools here to use. The fault line just came back up for Artzin. You have the salvos for Verno. Looking good for MIBR.
It's so
right
wild
now.
that Mata's 16-4 and it's 6-6.
Course correction for Icebox keeps him safe.
What the fuck?
Deep. MIBR overwhelm NRG. Now it's down to Mata. 44 points of health.
No.
And yeah, he hears a pitter patter of little feet getting out of that C site, and he realizes he is severely outnumbered. And Icebox waits for him, takes his second, and gets MIBR, that crucial pistol.
Yeah, Mata wanted to take a timing there, but it ends up looking a little bit foolish when he's the last one left, slowly working his way back into that 1 versus 4. And it all just started off with MIBR running an aggressive
swing window.
And I do want to take a mental note of the fact that on attack too, they
MIBR hit those shots.
Where they had that
Favor the defenders holding that window swing every fucking time if it's just a flat swing like that.
Hooked up set pistol strats to try.
That's like the last thing you want to see. You call a window swing pistol and there's like 3 in mid walking down, you are fucked if those guys hit shots.
Still grouped in B League.
Early stealth drone is going to come out from MIBR towards.
Yeah, fraudulent vibes are definitely being tested right now.
Fun time shooting out as the rest of the team try and work their way through garage. Standard trip going to need to be broken. Oscar on the outlaw, but
holy shit, that clone!
Damage
that clone actually saved their asses.
By the clone, honestly took the brunt of the damage.
Aspas has to just huddle here. Cloud bursts off that recon, and Ethan, apropos of nothing as far as I can tell.
Bro.
Headshot by Aspas as he tries to step up on
the robbed the first time, not this time.
Going to force NRG to put the brakes on as they only have a Sheriff to Classics now.
Aspas loves using a fucking outlaw.
Zen-like trance as he sits here in window.
Okay.
Waiting for someone to give him an opportunity. It's unlikely to come.
Mata is a player on NRG with an upgrade. It actually did bring him down to sub 1K credits.
Venus is playing on fire right now, bro.
Mattering against this outlaw if it's carried over into this next round, and it should be.
I mean, FNS can only shoulder peek so many times. He has to try and generate something there for NRG. Not sure what it was supposed to be, having a classic against a outlaw.
All right, bro, you got me. You got me this time, man. You got the ecos. You got the ecos. On God, you got him. Yeah.
May not expect the second play to be so quick on the heels.
He fucking hit him with the wide swing after the jump spot.
Salvo here will deny a plant. Som has 10 seconds to get it down. Inverter comes out of nowhere. Great reactions from Som, but his position very obvious. Cortezia pads the stats a little.
That's so funny, bro. The jump spot. The jump spot. The little crouch bob. And you just see him cooking right there.
In the playoffs, but obviously
I got it. I don't got it.
Every match is important for getting the champions points. That plays out later in the year. Just the 4 best teams in the region try to qualify.
Osmos was not letting him go, bro.
Has a lot of weight to it regardless, but this map specifically for MIBR.
Stage 1 has a lot of weight.
Diving onto plat.
It's not just about Toronto. This is a very
competitive
league.
The gate crash going back.
This group, to be fair.
Oh, no.
Hyper competitive.
Smoke fire.
So Mata has got his full armor, but it's resulted in Som
interesting.
Having a Guardian at the moment. Cortezia going to feel the pressure flashed up.
Good combo.
Comes in, and he knows that he just has to retreat, play for this full retake right now.
Now, MIBR are not going to have the option to wrap there via C-Long for quite some time, if at all. They're just not in position for it.
Now they're going to be waiting for Aspas as well to rotate all the way over. He was playing Deep in A long, Celtron going to get some information. Backside for Verno.
This util is getting a little bit thin for MIBR. They've got to actually do something with it.
Or at least get back in backside, but they just haven't found an actual timing window to
That
do
line
it.
hit
Sam's playing in the
Sam.
dark cover. Wow, they have snipped him out. He is in serious trouble.
He takes a little bit of damage. There's nothing to write home about now, but here come
Bro,
MIBR.
it's so
Flooding into the back of the
blind.
side. It's already a ghost fighting purchases. Som, his head rolls. Beautiful stuff. Berto just
Great
steps up,
dart.
takes the fight, and Mata has to make use of the recon there. What a bonus for MIBR. Such an unlikely scenario. And Cortezea gets to finish the job.
They just all swing out together. Every single player on NRG was trying to spam, and how could you blame them? They had the better weapons. They had the recon coming through into that dark cover. Credit to MIBR for expending all their util to get Som out of the dark cover, while the rest of his team just hung him out to dry. Mata does the best that he can, but it's MIBR just swinging together, all three of them. And
sick flood.
Cortezea.
It was a really good flood. I'll say that. It was a really good flood.
The highest average ACS
The
player
Omen
on
blind
MIBR.
catching Som
Crazy to think about.
was very
Rookie
unexpected
debut
for
year, you've
him
got the
probably
GOAT Icebox on your
because he
team.
was top
He's just
plat
been
in the
that
smoke
good.
chat. The Omen blind
He hasn't
like
had a lot
cut
of time
through
to
at a weird angle and caught him, which
his
then made
moments,
him
but he
jump
steps
front
up when
sight. That's why it
necessary.
looked so silly.
Mata gets a fight taken out of him. Derek Shen holds the line. He drops down. Slightly expected
Bro.
angle. This time it's a completion on the kill.
I don't know why he hit in that smoke as like a solo sight player though, like with double duelists.
Here for NRG.
I think NRG misplayed the entire round, to be honest. But I'm just saying, if he didn't get hit by the paranoia, it feels different. I don't know if it's any good though.
All the way out of A.
Are they going to push through Garage?
Yeah, there were a lot of pings all the way up into the spawn fault line.
Has he gotten a kill since what? I don't know. He had 4 kills like very early in the game. I'll know that. I know that's the number I saw early. No idea what he's at now though.
Cortezea actually falls back over to the C site here, so the way through Garage is paved. Artisan gets off the angle. Those stingers are a little bit scary at this range, and so he tries to cool things off here with an aftershock. Jedam just swings out into the fight.
30 seconds.
But the re-peak there for Artisan is good. Inverno, again, maintains that composure to deliver MIBR so far a flawless second half.
They were in complete control of that round. A lot of credit to Artzin, the utility from his breach there, just stifling NRG at every turn. Knew exactly when to let that fault line loose as they were trying to get through the garage door. NRG used that first little wave of util, try and flash through, and they're stuck. And then we try to go out top garage, chase them down, and
they lost.
They're stuck. And
They
then
lost?
after
Is that what he said?
MIBR just re-swing
He
into
said
them.
they
Far more
lost?
Superior weapons. That was really well played from the MIBR breach, IGL.
Bro,
Every
RZ just gave them time of death while in the game. What's the score? 10-6. Artzin gave him time to death at 10-6.
When you're down a player, because frankly, you have to contact
Oh,
him in
you're
some parts of
lost.
this map. You cannot drone yourself onto every line.
They're,
And actually really
you
struggling
said
in situations where they
you
get
said
picked
they're
apart.
lost,
And
like
we've
they
not talked
are
about it
lost?
before, right?
Okay.
In the past,
They did look
when
pretty
Evanescence
lost,
actually managed to get
okay.
his hands on tape of
I
his
thought he
opponent,
was saying like
NRG
they've
looked
lost,
very,
like
very
they
good at
fucking,
adapting
they're
and
cooked right
crafting
now.
strategy to punish them. That was the case
It's like,
in
they don't look that
2024.
bad, bro.
In 2025, though, that same alacrity doesn't really seem to be there.
They're
It's
lost,
not
okay,
evident.
okay.
And that does feel like where
That's a lot better.
That is where their advantage
Bro, it would have been fire if he said that they've lost.
We just got to see MIBR play
Like, he just sounds so
24
cold
rounds
when he
against
said it.
Cloud9 on this map. This should be prime opportunity to put together a competent attack half. Maybe it can begin out of this timeout.
NRG had not played
He's
either
definitely
of
got
his first two
got a
matches
kill
in
because
the
he had
series
4
since
kills
day one.
early. I don't
Information
know.
would be outdated
I
for their
have no
opponents.
idea. I haven't been paying
Doesn't
attention.
seem to bother MIBR.
I
Happy enough
know
to
he
play
had
their own
4
game, as Verno suggested in the pre-game interview.
So you're going to have that standard early recon thrown by Brock to get that a long control. Ethan pushes up, gets the space, and he's just going to gate crash away to the rest of the team who off of that early pressure are
Oh
hoping that will
dear,
convince
chat.
MIBR
Drone,
to
here it comes.
stay with their
Broken
eyes
so
peeled
quick.
towards A, and they can hit into C. All right, perfect drone from Brock. Icebox denied the angle, denied a shot.
That crash comes in and it's followed up on danger for Icebox. He doesn't have a
Oh
shot
my
in work,
God.
apparently.
Oh my god, thank you.
Gets in there. And honestly, that was so standard, so straightforward. Our drone forced the line, get a dark connection.
I think it caught Icebox off guard. He was like, this motherfucker, he actually took this shit?
Well, but Artin wants to throw it all the way
What?
It doesn't seem to matter. Ethan has to come alive in this position,
Come
and
on,
Arzine
bro.
slaps him down.
Where's the peek off me?
Take matters into his own hands.
What
And
the
after that, What
fuck?
do you have left as NRG?
Those were all ones.
It somehow all goes wrong.
All right.
Artzine, one of the litany of players on MIBR that at any
Bro, that was
moment can
4
step up
ones.
individually.
What the
Runs
fuck?
in, finds the 2-piece. Finesse can't find
How
the
did he
trade.
just
Ethan
run in and get
isolated
4
on an
ones?
Island back platform. This is really disastrous.
Does this not just speak to the woes that NRG are suffering? Fundamentally sound. The game plan is there. When it comes to the execution, the
Like,
raw
why
shooting,
did Brock
the mechanics,
swing?
the skill expression, they pull up heavily second best in that round.
Let's fucking go, guys.
Bro, it's so gone.
Most excited Shannon moment.
NRG started this up 4-0. They won the pistol and the bonus. Since then, only getting 2 rounds to MIBR's 11, who are in more than firm control of the game at this point. Ethan, dimensional drift into A, gets the information, knows that it's just Verno forcing them back, but hey, the rotates, they are here real quick.
Bro.
Committing to this, apparently. No, game
That was so risky,
MIBR pull off the
bro.
side entirely, and it's a bait and switch. NRG
That was so risky. He could have died there.
The Pioneer.
Yeah, that's a good from the shadows pop. Going to get all of that space for the team as they try to move with some haste through Garage, meet up with their Omen Sombra.
Bruno has ult. He's gonna ult on tap, probably. There it comes.
Maybe this is where he can come to life as the Armageddon is coming through. A retake flooding in.
Tom has to move. He's having a sidestep there out of that. Mata is going to be back to back with him. Ethan for 1. There's 3 players for MIBR grouped up inside the smoke, and Brock is able to take down the emergent ones. Artazine and Shannon both forwards. Even now, numbers-wise, but MIBR are no further onto the site than they started. The silver lining, there's no plant yet.
Verno's still just waiting to use those salvos. There's no plant because Brock doesn't want to commit just yet. Going to Zia, he's too sharp.
Nice shot.
He is the Brazilian headshot machine.
What is he supposed to do here?
And this is where Brock thrives. He is known to be a clutch demon.
2 kills for the round already for Brock. He's caught a Zia low. 31 health. Verno has to finish the job.
Wow, bro.
And I think there was a bit of venom in that one.
He just baited the fuck out of his teammate.
A wry little cheeky smile from Verno.
How do you like me now?
Brock thinking that he had already committed further
Wow.
right. Can't blame him for that, but it's the swing from spawn. Catches him totally unaware. Verno's going to take his sweet time with this defuse.
Oh, buddy, winning the clutch against, I guess, his closest contemporary, right?
Oh, yeah, the 2 star initiator players of Challengers America for so long.
NRG went straight to that well. They were like, get me number 1. When that didn't work, get me number 2. And then Verno decides to probably
I'm not gonna lie, bro. Like, he's doing it in the game.
It is such
Bro
a
literally,
classic,
like,
typical
took the high road
sports media thing to
in
ask
every
them, "Are you gonna go
interview.
extra hard today?"
And he's chilling right now at 22 kills.
You like that play, Cortez?
You like that play? Just baited the fuck out of
In
him.
this case, I feel
He
like
baited
it's
the
right,
fuck
though.
out of him and
This
said,
guy
you
goes
like that
to
play?
6.
That's diabolical. This guy instigating his teammate is crazy. The fucking smile.
Might not see much more of this map anyway. It's NRG already clambering over the C site, but his camera in that.
No, he's a demon, bro. This guy is a demon. Oh, shit.
What a shot. NRG, they want to fight them.
Oh, my God.
Cortez here just descends. Up with the shorty got involved, and now he's working the backside.
What is going on?
3 left here for NRG, and MIBR still chomping at the bit to get their hands dirty. Mata falls. Shenham's able to find him now. All from backside. They emerge.
Yo.
Could keep it alive.
NRG. Verno got that last kill.
Against the team that did away with him. Said he doesn't communicate enough for our liking. How about this? Onto a fully Brazilian roster. Trust placed in him to fit in, to assimilate. I'll tell you what, he's leading the charge now.
NRG picking into Haven, going away from Lotus. The slow start narrative for this team, well, it continues. after round 5, they had gotten blown out. They started up 4-0. They win the first pistol. They win their bonus round. Then round 5, Burno, 1 versus 4 clutch. And from there, MIBR take 13 rounds to NRG's 2 to their 2. So dominant.
And the ideas were good for NRG, albeit maybe not particularly inventive. They were fundamentally solid, but I would say not exactly, you know, putting the fear of God in MIBR. And then when eventually they
Burno, that last round on FNS chat.
Cover each other, crossfires.
One last rose.
It fell to pieces.
My fearless leader. One last one.
Created a much more effective conduit to display
bro.
their mechanics, as opposed to NRG, who fought inside a system,
This
but it doesn't
is
get them the result. We're going to take a break for a quick moment, and up next, Golden Boy and Atlas
Burno
break down
torched them
map
that
number
map.
1 as MIBR run away with Haven.
Like, I didn't even expect that. I expected maybe MIBR to be favored. I mean, he hasn't been that guy on this team. It's been those other guys. Those other guys have been crazy. He fucking destroyed them just now. Holy fuck, dude. Oh my god. 207 damage a round. 22 kills plus 15. 297 ACS. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, bro. NRG started up 4-0, and MIBR then won 13-2 from that moment on. What the fuck, dude? And you know when it started? You guys remember round 5, right? Y'all remember that? Surely we remember round 5.
Going to dash away.
We're close.
And so, like,
put a peek into backside.
The timeout, the 4-0. Bro, this is...
They didn't, you know, that's a given point. They have, you can be sewer.
Here we go. Round 5.
Players in the vicinity if this hit comes in.
FNS knows he has to clear the stealth drone there. He can't quite see it, but he found it. Cybercade's going to slow MIBR up here.
So they get slowed up. Drone comes in. They pivot back. They're down a player. They're down smokes. They pivot to B.
Ethan, though, he sees it all.
They're getting fucked right now by Yoru. They're scrambling. They're scrambling. It's a 5-on-3. Someone needs to make a fucking play, dude. Otherwise, we're fucked. Who's that guy? Who's the guy making the play? We're in a 2-on-5. We're fucked, dude. We're fucked. Who's that guy? Who's the guy that's gonna make the play?
What are we watching here?
Oh, fuck.
NRG came to play, folks.
Gets 2. Fucking tucks into the corner. Pops a tail ult that gives him this tiny gap. Bro hides in the gap. Mata doesn't expect him here because it's a tiny ass gap. Gets that kill. Immediately misses the spike. Comes up. Calls the fucking stick. This kid literally single-handedly brought them back in. Very next round, he spams this guy window. Bop. Gets this guy. Right here. Boom. This is the one tap. 3, 2, pop. Bro, he single-handedly brought them back in this game. I cannot believe it.
With a lot of resources, so I think once we finally broke down,
holy fuck,
you know, how to play, how to go counter that comp, I think it was kind of
unbelievable
from there, especially on defense. When we played defense, where they didn't really have anything to stop us from retaking, we had so much more resource advantage and stuff.
That's
so
an
it was,
unbelievable
you know, a really good
game,
but we felt like, you know, we started a little slow, but also their plan was good, and we needed to adapt to it.
Awesome insight as always, Fraud. Thank you. Good luck in game 2.
And MIBR pick up a 13-6 win
Fraud
on
was born and
Haven,
raised
and you
in,
heard Coach Fraud there
I think,
talking
Florida,
about
but he's
what
Cuban.
happened going into
So
the game.
he
Because
spoke
if you remember,
Spanish in his
NRG
household
up by
growing
4
up.
at the start.
He might have been
Pretty
born in
solid,
Cuba. I don't know. I think he was
MIBR
born in
eventually
Florida.
slowly but surely started to creep their way back into the game, and at that point, it was already too late.
Yeah, I mean, Fraud brought up a great point. As a timeout, they needed to adapt to what they were doing on NRG's side. And NRG started off very well because you kind of had like an Ethan walking down, gets a kill, could TP away. Mata goes down towards Long C, gets a kill,
I think
dashes away.
he,
So it seemed
in like 1.6, I think he was playing from Florida. But towards the end of CS, he moved to Texas. Like, he was living in the team house in Texas for EG. I think he stayed out there because of ping.
clutch that was insane. But also what we see into that second half, where
He learned Portuguese when he joined Loud.
Defense side.
He like learned in 6 months.
Seeing those eco rounds, and then there are not even a single round the NRG is able to get as they switch sides.
Crazy.
It seems like they were getting some momentum. We were thinking maybe they were cooking something,
Right?
and then it just slipped through their fingers.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? Good news for MIBR and their fans, because with that one map win,
Oh, wow,
they
they're in
have
playoffs with one
clinched
map.
their spot in the Stage 1 playoffs. Remember, they just needed to win one map, and they did it right there.
And for NRG fans, it's not doom and gloom yet, because they still have at least week 5, or at least a series win here to give themselves a chance to propulse themselves into playoffs.
It's possible. They would like to get this one. I think they had a chance. I believe when I saw those 4 rounds, I thought it was going to be possible, but it's really cool to see as well MIBR and the way that they're adapting into it, the way that Fraud is talking about it. Not any team, not every single team is able to adapt into those rounds that fast the way that they did it.
And he literally said, we thought they were going to run a completely different comp, and then they switched it out, and then they had to figure it out. But also what helped out, too, is the fact that they had Verno, who just went insane. Certainly, you know, revenge of the rookie, without a doubt, because this young man was giving them the business. I mean, some of the plays, Fancilli, that this guy was pulling off, he cleared this.
Yeah, I
this
think
whole
you're right about it.
situation couldn't have worked out better for him.
Exactly. In duels,
I
head-to-heads, and even anchoring sites.
Even though this is probably super important for NRG's mental, like low-key, I think losing today and then expecting them to beat the fuck out of Lev is like, whoa. They're going to go into that match like really sketchy. Like on a mental team page, maybe they can do it. Maybe, but I think regardless, they're going to have to beat Lev, though, if they want to make playoffs. Yeah. Like, this game is kind of... It's just for team buy-in. You know, like, if you lose this game, like, who's buying into the game plan? Who's, you know, like, when it's 4-on-4 and your teammate says, like, play numbers, like, this is the type of game where if you lose, like, fuck it, I'm peeking.
I am here with Mike's HD before map 2, looking at that strong start for 4 rounds, but what do you think after that allowed it to slip away for the team?
Yeah, I mean, in the following rounds, Verno got a 4K and a 3K, so I think he did a really good job to get them like back in the game. Obviously, like 6-6 is still good on Haven defense, but we could have had a lot more, and then we just threw away a lot of post plants in the second half.
And how you feeling about now going Icebox as MIBR's pick?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously got to see them play versus Lev before, so we have a little bit of knowledge about it. I think the biggest thing is just like shutting down Aspas on that map.
All right, good luck getting to game 3.
Damn, bro.
All right, so Coach Mike says, got to shut down Aspas, got to figure it out. But I got to admit, I mean, look, Coach Mike, just so everyone knows, he's a very low-key dude. So his demeanor is always like that. So this is not anything new.
Sure.
If you hang out with him, great guy. But I do think it's important to note that it does feel a little bit like, yeah, we lost. Don't quite know what's going to happen on Icebox here. Dryad, that is a little concerning.
Sell us, please.
Yeah, like you said, it's not inspiring me, as we heard, for example, from the coaches yesterday, where he's like, okay, we're ready for this map 3. We have a couple surprises going into that one. Yeah, we threw a lot of post plans, we threw a lot of rounds into that second half, which is exactly what we were talking about.
And I was going to ask, was that your assessment of it?
What did I say, losing colorful? Those vibes were so fucking fraudulent. I called it immediately. Look, I fake a lot of vibes. I know a fake vibe.
Maybe how MIBR works them out too if they're continuing with the same composition.
That
playing
shit.
The double controller, so around the banter and the harbor. That could be something here.
Nah, I'd smell that right away.
We're not even talking about Aspas coming out of Haven. And they're thinking about Aspas and Icebox. You now have to deal, like Verno is popping off. This is dangerous territory here, Dryad. Not saying that the game plan isn't wrong, but it does give me a little bit of pause, though.
That's the thing when you have a team as strong as MIBR, right? We remember they were the 3rd seed into kickoff. If they had 3 spots for that first event in Bangkok, MIBR would have been in. And it was, first of all, it was that Icebox conversation, Icebox and everybody else. But then we realized, actually, this MIBR team is insane. Every single one of these rookie players have been stepping it up and coming into Icebox. Not only you realize that this first map of Haven was a little bit of work of everybody else, and especially Verno, but you also have that piece of consistency that we've talked about since the beginning of the year and since the beginning of time in Aspas.
Yeah, it's incredible to see what MIBR Ventsilly has done with these rookies.
Yeah.
But then also with this whole experiment that they've managed to pull off here.
Definitely, and what they're able to build with these rookies is amazing. And we saw that against the Leviathan game, and that's what Mike was talking about at the same time with Remington during that coach interview, saying we already know how they played against Leviathan again, and as how they were really good at working up the A site. And maybe there's ways to play through the walls and through the fights against that a bit. So we'll have to see what happens there.
Yeah, we will definitely find out in just a little bit. But earlier on, we asked Shannon for his take on NRG and who he'll be facing for the first time. Let's take a look.
Eu acho que a NRG não está jogando muito bem como equipe. Não sei se foi por causa da mudança, não sei o real motivo. Mas eu acho que realmente em equipe eles não estão tão bem. Nem individualmente também. Então acho que vai ser mais jogar em time, ter uma boa trade, ter calls boas e que não vai ser difícil.
Well, a rough scene, I think, for any NRG fans coming out of that first map, and also some of the words that Shinom had to share with them. Basically, putting it down to, I don't think this team has the team play.
Did you hear that?
This team has the individuals.
Did you hear that?
Full logo? Famous streamers as their players?
They're struggling as a team and individually.
Yep. They got their health.
Positive energy.
The rookie.
They used to have that really nice private chef. That's positive. I don't know if he's still there, but
what are they cooking anyway? Let's see.
They have a good icebox.
No Sam Harbor,
hopefully that falls somewhere in the docket of the things that they do have.
They are going to match the double controller comp. We're expecting to see them, of course, from MIBR. And now, NRG, they have to know.
They have Ethan playing Yoru and Harbor.
Because they ban it second
and if
when
we
they
go
ban it. And ordinarily, their first ban is always split. So they have to have expected this. They have to have planned for that. Any sort of dry run in your head about what the map pick and ban would look like has to have had them come to this conclusion.
Certainly. This is the Aspas home map. He has always...
I think it's crazy that they have Sam, who's literally like
said in the interview, we're looking out for him.
The best NA Harbor we got.
Map 1. Aspas had a decent game. Believe it
and because of the COVID incident, he's not playing.
Pretty solid in the end. The retakes were very nice.
He was so good on Harbor, man. He even played in the offseason, was good.
He is going to shine.
He was playing on Abyss.
He gets that operator rolling on the defensive side.
Like, he's very fluid with the utils, so to make someone else like try to be good on it is questionable. He does fit the role though. Ethan fits the role. He can do this shit. It's just we've all seen so many Harbors flop, you know. It's just it's always a coin flip.
Conversely, this is Ethan's first Harbor game on record.
Oh, there you go.
So NRG truly
That's what I'm talking about.
Put together something a little new for us.
I've just seen so many Harbors struggle to get kills,
we've
you know?
already seen from MIBR.
And the same level we've always
the problem is not the util, it's getting kills. The good Harbors know how to do the util and get the
Anything south of the Panama Canal, actually, teams are trying to get Harbor involved. KRU obviously always loved it. Leviathan. Either way, Shinom here. Obviously some shots with that cascade.
They're fortunate.
Rather, Marta's trying to get into the cloud burst, but it's pretty obvious where he's
oh
going
my
to
god,
stand
Whiffy.
Still.
Okay, he's got 2 kills. That's huge.
Finding both headshots, and Verno has to back up.
Well done from NRG, just taking their time there for a second and then able to triple swing back yellow after Mata makes that space, dashing into the cloud burst, creating that space. Verno finds a pick, just pure spam, I think. They're that high tide.
We're just pussyfooting around in this 5-on-3. That makes me a little nervous.
It's been a good round for Ethan so far, but he is on the lower end of things. MIBR are going to look to get active. It's Verno is sat over towards a Snowman.
Don't want to play
gets
numbers.
a frosty reception as he tries to make a peek here onto the site. Wall refreshed again. Icebox with helmet ready. Dashes across, needs to take a pretty hefty fight here if he's going to find success. A shoulder pick probably doesn't reveal much, but Brock serves himself up on a silver platter, and Cortazir deals with some now. We have a player advantage for MIBR, but time is not on their side.
Nice shot,
FNX handles Icebox, and there's Ethan's third.
Oh my god, dude. Holy fuck. That was a big kill by FNS.
Get the start they're looking for on this map.
A crucial goal to win from Finesse, coming to life there when they needed him. Icebox looked like he was surely going to get that second. He already had him tagged up. Just one body shot would have put him in the
3 kills for
grave.
Ethan's Harbor, 2 for FNS. The kill on Icebox, just like we drew it out.
By the NRG IGL, that was just a pretty competent round from start to finish.
Holy
this triple
fuck.
swing here, it was Ethan
go.
collecting the 2, but if it hadn't been him, it would have been one of the other 2 on NRG. They picked apart that defense. Good fundamental play.
Yes.
Then they cycle those walls, have a nice post-plant setup. Textbook stuff, looking good. That being said, this is how things started on last map. Classic. There's a... Oh my god, Icebox. All right.
Guys!
Can we stabilize, please? Okay, thank you, Ethan. Bring us back to normalcy. There is a crazy timing you can hit over on B if you just start with a shotgun. You can just sprint forward and beat them to getting out that door, which is really obnoxious. And Artsun gets a free kill doing that.
No one does it like he does. He is the shotgun
Okay, we're
guy.
going back to B.
However, losing your harbor right at the start of the round here, it gets pretty tough, especially if we end up on the B site and MIBR are trying to retake some of that space through the attack side Viper Wall. We'd love to high tide to give them a pocket to play in.
Yeah, it does have a great
we're
kit
good.
for
We're good.
the retake
No one's
tools,
here.
but that's something
We're
to keep your eyes
chilling,
on
we're
as we get
chilling.
further into the game when we're on the actual full gun rounds here. Just wants to send it and try and make some magic happen, and it's at least resulted in MIBR having the player advantage, but are obviously at severe weaponry deficit.
We're chilling.
Expecting NRG to be able to clean
Icebox
this
on the
up.
I mean, they got a
flank.
couple shooters with sheriffs. You can't ask for much more. Icebox, Cortazir. Cove now dissipating as Verno wants to set up here.
Icebox is going to have to break that alarm bot, and now someone from NRG will have to pay attention to the flank. It's going to be Finesse. Ethan fighting forward.
Oh, wow.
Tara takes contact there as Cortazir shows himself. Oh, yeah, I warned you guys. Don't say I didn't. Ethan now needs to get involved. There does, of course, need to be a defuse. It's tapped again by Cortazir. Sparse on the ramp. It's low. It doesn't matter. It's down to FNS now.
Oh, God.
1v2. Verno looking to get it to half, and Shannon's going to be watching him. Dangerous. Dangerous play there from NRG, and it costs them dearly.
Icebox winning that duel over towards A, and then still able to find a flank timing, biding his time, while the rest of the team made all of the noise, retaking from the front after
What a
the wall
shot.
drop. Is able to get the window to take down Ethan with the stinger, despite being on low HP, despite them knowing that that was going to come in eventually. Hopes dashed early. MIBR recover a couple weapons. They're in economic control of the game.
Like Mr. Incredible.
Outlawing for Aspas and
What the
plenty of use case for it in a round like this.
No.
Into mid we go for NRG. Pretty quick about it too. Under two, Cortazir up. That's one. And I don't know if FNS fancies following it up. Okay, gives himself away there and some damage done with the stinger, but he's low. Looking to take this fight, and Cortazir knows better than to get too close. His head is just torn off his shoulders. Outdrawn in the meantime, over towards B, and NRG have gotten quite far forward here as well. But there's a big weaponry advantage for MIBR. NRG are lightly armored. They haven't made use of the Reckoning yet either, and as high tide comes down, so does the percentage odds of NRG in this round.
Pretty effortless from Cortazir holding down that site. NRG on the eco round. Finesse trying to take that timing. Fight with the stinger at long range. Going to be tough. Makes it look easy. I think the real thing of note there is just that MIBR opted to go for a
FNS missed
push
all
out of
shots. He
A.
juvenile.
Very beginning of the round, actually, despite it being an anti-eco. So I'm going to take note of is their willingness to aggress.
Tying it all together.
And I was even with Icebox just having the outlaw. He was the one taking point.
Didn't have to do too much. He was over on that A side of the map, and NRG in the meantime just plunged into mid. Cortez was the one who got a bit busy. And now it's him standing up. Something about this MIBR team.
I'm not gonna lie, the more I found out, the more I'm like, bro, this guy needs to be banned for a long time.
Oh my god,
Maybe
you're spamming through for the rope angle. Icebox trades one back, and he will be content with that. Okay, I was going to say, he'll be content with that. Well, actually, why don't we go for a little bit more? MIBR do not want to give this up. Drone over the top.
Man, all the info.
So much. All of NRG midway to getting towards their prescribed locations.
They're just going cascade for cascade, drone for drone, and NRG want to push up off this wall, but now they're stuck behind it.
Okay.
Wall of the MIBR harbor.
Also, there's the MIBR Viper wall that's not usable anymore. So they won't have that for the retake. But look at this, MIBR want to anchor, they want to fight. Here's the reckoning. This is going to get them scurrying about now, like he kicked and kill, but Storm's able to find Verno in. Icebox on the move!
What a counter trade by Icebox. 2v2.
There might be enough.
Big fight. Damn!
Ethan, who's having a great game so far.
Spike planted.
And Storm's able to plant.
Did they hear?
Cortez frag
The
leader for
pieces, you
MIBR
gotta
coming into this round.
double walking back side, clearing
Effectively
screens.
controlling mid-dust
Could be
spot,
out
but now it's a long way
heaven. We're
from
not
home, and he
sure.
doesn't
We're clearing
have
it right
any
now.
friends to rely on.
Okay, we see him.
Oh, he gets the info on both.
this is
Actually
rough.
knows that
This-
they're screened.
He has to know that
shit.
Ethan was going to wrap around here. Love this idea, and Tom is caught on the rope.
my
Lock it down! Okay! Are you kidding? Out of his seat, and why wouldn't you be? A quiet haven, but he has made his appearance known to all on Icebox.
That was just played to beautiful perfection.
Come on!
After he gets the info on the second player going screens, he's ready for one of them to wrap heaven.
How does the most experienced team like play it like this? You know?
Lockdown, force the swing, crosshair placement, perfect.
Like they don't plant for themselves.
So bad, bro.
Okay, whoa. Verno. Come now. That's unlike you. You gotta be feeling yourself.
no.
And I didn't put the pistol here, right?
Said he wasn't wrong.
Oh, jeez.
Verno's gonna ult the
twist
fuck
the
out
knife,
of them
Mr.
this round, by the way, chat. Look at this shit.
That's fine. I don't think any saying
Healing
NRG
off, here it
player is gonna
comes.
be listening
Healing
to this
off.
back.
Oh, he's so ready for this
Fury
shit.
at the ready here for Verno.
Oh, what is that? I mean, Ethan's just sprinting through the wall. All right, just wants to take matters into his own hands, be the entry player. Cool, gets the 5 versus 4.
Damn, they broke that shit. Fuck.
Okay, here's the plant coming down. Hunter's Fury should
Backside.
stop it, and it does.
Oh, rip.
Grok thinks better of it. Verno waits.
Ah!
A bit more info, but nobody's tucked under rafter at the moment. This cove's a bit annoying. Here's the plant proper, but Cortez is ready. Emerges,
on, man.
Mana.
Come on, how is he even finding that?
He's just too fast. Headshot dispenser. Rookie of the Year candidate. All-round phenom. Grok backs back up in that corner. Ethan takes another fight. God, he's like a bat out of hell of this Ethan guy. He is clearly here to settle a score. I know who else is.
Ooh,
Fast for though, it's a wayward spray, and FNS will punish the youngster for his hubris.
Ethan just deciding to take matters into his own hands and will NRG to a round win by sprinting through the Viper wall, finding the opening, and then running around the site in the post plant for 2. He's somehow at 10 kills already. I don't know where these came from. I mean, obviously the 3 on this round were phenomenal. But what the hell, man? That came out of thin air.
He's done it a couple times, right? And a great pistol as well. Found 3 kills in that round. So, NRG at least have been able to try and stabilize things a little bit more, and the weaponry's fine. They've got a reckoning still to play off of, but Icebox didn't care last time, Wyatt.
Speaking of, Icebox has upgraded from that outlaw into the operator, and already making it saying that
they're
is
first blooding on
first
Mavic
kill
quite
for
a bit.
him. Space Maker, duelist for NRG, shut out of the
Icebox
round.
is really opening these rounds up. For a quiet first map, he's
And again, there's
popping
no
off now.
Aldrone used to try and force an operator player off the gen angle. There's none of that early util to try and deny that line from Icebox. NRG have to start respecting now that the operator's in the game.
They want to try to make this pivot towards B. Icebox is already on the rotate over, though obviously there will be multiple walls obscuring his view from Snowman. Reckoning coming through. Ethan's got another
he's doing the
one
thing where he's
because
holding
just been
top
finding
crate
so
right here.
many
No
damn
one's
kills.
there.
So I'm going to get
In the
this
open.
spike plant down. Safety! Ethan is not slowing down.
Yeah, he's looking really good
So
now.
fucking
Viper's bit
spiked,
follow-up. This is a little bit uncomfortable.
Thank God no one came
Verno
out.
obviously waiting on ideally
Don't come out.
a recon bolt refresh.
Artzen, he will have the cove to throw down onto the spike so someone can try to stick it.
mid.
Finesse wants to go for the long wrap flank.
Dangerous. Here's Verno probing, prodding. Brock goes a little bit low. Icebox is taking pot shot after pot shot, but Finesse cleans up Shin'em. Icebox gets pretty deep here towards Yellow, and here's that cove now getting set up. Artzen over to use it as bait, and that's beautiful.
How the
walls come
fuck?
down, it's up to Finesse again, but the cove's in the way, and he gets in the half. This is unreal.
Dude, what?
Beautifully put together takedown of this NRG suggestion that a Viper's Pit is enough to save the day.
And you can't blame Finesse for wanting to try to go for a flank to make a play in that situation.
It literally felt unlosable when FNS got the mid kill. What the fuck happened?
A play like that is always going to get shut down as soon as the cove is thrown down because you just can't spam it down alone. You are not able to do it. You're revealing your position. It's going to take way too much time, way too much ammo. And at the end of the day, you are done for.
Bro, I can't believe Arzine got the kill on Brock. I cannot believe that kill happened.
Bladestorm's here. The declaration of war for Mata. Is NRG now forced out on only a few rifles?
There's no way NRG should have lost that
with a stinger in
round.
hand.
What the fuck, man?
Content to post up towards A with the operator.
Is he
out?
outrun?
First kill on round 6. Wants to do it again on round 7.
So due diligence done this time for NRG to make it harder for Icebox to play in a cocky fashion. He just takes the swing.
This guy
Sees Mata
is
for a split second and
fucking
deletes him from
open up
existence.
every round now.
Now I can fall back off this. NRG have lost their Bladestorm impact in the round.
Holy shit, man.
And that's fine. Hey, you're getting the plan with the lockdown? Cool. We are more than happy to come back. Okay, Verno just gets a random kill with the shock dart.
Bro,
Cool.
just
And they've got the Reckoning from Artzen to get back in as soon as this lockdown expires.
Here's the Reckoning now. That's a scary prospect for NRG. You know they have to start moving anyway. Cascade thrown up and Ethan gets pinged out. Now all eyes on FNS as Ethan still finds his. But it's only the one.
Mirror comp.
Anybody to be expected to
Guy
accomplish.
diff.
MIB has now stretched the lead out to 3 rounds.
This is where Icebox begins to take over.
It's
this
over.
is why Icebox is his home map.
It's a mirror comp
Two
guy
First
diff.
Bloods back-to-back
I actually think it's over.
I don't even understand how he killed Mata. I'm going to need that in 0.25x speed because that did not look human when we saw it.
Just
Like, do we have faith that NRG are going to, like,
The time has stopped, folks. You know what
out
that
mirror
means?
comp these guys right now?
Too easy for this
From
guy.
this moment.
Last round,
I don't think we
the
should
plan was
believe
really
in
weak, 'cause
that.
we had, I think, Ethan with Stinger.
Like, it would
versus
be different if
Bladestorm and
NRG had a
Bravada.
different comp.
Heading into this next round, like the money's not much better. That was like a half.
I am
force
struggling to see the world where
situation
that
for
happens
NRG. They
from
tried
this
to put their
moment.
best foot forward in terms of what they could gather up.
Yeah, they felt that they could, yeah, right. It was like a half force because they had the Bladestorm. They committed a lot, but not everything, so they can kind of buy.
Like Ethan's opening harbor performance against
I mean, listen, it was a
Osbos's
bold
team on
decision.
Icebox running a harbor.
They did have ults to play around, so I
Bro.
totally get it.
Anyone Osbos plays
Is that the
Icebox
Hunter
with
Series Brock that they can
is the best
actually
Icebox
rely
player
on?
ever. This guy just has an aura about this map.
That's cold. And look, it's a second consecutive stinger round for Ethan by the looks of things. We'll see if that is sort of locked in as we head into the round itself.
I mean,
And I mean, it was deadly effective, right? The use of
Mazzino too now,
Arzine
though,
ultimate as
Raider.
he walks
Like,
up, Reckoning pops. NRG really just have nowhere to go.
Mazzino's
And Ethan
Icebox
gets
is filthy now.
And low on the third day, he rose again.
Calm's Icebox
He
was
was
filthy.
I mean,
okay, sorry.
Come on, man.
I feel like the people who
Insane shot.
play with Osbos on
As we get
Icebox
back
end
into
up being
this,
insane on
NRG,
it.
They are going for
Like,
the buy what you can.
they
let's hope we'll
understand
buy
how
in
the
next
map's played
round
or some
type beat.
shit.
They have a lot of stingers to play with. One rifle for Mata. Intentions of going fast towards A again.
It's
They
going
have
with the
struggled on
calm
this side
drone.
so far. MIBR
So
has been
insta drone
excellent on
belt.
this.
You're gonna
MI6
ult
is
if that
getting on the phone
tags.
for Brock. He better watch out.
MI's. Bro's good. No.
Might be the next new agent to step up. Here it is.
Oh, the
Arzine and
scan
Verno.
is so good there.
Finding
What the
theirs.
fuck? He got Phoenix?
That's a Brock and Ethan.
2v2, winnable.
Again, somehow Ethan seems to be standing as the dust settles. Cove is going to at least allow him to plant. That snake bike takes a chunk. But nothing you'd write home about. He's able to back away with the Vandal. Nah. Okay. I'm just thinking there's no way, buddy.
Oh my
Into the
God.
line again.
No.
Chenham's on the other side, and now it's up to Ethan. Trying to squeeze up. The retake wall deployed.
Dude.
Ethan huddled on the other side of it. Matter of time before MIBR come knocking. He has to do something absolutely
shot, Ethan.
otherworldly. A good start. Headshot on Ethan. Now the reaction just couldn't get there in time. NRG again. Sent packing. Another weird force round. They had a good crack at it.
Heart dropped there for Ethan, I'm not gonna lie. I thought he had that. It was a nice sidestep, good movement, but Shannon was too
I thought he could have had it.
too sharp.
Well played by Shannon.
Oh, yeah, okay. Having to play off that util.
Crazy shot.
Beautifully done by Shannon. Again, look really quiet. In fact, Shannon's frags have only really come in these more clutch situations so far this map, and yeah, head in hands. And look,
that's how I felt watching him, man.
He's got
Can't
60
imagine
health.
how he feels.
I hate to tell you, Delara, you're going to have to
Aspas is still alive.
face some of those demons. You're going to have about
14 and 7
if it comes in 30 minutes,
putting on a show.
you're going to be able to
Can't
listen to
do
some
both.
thoughts for
All
about 10.
that for 2 rounds. NRG, they are going back to the well.
I fear this
Time
won't
to
last
try and
long.
hit into A again. Get the early forward space with the Cascade. They have a Reckoning to get in this site. They have a Hunter's Fury to close things out theoretically, if that Reckoning allows them to get the spike down.
They're going to pop it preemptively here and try and clear the side of any MIBR defenders. They acquiesce. They say, fine. We like our retake, especially with our control.
Ult again. Here it comes. He's going to dart through the window.
Hunter's Fury also at the ready.
Dart's coming.
For both sides, in fact.
Cascade going to be coming to flood out.
Ready to send in the recon and then rattle off that ultimate while the
Oh,
rest
he
of the
uses
team try and
Cascades. Never mind.
scale back in together.
Should see something. NRG, clear it. Here's the
Oh,
Fury now
Tommy.
coming through. Some a little bit low, and yet dealt with the second shot.
Are
Shadow
you
comes alive at just
kidding
the
me?
right time, and
What
that's
the
otherworldly.
fuck?
Even
No.
FNS gets a tickle. Hunter's Fury coming back the other
Gonna
way.
get half,
Unseen.
not half?
Gonna get
Wow.
half. Dangerous.
That's
Time is of the
massive.
essence. There's not much of it left here. Aspas is trying to get ahead of it now to shut down anyone who would interfere with the defuse. It's Ethan on pipes. Aspas is just the weapon for the occasion. And Ethan crumples. Brock, can he
Give
do
me
it?
a break, bro.
He cannot. It's an MIBR defuse amidst the chaos.
Wow.
Brock is still struggling to have an impact.
Forno getting that Hunter's Fury connection onto Psalm not only resulted.
That was an insane round by Aspas and Verno. Like, both of them did fucking work.
Trade off of him.
Shannon
because Psalm was
as
trying
well.
to
Like,
dodge
the
Hunter's
three of
Fury
them
broke
literally
away.
just did everything, I
So he
feel
gets
like.
swarm dealt with, and this is just
What the
heads
fuck,
up,
dude?
aggressive, excellent play from Aspas.
Hey, thank you for the wall.
That was Ethan's wall.
It's like toxic positivity. It's like
toxic positivity.
I mean, at least he's thanking for it. Maybe he didn't get enough thank yous in the past. Come on, there's a crucial gap in this util.
Just hoping that the Cascade would obscure that sight line. It does not.
Why are we banking on hope at this point?
Countless first kills for Aspas with the operator since he's purchased it. He is taking over the game. I mean, Coach Mike was right. He is a problem.
It's over.
Okay, Cascade wall here. We're on the high tide. Blocking off MIBR for now. Dart ahead of it. As it comes down, it's 1-for-1. Aspas is still in the game, now with a Blade Storm. As he's ready to get a little bit hot and heavy. I think Brook might have peeked and spotted him there. And opts not to take the engagement.
Oh, Cortesia wins the flank duel. They have a real shot now.
Oh my
Doubled
God.
up they are. Aspas has Cortesia at his flank, makes a bit of noise. Oh, the lockdown is...
No!
What, dude? You had utility.
Why?
It's not supposed to.
Why do they continue to hurt me? I'm already not believing.
How are they getting away with it?
It's just not right.
At any given point, there has been magic
Oh my
from any of the
God,
5 players
dude.
on this MIBR roster this game. I mean, heading into this series, if you look across the board of all of the players in Americas, this team has the tightest
my
distribution
God.
in statistics. Like, they are all the closest because any of them have been able to go off.
You could start a new Pokedex with the sounds that these guys are making me make, bro. It's just
All
insane.
defusers too. Wow.
Okay, us 15 and 6.
Aspas missed the
Great looks for him, but Cortazea was the one that lit it up for me in that previous round. He's pinged and will be able to back away in time. Pipes,
Lovely.
of course, cleared by an attack side Nano Swarm.
This seems like the type of gap NRG would die through, actually.
There's going to be a wrap here. We know that Artazine likes to get active on that B side.
Aspas thought so too, because he popped
I've
dash.
seen this one before, Wyatt. Oh, he's clear of it. It's okay. Free kill. And
Come
back to business.
Come on, come on.
Christ, bro.
Another pit goes in. Enjoy. Trying to make your way through that. Oh my God. All right, Aspas, he's getting a little bit silly perhaps, but can you blame him?
No.
Can
8
you
to
blame
2.
this man?
8 to 2, and he can barely do
playing all
any
right.
wrong.
Bro, It's like Icebox get free entry simulator. It's just every round.
Still no plant though.
He just gets a shot.
Unseen. No, he sees 2 players at least cross here.
Like there's some kind of gap in util or gap in spacing. He just gets a shot every round.
Bro. They're walking through the streets of the market in Agrabah. They just had their pockets picked.
What?
10 and 16 health respectively. What? 2 shockies. Oh my goodness. Arsene has no idea.
There's a world where Verno gets 2 kills with a shock dart. I hope
Nice. 17 seconds lockdown. Love that. Actually.
He even used the lock. Oh! What? Through the wall? That is hard! What? He's doubled his frags! And he didn't see any of them! God, what that could have been. Still, it should get NRG in a position to take this away. Low has broken Ethan R. They have been saved.
Now, we've seen a lot of heroics from MIBR, but surely Shadow would never win this 1v3.
Not right now.
I mean, Brock and Ethan are low, but there's no way he'd win this.
Sorry, your co-caster is unavailable right now. Please leave a message after the beep.
Uber's fucking gross.
Doesn't even really consider it. Steps forward, hoping to see a glimpse of anything. Ethan shows some leg, but that's it.
Wow.
Why stat padding? Don't worry about it, folks. Ah, yes. Ethan,
He baited him to take that fight deep with the shorty shot. Dude, he cooked that fight up just now.
That's about that.
Yeah, they've put the vice grip on the NRG economy for the last round. Won't be ideal. I mean, Icebox does really get punished for the hubris. Well-deserved hubris, but hubris nonetheless. I mean, what the hell is that, man? That snap on the Verno. Listen, I said it right at the beginning, but that's
we need another one of those type of rounds.
For real.
Y'all got any more of those?
Icebox and Psalm are 2 of the best Icebox players that we have seen in the history of Valorant.
I mean, you say that, but
we need more of that.
He more than doubled his kill count in that 1 instant. So NRG definitely need a bit more consistent output from him. Because this round's a really heavy B setup for MIBR. Honestly, the call is pretty good based on how the minimap is playing out.
Recon goes over the top, not going to spot anything out, but
FNS holding this A push. Icebox, thank God, ain't going for it.
For Ethan, who has been firing off countless ultimates in this half.
He's playing patient. Venus looks like he's going to go with like a second layer push onto A though.
Might have been lit.
I don't think he's leaving A.
Follow-up, it's the Nana Swamp.
And there has been a significant rotate over to this B side from MIBR because Icebox has been pushed up with the AWP and Mata just shut down, caught, dashing into the cloud burst straight away.
There's pure stopping power, man. I was worried that he was Samson for his moustache, but Kurosea has stepped up here in the second map. Down.
Nice shot. Ethan is.
As Ethan always seems to be. He's just leading the way.
And that's one way to get the reckoning. That's going to
put the pressure on all the way back.
Who are both in the site with the lightning strikes raining down on them, but the counter reckoning keeps temporarily at bay. Trade.
Both ops sing.
30 seconds left.
Still no plant.
I don't know why FNS came back instead of taking the A space this round. It's the exact type of round you would take the A space. Look, he even thinks that. He's like, yeah, someone probably took the A space.
But they want to imply it is.
There's only 15 seconds left. Is Verno going to attempt to try to stop this plant right now? He's about to have a recon. He's about to have this recon.
The timing for Icebox is cool. Verno stops the plant. Brock punishes, but eventually this high tide has to come down.
He's up top side.
4 seconds left. It has to be here and now, but Icebox has picked himself up a rifle. It's time to go hunting. He sees the barrel. And now knows there's a player close. He gets past the turrets, and FNS is down. Icebox once again.
Bro.
And then doesn't look back at the explosion.
Even when NRG have done everything right.
Fuck up out of his map with his comp. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like,
they've been in winning positions. It's been
fuck up out of here. Ain't no way you're beating this guy with his comp on this map.
Reactions to get that kill. So sick, all for naught. Yet again, name any of the players on MIBR.
Fuck.
Someone's gonna just find a clutch out of nowhere, but an Icebox.
Dude.
Yeah, it's Icebox. This man's at 19-7 right now. This is his map. This is his series.
Crushing end to the first half for NRG. As we reminded why this is Icebox's map. He's 19-7. Let's go to a quick break, collect ourselves, and come back as NRG attempt quite the climb back into the game.
I think it's this video.
Open up the final boss.
Is this my banger right here? I think so. Is this the one?
He's sitting at 10-2. Drift. What is that?
This isn't even the one. Bro, there's the one. Where's the Icebox fucking like that video? That shit was fire. That's what I was actually looking for just now.
So where Haven was a 13-6 for MIBR, a more display.
This is the banger. Bro, this edit goes crazy.
Big me, nigga.
This is what I think of. Every time I watch Icebox on Icebox, that clip plays in my head from this.
I'm gonna send him to the graveyard if you come.
Initiation out of Leviathan. A 1-for-1 of the flashes. Players are low and players are falling down.
Okay, now we go back to the highlights here.
Uphill battle for
the live
NRG. That's been the
highlights.
story of this series.
Bro, that edit went crazy. When I first saw that, I was like, oh, this is my favorite thing ever.
So I'm the only player to get close to Ethan. That was like 3 kills randomly through a high tide.
Oh my
Don't know
god.
how you replicate that. Marta gets forward, tucks.
No!
Numbers advantage to MIBR boast, and now they're going to get busy. So I'm going to see a lot of this coming, and is hoping to make use of the one way, but Verno wants to shock him and force him back. It's Ethan again.
Nice, Ethan.
Chimes in. He's over on the site itself now, and NRG.
Went for the pink
As
part.
hard as that first half has been, they are down to Cloud.
Okay, great job from FNS, able to win that fight over in mid. And now he can group up with the rest of the team, and they should just be able to trade things out in safe fashion, seal up this round.
I got the spike.
Kodazay has definitely seen better days.
And Brock even has a shock dart here that he can throw. There
You got to
goes.
respect how
Because of that
Icebox has
Cortez,
made
he knew he
3
couldn't commit to the
teams
plant
that
at
he's
low
played
HP.
for
He would go down.
kind of goated in Americas.
Being despite the wall
Not
obscuring the view, and now they're just going to fall back.
anyone I can think of in Valorant has hot teams like that and had success. Like, that's so difficult.
If they rehit, cool. If
That
not,
is so difficult.
3 versus 2. Brock's
Switch
got
his
the free
language?
cycle back up.
Like,
Verno, he has his
very
as well.
fucking impressive.
So it's
I'm
a
not
question
gonna
whether
lie.
you use it now or actually.
I doubted
as
the guy
NRG are
last
trying
year.
to set up for a retake.
It's definitely a weight on it.
Even though I was like his
see that as
biggest fan the year before. I just thought it was too much.
Oh,
What?
Oh, what? He's just backed into that, folks.
What?
No 2 ways about it. Cortazea is the.
He did that so
architect-
Frono could try to clutch on NRG.
Yeah,
again.
that's fine. The architect of his own demise, though, I will say. I guess he likes to live a little dangerously. So Verno still has this recon to play with, and he hears so much of this action. It may not matter, though. Here's one.
He take them both.
Damage backs away now. Recon bolt is going to be destroyed, but the vulnerable hits. Verno's going to wait it out, then swing it again instantly.
Oh my
It's
God.
scary for Brock. He's low, but FNS. The captain, IGL, locks it down.
Gets them back in the game. Won that really important fight in mid. 1v1, I believe that was against Shenum. Recovers the round after Mata fails to collect early in that one-and-done position.
Last player standing.
Ooh.
Everyone gets one.
Imagine if I die.
Oh my god, he's full rage. He's raging. He's actually raging. He's actually raging.
Wait, is he? Can we check in on that, please?
He's chilling.
I think he's chilling.
He's chilling. Seeming pretty cool to me. Again.
Nah, bro.
Young
Nah.
player.
Nah. Verno's in their heads, bro. They're thinking more about Verno. Verno don't give a fuck about them.
MIBR, they've got a buffer wide. Let's just be honest about it.
Icebox has that lone sheriff trying to take point against the enemy jet. Mata, who's picked up the outlaw this time.
Verno's in their head rent-free right now.
Okay, Icebox wants to play, and he's already getting himself into Crow's Nest. Now to descend and become the captain of this ship. passes through the wall, but Ethan had eyes on that location.
Well played, Ethan.
It's just so tough to make those peeks through the wall when you're getting
all right, good
down
move.
a little bit.
Right. So we could
Here we go. Here we go.
Nothing like a little pick-me-up to get you back into the game. Still a 4-round deficit for NRG.
All right.
The bonus round here, though, that's pretty reasonable weaponry-wise. This is that kill on Icebox, yeah, as he just emerges there.
All right, they're going to have a full bonus attempt. All weapons brought into this. You can't ask for a better situation for NRG to try and build momentum in this second half. Starting it down by 6 to rally back into this game, keep their playoff hopes alive for stage 1. They came into this year as such a massive favorite, and it would just be tragic to see them go out.
Oh my god.
It might be by a larger respecting the outlaw buy here with 4 full armors.
I like this from NRG in the bonus round. They've stacked up 4 towards A. They are just playing forward together.
Barely good.
Throw something unorthodox into the mix. MIBR overcommit. They'll be running into some serious crossfires. Mata, snappy headshot.
That's a good way to deal with full armor for sure. Gentleman's gotten pretty deep here, but it's that fairly standard kitchen turret location. And it was active as FNS is over by yellow.
I wonder if Mata heard that drop. I think he did. I think he was just close enough. Okay, 1 for 1. That's totally fine in the eyes of NRG.
Oh no, you're kidding. You got to be kidding. Okay, in gets Cortesia now. Set the architecture up for a post-plant scenario and your harbor wall.
Those are the kind of timings that Cortesia loves to take, that I think in kickoff he was honestly taking too many of them. And since then, in stage 1, I think he's really refined his play. He's done a great job at picking his spots and finding opportunities like that to change the course of a round.
Unclear if Adazine saw anything there, but Som is making his way over from mid.
No fighting.
Ready for the dart instantly.
Icebox,
always dangerous in a spot like this. Brook does see him and respects it. Eventually he's going to have to fight for this territory now. It's Cortesia, in fact, that deals 3 in the round. And here we go again. Doesn't matter what you do right at the start of the round. MIBR find a way to unravel you.
Need to see how Cortesia was able to do that on the replay, and then Icebox just swings off of the contact that he was taking to presumably get an easy third. This is the crucial moment, though. The Sentinel of MIBR just finding that wind. Oh,
how did that happen?
Spray transfer with the Vandal, but finding that time window. Just getting into B.
FNS so bad.
In fairness, decent game for FNS. It was a pretty wicked timing that Cortesia was able to find.
Bro!
Don't let the truth get in the way of a good narrative, though.
Oh my god, Mata is so weak, has to dash away.
God, none of this defensive util has really helped NRG get breathing room on this A side. MIBR are determined to push up on this.
They are.
Oh no, he died.
Fighting in twos, NRG.
Oh, he's so deep up mid.
Yeah, Shannon recognizes that he can get forward.
Oh, surely not another one would be enough to do you in. Shannon now looking for the ace. It's Sommer though. Will cut his reign of terror short.
Bro.
Meanwhile, though, Spike's headed over towards B.
They can't keep getting away with this, man.
Can't get his team out of the doldrums here as MIBR. Another giant step.
Come on, Karma has to fight back right there. Karma has to give that to NRG right there. They never do a listen in that diabolical that doesn't bite a team in the ass.
That this NRG team are quad stacked. They are
that's
towards
that's crazy, actually.
Really far forward, take all of that space, catches them off on the re-wrap back towards mid.
And this is house money.
What has happened to NRG? Like, I don't even know. At this point, I don't even know, man.
Having an absolute ball.
How did I rate this team so highly on the offseason? Like, they looked and sounded insane. What happened?
In playoffs, right? Crucial.
Like, what actually happened?
Starting that lower bracket would be
this team was insane in the offseason.
NRG have fully forced into this, by the way. Finesse, that's left him with just the Judge. Ethan has the Guardian. A lot of light/regen armors. Here's the offensive lockdown that Cortesia has built up. Well, the kills that he's been finding to make sure that that A site is fully.
They played Zeppa so many times at the start of the year.
And then in the post-plant, they're going to have this Viper's Pit.
Zeppa fucking robbed them of their ego.
This is no more money. They're basically at the very vestiges of their
Zeppo fucking took their 120 over and over. I love that cascade to let him set up here. Oh my god.
It's further
Crazy.
stifling energy from re-entering.
Arzin so far forward as well. Gordy might have found a timing there, but Aspas is brought down in a
Ethan
trade.
kills big, no
and
code.
then Arzin, yep, he's just a bit exposed. Plenty of shooters though left here for NRG, but FNS has a good weapon for this situation.
Plenty of shooters to your left, but NRG is crazy.
What? Their Viper's Pit, though, does persist.
Their first molly onto the spike, further delay. Verno just biding his time.
Shock darts here for Verno as well, continuing to be able to disrupt. He sees a player drop on in. It's going to be Genom. Geronimo, he says. No chance for a defuse. It's Verno, it's the shock dart. And FNS is far too late.
Damn, bro.
It's just too much delay from the setup that MIBR had. I love the layers of that they didn't just play back because they had the pit down. No, let's just keep playing forward.
Verno was fucking really popping off right. He was so happy. Watch him. I saw him in the camp too. Yeah.
Now they have to deal with.
I'm happy for Verno. I am really sad though for like
so all of those
my boys on
NRG,
NRG, obviously.
Like in this exact moment, Brock on such low HP, one shock dart is more than enough damage.
There's no way that NRG
You're like, wait.
5 rifles this next round.
I popped off a little bit there.
Unless they go glass cannon, which.
Oh my god, they've gone double glass cannon to get Vandals, light armors. It's a rough buy. Mata is not done with this match yet.
Big first blood.
Takes the fight to Cortezia, finds that opening duel, and that's a tough task against one of MIBR's star players, one of the best raw aimers in the league.
There's a reckoning here to make it a little uncomfortable for MIBR if they take too long or give you a good retake option alongside the Hunter's Fury. Mata hears a lot of this.
You know, Mata pushing up. He was hoping that would have pushed MIBR into the setup on B, but they haven't fallen for it.
Fall on hope that there would be enough to scare the attack side away.
Literally gambling that no one scales left. They were just full gambled that no one scales left.
Still though, decent here for retakes. Hunter's Fury, Artisan's able to skid away on the rope. That's risky business. And here's that attack side reckoning now. Awkward for NRG if they want to try and set up here at the back of the A site. This will allow for the plant.
And now in the post plant.
Bro.
Hunter's Fury for Verno. Passive position.
No.
Ready to fire that off at the last moment.
There's Ethan's reckoning now. Dart thrown out. Aspas happen to stand still for the time being, and Shenov just hit the one tap. Happy to play now in rafters. A 1-for-1 is good enough for him. Verno a little bit early here on the Hunter's Fury. Wants to disrupt NRG as they attempt this, and oh, that's a big hit. Brock falls. They couldn't get any sweeter for young Verno. And Ethan has 20 points of health inside this cove. He's going to try and go with it, but he's lit. It is all but impossible from here, folks. Not with a roar, but with a whimper. NRG capitulates. And MIBR are done playing with their food.
They like to call it a revenge tour, but that one only had 2 stops. Very brief shows, actually, from Verno. What a performance from him today. But then when it comes to Icebox, it is Aspas' home map. He takes over as expected.
Damn, bro.
Drops 23 on NRG.
They said Verno couldn't come, but
win from the Brazilian side.
They didn't know bro speaks Portuguese.
One of the best teams that we've got in Americas. NRG, the struggles, unfortunately, continuing. They can't get it together today. They started hot on Haven, but after that first round streak, MIBR were in complete control today.
Bro.
The team individually really looking electric. Top to bottom, all 5 players had their moments.
Bro's doing the Birdman. He Birdmaned into the team.
This was 2 maps that we've not seen NRG on. Essentially an unknown. So MIBR walk into this game saying, hey, we've done this before, we played these maps, we feel confident, we beat C9 on Haven, we've also looked really good on Icebox prior. We played the double controller composition really well, and again, when Aspas gets going with that defensive op and isn't respected adequately, he will run away with the game.
This was,
as soon as he picked it up.
This was a fucking bloodbath, bro.
I think he had 3 first kills. Crazy stuff from him. Cortezia in the clutch. Some of those flank timings from Shenum when he got that 4K. One of the last couple rounds, just so sick, man. I mean, coming into this, we were talking about it when I was looking at the stats. Compared to all of the other teams, MIBR have the least disparity in the average stats between them. And it just
11.
really is highlighted on a game like this.
If we had both of NRG's
seeing every
rounds
single
together,
player
of course.
bring out these highlight reel moments.
6 and 5.
They all have that star power. They all had their moments today. This was such a decisive victory
And this is a team now looking ahead.
Dude, map 2 stats, Icebox 5-0 first bloods. He was owning on the first bloods, man. Plus 12, 229 damage around. I don't think you can mirror comp this guy on this map unless you are like beyond drilled on the harbor. And Ethan looked really good, but the team didn't look good on it.
All of these players in MIB that are
it's so dry. Like the util here is very dry.
Cortazea stepping up alongside Artazine in his second year.
Icebox is the GOAT at operating with this util. He's the fucking GOAT.
Icebox and Fraud handpicked for one purpose, and that's to be the best in the world. We're going to head down to the stage now, of course, with Rivington for our Verizon post-match interview with Cortazea.
Verno on top. Fucking crazy, man.
All right, I
crazy
am here with Cortazea.
No.
They get the win. They already have playoffs. They're looking great.
Surely Verno's on the after show. Verno on the post show. Verno on the post show. Has to be.
You're playing crazy.
Has to be on the post show.
What's it for?
So it was not my fault.
Okay.
Yeah. Yesterday I went to the mall to try to get a haircut.
Wait,
and I just asked the barber, don't need to cut the beard, just cut it up, just line it up. And that's all, and he messed it up all things. He destroyed me.
No!
For the first time, someone destroyed my mustache, yeah.
Is it coming back?
100%.
100%. There
Next
you
month.
go.
Next
That's
month.
devastating for him, bro. That has to be devastating.
In these, is it just a choice by you, or are you
I
trying
would
to
be
bring
so
in a little bit of that
salty.
Icebox power?
Yeah, 100%. If Aspas do, I'll do it again. But this turtleneck, we bought when we are going to the Ireland, because there is so cold. And here on the stage is cold as well, so I'm really trying to use this now. Sometimes I'm sweating, but usually
I'm fuck with this guy's vibe on this interview.
Yeah. Playoffs are coming, and you're
got a good
rookie year.
vibe.
How are you feeling? How are things? Are you really
Positive
happy with
energy.
your play right now? And what are you excited about playoffs?
Yeah, I'm trying to improve my Sandal game. I have a lot to improve, so I'm happy with the win. I'm always happy with the win, but I need to improve a lot of things. Probably I don't need it to, but I probably can do a better series against NRG today, but we won. That's all. I'm happy to be on the playoffs, but I'm not satisfied. I wanted the Masters and the Champions, so that's all.
All right. I mean, you got the team, you got the coaching staff, and I want to ask you, what is it like coming in under Fraud, being coached by somebody who's been in FPS for so long? What's that like?
Bro, Fraud is a legend. Everybody knows. If you don't know Fraud, you don't know FPS. So
that's true.
We trust a lot in Fraud. If he says something, we just do it. We don't try to question him. But yeah, he's really good. I'll trust him. We trust in all players of the team. I trust in all my teammates. So that's a good relationship.
Perfect. A few more questions for you. Who are you excited to face in playoffs?
Oh, G2 probably. Okay. Yeah,
I
it
like
was
that.
really close the last match, so I want a revenge.
And final question. Obviously, this is a big win just to get today. It's nice to beat a team. But was this win also for Verno, so he could get that win over NRG?
Verno is very happy with this win. I can tell you that. He really put some effort on this game. He was trying a lot, and he did.
All right, awesome, Cortazea. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations on the win.
Damn, man.
MIBR continue to
I like that
W's.
interview a
We're gonna
lot.
go to match point. We got a W over there. It's Icebox and Verno. Take it away.
Icebox and Verno, the GOATs.
Yes. That's a good side. We have the power. Welcome back, everyone, to Match Point. Let's put Tactibear down gently from the ears. That has to hurt.
I agree with you, Rodrigo. I love that he was. Not only was he answering in English, but he was comfortable. Like he was thinking on the fly, like comfortable as fuck out there. I love that shit.
In their spot for playoffs. So congratulations,
dope
guys.
interview.
You are set to go. But you're probably wondering what we're doing here and why they're fighting with the grabbers from this morning. Well, we're going to play our favorite nondescript, non-advertised, because we can't legally say the name, Tumbling Towers game. Yes.
I like that.
Totally not a name with a J. Now, you,
Agree,
of course, are familiar with the
high road
game
the whole
here.
way.
All right, but the twist is we're going to use the grabbers to grab the wood blocks, place them on top, and then I'm going to interview the guys, okay? So Icebox, since you're pretty much like the GOAT, why don't you just go ahead and go for it? And while I'm at it,
you're fucked, bro.
Verno.
Oh,
Be able to get that win,
he just
buddy.
drops a subtle F-bomb to kick off the segment.
I mean, we heard a few of them. We heard some dialogue.
I liked how I played today.
Yeah.
Except sometimes I was missing. I was like I made like a couple mistakes, but most of the time
I was playing really well today, so.
Yeah. No, I mean, dude, you had some incredible moments for sure. Look at Icebox.
Icebox is just
He went for the
sweating,
bottom.
bro.
That's a bold strategy.
This guy is going to let
Bold
anyone
move.
win in anything against him. I can tell.
So now you got to... Okay, so Icebox is doing the two-handed technique.
Oh my god.
But even with the two-handed technique, he's struggling.
I don't need the two-handed technique.
Okay. Bruno says he does not need...
Bruno's the guy that doesn't give a
You're gonna
fuck.
make it fall, Bruno.
No.
They're literally
dude,
polar
I'm
opposites.
He's been breaking out there. I'm kind of goated on the six, so there you go.
Bruno's going to
Alright,
one-hand
so-
this shit, watch.
All right, Icebox, congratulations. You have to feel good about that. Did you feel like this was going to be one of those games for MIBR? Not that it was going to be easy, because no game is easy here, but were you confident coming into this?
Yeah, like for every single match that I have, I always go with full. Oh my god, bro. Speed run? Oh my god, bro. That's not the speed run, bro.
We never got it. Hey, you know what? The confidence is in the server, not necessarily here for the tumble.
That's crazy, bro.
You were confident here. Yeah. You like put it together.
Bro.
We'll put it together and continue
We
to talk.
dude.
I guess as you know, we look forward here. What is
No.
what is the capability?
No,
What's
you're
the
not
peak
making up excuses.
for this team, because it feels like every week we see you guys. And you get better and better and better. Is that how it feels for you, Verno, when you're with this team? Because it feels that way. And also, good God, you guys are terrible at this. So what do you think about that, Verno? Do you feel like there's more to show for MIBR?
Yeah, we're learning, like, I mean, we're still like a okay. So we're still like a new team.
Yeah.
So every week we're like realizing and like learning things.
Yeah.
And improving our map pool, etc. Like,
and clearly coordinating on Jenga builds here as well, doing a real good job.
Aspas doesn't know how to put them back though.
Aspas is just putting them back.
Yeah, and getting them out of the floor.
To be fair, he did say he didn't know how to play the game,
cleaning it all
so
up,
he's
bro.
just kind of rolling with it. You know what I mean? I respect the hustle. Well, why don't we go ahead and do this? Why don't we go ahead and take a look at the standings? It's just good guys over here, just helping us out to clean the rug. Here we go. So Alpha Group all locked in because Evil Geniuses got that win here today. What'd you guys make of that EG win today? Did you see that one coming, Bruno?
Yeah, I saw it coming.
You did? You did? Was it like anything like scrimmage or against them, or you just kind of knew it was a matter of time?
No, it's not even a matter of time. It's just like EG have a play style that counter KRU.
Ah, okay. So you felt like that was going to be probably their kryptonite in that one.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't think they were going to win 100%. I thought it was going to be like 50-50 game.
Yeah. And it definitely, we thought that it could have been as well in that first couple rounds, but then after that, oh boy, just completely ran out of that one. Of course, now we do have one more spot left for grabs in the Omega group. These guys getting hard to work. But don't worry, folks. Don't worry, because we have plenty more games coming for you lovely people. Look at these guys fighting now. They're fighting with the grabbers.
The goats.
Okay, here are the
The goats
matches
are
you're going to be
flirting.
seeing on Friday. You got
They love each
G2
other.
going up against Cloud9, and then MIBR. You guys are going to be taking on Furia.
Wow.
So that will be
Oh,
the
Aspas
two
is so
matches
focused,
on
bro.
Friday. And
Look
of
at him.
course, we're also
He
gonna
refuses
be,
to give
back
up,
over,
man.
I believe at the smoothie bar. Yeah, that's right. On Saturday and Sunday, we're going to be back in the lounge for the 2 days of action for, of course, our. Well, it's going to
Bro,
be a
it
good time.
literally
We're gonna
will
have
not stop
podcasts.
until this
We're
ground
gonna
is
have
clean.
People just, messing around on the couch. It's going to be a good time. Maybe some more tumbling.
He doesn't see
towers.
this one.
Hey,
Oh,
you guys
no.
mind joining me on the sign out here real fast?
Oh, no.
I want to do the Icebox since we have the secret
Oh my
lab
God,
chairs
bro.
here, all right? So we're going to say goodbye, but as we say goodbye, here is your Samsung SSD fast replay. Hit the recline. I'm going to break my back. I'm too old for this.
Oh,
guys.
dude, I thought he was going over and breaking the fucking TV. Holy.
Get into it here for map number 1, EG versus KRU. For EG, a win here, it locks them into playoffs. KRU dishing out the damage here. Still not enough with the guns and not enough with the armor.
Man.
Nice even committing his own ult to try and get themselves into this one. But
That was so impressive from Verno. Even in the post-game interview, man. Me at 18, I could never. I could never, bro. I could never handle myself the way he just did. Props to him for taking the high road like over and over and over and over. And then dropping that bomb in the server. And then not saying anything insane just now. Fuck, dude. I'm definitely talking shit right there. I'm probably talking shit right there today. Fuck. Yeah, like most players would talk shit right there. Like that's impressive from him. Like I like his energy that he's bringing like to this new team. He's like, I wanted to join the best team that gave me the best chance of winning.
In my pocket, Mata in my pocket, and Sam in my pocket. Wow.
Oh. Yeah. Wait. Just comes in at the buzzer. What the fuck?
Finesse in my pocket, Ethan in my pocket, Brock in my pocket. I have FNS in my pocket, Ethan in my pocket, Brock in my pocket, Mata in my pocket,
Freeze, bro.
and Sam in my pocket. Wow.
Wow. Just wow at the end. That's insane, dude. That's so fucking funny. That's so fucking funny. The production just dropping that at the end of the broadcast is a gem. That is like watching the credits and getting a fucking preview to the next movie. That's wild. Holy shit. Oh, that was fun. Even though technically if I did submit my pick'ems, I would have went 0 for 2 today. So maybe it was good that I didn't submit my pick'ems. Because I would have probably mauled it harder if I submit them. And I picked NRG. I had to come in here and convince you all about it. Yeah, well, I picked them, but then I didn't submit the picks. But I showed you guys on stream my picks. Just I forgot to click submit that day. No, I was going to end right now. Jennifer asked me if I could help her put the girls down. It's been a long day. Let's see. We go egg? Vanity tweet? What is the vanity tweet? What is it? Hold up. I just... I love that 100 of these at the top of the group, by the way. So that's just so great. Let's see now. Bro. It's like one of those zombies just came out the ground and just fucking took a bite out of FNS. Bro just came back, just took a fucking, like Left 4 Dead, dude. It's fucking Walking Dead out here. Oh, shit. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. CS players are different, man. CS players are so different. Just fucking, come on. All right. I'll see you guys soon. Today was fun. I feel bad for NRG, I'm not going to lie. But it doesn't matter because when they play Lev, that's literally all that matters. It's literally all that matters. So, yeah. Whew.